I can't hear you.
Good morning. Before we begin today's meeting, I'd like to invite anyone who would like to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to call to order the December 5th, 2025 meeting of the Board of Regents. Roll, please.
Regent Lacey.
Here.
Regent Calamari.
Here.
Regent Wilkins.
Here.
Regent Schroeder.
Yes.
Regent Clare.
Yes.
Regent Kenny. Yes. Regent O'Connor.
Here.
Regent Schaefer.
Yes.
Regent Shear.
Yes.
Regent Stark.
Yes.
Regent Whites.
Yes.
Regent Wilmot.
Yes.
A quorum's present.
Thank you. In your materials, you have copies of the minutes of the board meeting from November 21st, 2025. I'd entertain a motion to approve.
So move. Second.
Are there any additions to the minutes? Roll, please.
Regent Calamari.
Yes.
Regent Wilkins.
Yes.
Regent Schroeder.
Yes.
Regent Lacey.
Yes.
Regent Kenny.
Yes.
Regent O'Connor.
Yes.
Regent Schaefer.
Yes.
Regent Shear.
Yes.
Regent Stark.
Yes.
Regent Whites.
Yes.
Regent Wilmot.
Yes.
Regent Clare.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. In compliance with the Nebraska Open Meetings Act, the board has posted a copy of the act in the back of the room. Now we'll move to kudos. At each Board of Regents meeting, we also take time to recognize those persons who too often don't receive the recognition they deserve. The Board of Regents believes that this is vitally important to acknowledge their commitment as well as their contributions to the university. To have been nominated by either a supervisor or fellow worker is an honor in itself. As kudo recipients are announced, please come to the podium, join the regent making the presentation. Following the presentation, we will take a picture that will appear on our website. President, Chancellor, recipient's family, and supporters will be part of the photo. First kudo is Travis Reynolds from the University of Nebraska at Kearney. The award will be presented by Regent Schroeder.
On behalf of the Board of Regents, I am honored to present a Kudos Award to Travis Reynolds, Director of Sponsored Programs at the University of Nebraska at Kearney. Travis joined the UNK community in September 2017 when his wife became an assistant professor in the Physician Assistant Program for UNMC at UNK. His first role was as a Library Access Service Associate. He became known for his willingness to help others and his thoughtful attention to every task. With a degree in business administration, his background in business operations and exceptional organizational skills, he was appointed in 2019 as a contract and grant specialist in the Office of Sponsored Programs and Research Development. After the assistant vice chancellor departed in 2021, Travis stepped in as an interim director and was named director of sponsored programs in October of 2023. Travis led a significant expansion of UNK's portfolio of funded grants and contracts. In February 2025, UNK was classified as a research college and university by the American Council on Education and the Carnegie Foundation. UNK is one of only 216 institutions nationwide and just 127 public universities to receive this recognition, requiring research expenditures of at least $2.5 million annually. This achievement was surpassed under Travis's guidance and continues to this day. This is even more impressive as the Office of Sponsored Programs consists of Travis himself, one full-time staff member, and 2 part-time staff members who support post-awards and grant accounting. He reviews every grant announcement and all contracts while assisting faculty with proposed development and budgeting. He edits nearly every grant proposal before submission. He's awarded his own NIH-funded grant to support training for the Office of Sponsored Programs in the Division of Research and Creative Activity. Colleagues describe him as approachable, humble, and always ready to lend a hand, with a touch of good humor and positive attitude. He is a leader and collaborator who embodies Loper pride, exemplifying the spirit of UNK. Meticulous attention to detail and unwavering commitment make him an invaluable member of the UNK community. With Travis today are his wife Janelle and 7-year-old triplets, Austin, Zeke, and Evie, along with their supervisor, Dr. Kim Carlson, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Research and Creative Activity. Please join me in congratulating Travis for his dedication and outstanding contributions to UNK and our community.
Wife deserves the award.
That's true.
Hey. Oh my gosh. Can't get on. Such a coincident family, huh? Yeah, look at those kids. Hide behind me. Highlight of the day. I'm good now.
Are you okay?
Yep.
Okay. If you do, just holler.
Okay.
Regent Wilkins will present the Kudos Award to Sarah Franklin Russell from the University of Nebraska, Lincoln. Libby?
The Board of Regents is pleased to present a Kudos Award to Sarah Frankel Russell, Director of Student Advocacy and Support at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. Joining UNL in January of 2023, Sarah has made a remarkable impact on our students and the campus community. She leads a dedicated team of 4 professionals who work every day to support student success and retention. During the 2024-25 academic year, Sarah and her team supported 942 different students. These students experienced food or housing insecurity, medical withdrawals or extended absences, and others had unexpected life events. The compassion and care that the team brings to each situation truly embodies the spirit of our university. Last spring, Fulbright scholars were abruptly told that their funding would be cut. Sarah brought together many campus partners to ensure those scholars had the support they needed to stay enrolled and pursue their goals. Through collaboration, she's developed strong partnerships with the Graduate Studies and the International Students and Scholar offices to better support their students. When many faced visa or financial challenges, she and her team stepped up, connecting them with resources and emergency funding to help them stay on track. Vice Chancellor Anderson says Sarah and the Student Advocacy and Support Group, through their empathy, teamwork, and caring responses, live out our university's belief that every person and every interaction matters. She makes the University of Nebraska-Lincoln a more compassionate, supportive, and student-centered place. Joining Sarah today are her spouse, Alexander Russell, her parents, Drs. Harris Frankel and Janice Peterson Frankel, Vice Chancellor of Student Life, Dee Dee Anderson, TJ McDowell, Assistant Vice Chancellor of Student Life, and Jody Bergstrom, Assistant Director of Student Advocacy and Support. Please help me thank Sarah for her dedication to the University of Nebraska-Lincoln.
I don't think you're going to outgrow that either.
Congratulations, Sarah. Regent Calamari will present the Kudos Award to Krista Patterson from the University of Nebraska Medical Center.
On behalf of the Board of Regents, I am pleased to present a Kudos Award to UNMC's Krista Patterson, Clinical Study Coordinator in the Fred and Pamela Buffett Cancer Center Clinical Trials Office. Krista joined UNMC in March 2022 and currently serves as the Leukemia Clinical Study Coordinator, helping ensure the success and quality of leukemia clinical trial studies. More specifically, Krista is responsible for coordinating clinical research activities, assisting principal investigators and nurse coordinators with project management, coordination, and implementation of clinical trials, and providing data management support to ensure trials move forward towards their enrollment goals. She also serves as a point of contact for leukemia study patients to answer their questions and help them navigate their care. Said one nominator, she understands the impact of her work and that it is literally some people's last hope for more time and a better quality of life. One colleague said, Krista has made outstanding contributions to multiple disease areas on our team. She successfully manages complex clinical trials, staying organized, adaptable, and focused. Her smooth transition into a new disease group this past year highlights her flexibility, diligence, and commitment to high-quality work. Today, Krista is joined by Susan Blumel, Research Nurse Manager, and Michaela Savine, Lead Clinical Research Nurse Coordinator. Join me in thanking Krista for her ability to identify challenges, help implement solutions, and step in whenever she is needed. Her commitment and collaboration make her an invaluable member of the Clinical Trials Office.
Yeah. Right there, please.
Congratulations, Krista. Regent Lacey will present the Kudos Award to Tarika Burton from the University of Nebraska at Omaha.
The Board of Regents is pleased to present a Kudos Award to Tarika Burton, Executive Director of the Office of Student Leadership and Involvement at the University of Nebraska at Omaha. Cornelius Levering, Outreach Coordinator of the Office of Student Leadership and Involvement, says that Tarika is an exceptional leader with an incredible ability to inspire others. She consistently goes above and beyond to ensure her team feels supported, comfortable, and confident in their roles. Her leadership is rooted in humility and a genuine commitment to service. She never hesitates to step in and assist wherever needed. He continues, whether it is providing guidance, filling in gaps, or taking on tasks outside her formal responsibilities, Tarika leads by example. No task is ever beneath her, and that mindset fosters a strong, collaborative environment for everyone around her. Tarika guides the office in securing critical funding and demonstrates exceptional skill in managing fiscal budgets, helping to keep operations grounded and sustainable. She has also been instrumental in strengthening relationships with community partners, including securing a grant to grow and expand the Summer Scholars Program, which has supported students since 1989. Her unwavering commitment to fostering educational access and opportunities is unmatched, says Cornelius. Tarika truly embodies the Maverick spirit, leading with purpose, integrity, and a student-first mindset. Joining Tarika today are her mother, Angela Fairgood, and her direct supervisor, Trent Fredrickson. Please join me in thanking Tarika for her dedication to the University of Nebraska at Omaha.
Congratulations, Tarika. Regent Wilmot will present the Kudos Award to Alex Baritza. I hope I was close, Alex, from the University of Nebraska System.
The Board of Regents is pleased to present a kudos award to Alex Boritzka, Salesforce Administrator in the Information Technology Services Department at the University of Nebraska System serving the UNO campus. Alex goes above and beyond while providing exceptional behind-the-scenes support, keeping the Salesforce operations running smoothly. If something isn't working as expected, he is the one of the first that the team turns to, and he fixes it. He works quietly behind the backgrounds to ensure that others can do their jobs effectively. His reliability and problem solving have had a major impact on every UNO Salesforce implementation. I know I have relied heavily on Alex during these times, says Jonathan Acosta, Director of Student Success Applications and Advising. As a strong and dependable teammate, his balanced approach of knowing when to lead and when to follow makes him an invaluable part of any project team. He listens attentively and supports others in achieving shared goals. He collaborates seamlessly across departments and is always willing to lend his expertise to help troubleshoot, no matter how big or small the issues may be. One nominator said, Alex embodies consistency and excellence in everything he does. His attention to detail, technical knowledge, and work ethic ensures that Salesforce remains reliable and functional. Taking great pride in his work and holding himself to a high standard every day, he is committed to quality. His projects are done right, and I feel great knowing that Alex is supporting me and the rest of the Salesforce team. Alex's calm demeanor, professionalism, and quiet care for his coworkers contributes to a positive, supportive work environment. Thoughtful judgment and a steady presence bring reassurance to the team. He models what it means to be dependable, respectful, and kind, fostering a culture of trust and teamwork with all. Joining Alex today are his wife, Alexandra Boritzka, his mother, Cindy Herrera, his supervisor, Eric Wingert, and Brett Blackman, CIO. On behalf of the University of Nebraska System, please join me in thanking Alex for all of his dedication, and I hope I said those right.
Congratulations, Alex. Congratulations to all the kudos recipients. I will now turn it over to Regent Schaefer to present our resolution.
Whereas General Anthony James Cotton is the 12th Commander of the United States Strategic Command, Offutt Air Force Base, Nebraska, from December 2022 through today, December 5th, 2025. He was responsible for one of 11 unified commands under the Department of War. And whereas he most recently served as the commander of the Air Force Global Strike Command from August 2021 to December 2022, having served as the deputy commander from 2019 to 2021. And whereas during his tenure as commander of the U.S. Strategic Command, General Cotton has developed a close partnership with the University of Nebraska by collaborating through the National Strategic Research Institute, a Department of War designated university-affiliated research center, which works closely with our government on national security challenges. And whereas during his tenure, General Cotton has not only served the United States admirably, but he has also served the people of Nebraska and the University of Nebraska, and is truly a Nebraskan by choice. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Regents recognizes General Anthony James Cotton for his service to the United States, his service to the state of Nebraska, and his longstanding partnership with the University of Nebraska. We honor him today on this day of his retirement, and we thank him for his service over the years and wish him and his family the very best during this next chapter of his life. Unfortunately, General Cotton is unable to attend today's presentation due to this actually being his final day in uniform, and it's my understanding he's retiring and that President Gold will be seeing him sometime next week to personally deliver our congratulations and this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Schaefer. On behalf of the colleagues of the University of Nebraska Board of Regents, I'd like to express the board's strong support and confidence in the leadership and vision of President Jeffrey P. Gold, MD. In less than 18 months of his NU's ninth president, Dr. Gold has taken bold strides to address significant fiscal challenges across our institute that long predated his tenure. He made swift progress in moving the university towards a balanced budget, which is essential to the long-term viability and success of this institution. We commend all the leaders from across our campuses who have stepped up in this difficult budget decisions at this time. During his tenure, Dr. Gold also spearheaded a joint accreditation of UNL and UNMC, which brings the institution into a closer alignment with our Big Ten and other R1 peers and better reflects the full breadth and depth teaching, research, and engagement efforts. He worked to position NU as a leader in highly relevant areas including artificial intelligence and the bioeconomy. He shared a new bold strategic vision, expanded efforts to keep top high school students from Nebraska for college. He advocated our university at both state and federal levels, sought both new partnerships and collaborations across our institution, and nurtured new levels of philanthropic support across the NU system. Dr. Gold has proven to be highly effective and an innovative leader who is unafraid to make difficult decisions, who has led with integrity, who deeply believes in the power of higher education and the potential to change lives and community. It is for those reasons we unanimously agree that Dr. Gold is the right person to lead our university, especially now. While our kudos guests are welcome to stay for the balance of the meeting, we understand that you may have other plans for the day. If that's the case, we would take a moment to allow you and your families to exit the meeting. The board will take a 5-minute break to allow the kudos recipients to leave and our public speakers to come in and take seats in the middle. Welcome back. I'll now turn it over to President Gold to provide some updates. President Gold.
Well, thank you, Chair Kinney, and thank you and board members for those very kind remarks. So today, in the spirit of the recent Thanksgiving holiday, I wish to begin my remarks by just that, offering thanks. Thanks to my wonderful family, to our hardworking regents, governing board, thanks to the vice presidents and chancellors of our university system. I'm also particularly thankful for our learners and for their families who have entrusted us with their educational journey, and grateful to our dedicated and highly talented faculty and staff who provide a rock-solid foundation and contagious energy that powers all that we do. I'm grateful to our philanthropic community and the business communities whose partnerships accelerate our odyssey to the extraordinary. Today, at this meeting, with our Board of Regents, we have a meaningful and highly impactful day for the university and for the communities that we serve as we address the proposed items contained within the agenda. The discussions and decisions that will follow represent much more than numbers on a balance sheet. They're programs, disciplines, and communities of colleagues. The numbers represent years of study, hardened work. They represent decisions to come to Nebraska to put down roots and to raise families. And as I have said before, and I will say again many, many times, we cannot cut our way to success. We must grow our way to the extraordinary. And as our board will deliberate and make these choices, I often think about the so-called Stockdale paradox, the concept first described by the late Admiral James Stockdale after being released as a prisoner of war, where he stated that we must confront and deal appropriately with the facts of our current reality while always maintaining absolute faith that we'll prevail, indeed will thrive in the end. I hope that today's meeting becomes a reminder for tomorrow, for a year from tomorrow, and 10 years into the future, that we must continue to find new ways, innovative ways, forward-looking ways to build our future to achieve fiscal strength. We must pursue new investments, extend invitations to new partnerships, and look for fresh and different opportunities to educate our students, to continue our trajectory of innovation, and to serve the people, the communities, and the industries of our state and beyond. I hope that the discussions and actions at this meeting serve as an enduring reminder that today and every day into the future, we must all embrace a solid and sustained ethos based upon the optimism that is the foundation for the ongoing and dynamic strategic growth of our university. Over the last months, there have also been much that gives me this optimism, much that has emphasized strategic growth and new opportunities. We are moving forward on this odyssey to the extraordinary, and I see evidence of that across all of our campuses, evidence that is built upon our strategic framework, our roadwork for our trajectory ahead. The resolutions recognizing the 5 Kudos Award winners and the resolution honoring my colleague and dear friend, General Anthony Cotton, are inspiring as they recognize the amazing individuals who represent the very best of our community and at the same time strengthen and uplift those who we serve together. As an example, as a part of our system-wide strategy, last month the Board of Regents took a historic step by unanimously approving joint institutional accreditation for the University of Nebraska-Lincoln and the University of Nebraska Medical Center. Affirmed by the Higher Learning Commission, this decision strengthens our academic foundation, deepens collaboration, and allows us to tell a more complete and accurate story about the impact of Nebraska's flagship and academic medical center campuses. The joint accreditation aligns us with our Big Ten land-grant and prestigious R1 peers that reflects the full scope of our teaching, research, and engagement, and yet it preserves the distinct missions and cultures of UNL and UNMC while opening new doors for innovation, partnership, and student success. Together, these two legendary institutions can now serve Nebraska with even greater impact. We've also seen continued process across our operational and strategic priorities serving the agricultural community. IANR, or the Institute for Agriculture and Natural Resources, recently launched the Digital Ag DNA Networking and Engagement Series to connect faculty, students, and industry partners who are advancing data-driven agriculture. This initiative builds upon decades-long foundation in digital and precision ag and unites research, teaching, and extension across crop, livestock, and natural resource systems. Nebraska continues to lead the nation in this space with our producers and is firmly at the center of innovation. In Kearney, the new Health Sciences Education Center is now nearing completion and will open early next year. This 110,000 square foot facility, funded through a public-private partnership, will feature state-of-the-art digitally equipped classrooms, advanced simulation labs, and a new pharmacy program through UNMC, bringing professional education opportunities closer to the home for students serving rural Nebraska. At UNMC, engagement and excellence continues to reach far beyond our borders. The university recently hosted the annual visit of the Senator Ben Nelson Fellows, welcoming physicians from Ukraine, physicians who specialize in treating battlefield injuries. And through this exchange, UNMC shared its expertise in training and rehabilitation, extending a partnership that is rooted in compassion and collaboration. These Ukrainian physicians, all of whom I had the pleasure of meeting, many of whom have served literally on the front lines, routinely risk their lives for others every day. They exemplify immeasurable courage and dedication, and their work, in partnership with UNMC, sets a global standard for healthcare leadership. UNO has recently finalized the search, subject to the board approval, for their College of Business Administration dean, with the appointment of Dr. Dupreet Dillon, an internationally respected business educator who received his doctoral degree from the London School of Economics and is ranked internationally as a top leader in business cybersecurity. And that just last month at the Davis Global Center, we finalized testing of the high-speed, high-security 5G network providing interconnectivity for high-resolution holographic images connecting Omaha, Kearney, Grand Island, and others. Let me share a few moments that are truly remarkable about this high-tech experience. Please show the video. One of the things I'm proud of is how we continue to use advanced technology, just like this holographic connection, to bring people together from across the entire state and across our nation.
iExcel was created to improve the quality, safety, and cost of care by transforming the education of healthcare professionals. Applying emerging technologies, iExcel pushes the boundaries to ensure a well-prepared healthcare workforce. With our UNMC subject matter experts, we create experiential and immersive learning tools so individuals and teams can hone skills in realistic simulated medical settings. Because the Davis Global Center opened at the start of the COVID pandemic, several challenges surfaced. Among these was providing crucial and timely training to rural healthcare providers, emergency responders, and communities. Starting with 2D interactive digital walls at each rural training site, cross-state education has played a key role in UNMC's dedication to outreach. Now, faculty in the Davis Global Center can safely and securely transmit themselves as holographs with 3D images of organs and medical equipment while demonstrating procedures, all on our statewide network.
From the very beginning, the Board of Regents and the university made it clear this can't be just for Omaha or Lincoln. Whenever possible, we've got to make sure our rural communities have access to the same world-class tools and technologies available here in the Davis Global Center.
Through the support of the Board of Regents, university leadership, individual donors, and industry collaborators, iExcel continues to forge new and exciting use of evolving technologies to improve the training of healthcare professionals well into the future.
And just to underscore the point, this is the first application of 5G ultra-high-speed encrypted technology other than in the Department of War at any site or any location in the United States. It will truly bring 3D holographic interactive imaging into the classroom, into the healthcare world, and well beyond. And of course, there are many other moments of pride that lift our spirits as well. I don't need to tell this audience that Husker Volleyball has had an undefeated season, captured another Big Ten championship, and continues to represent our state with excellence and heart. And special congratulations to Coach Busboom Kelly, who recently was named the American Volleyball Coaches Association Coach of the Year. So in closing, members of our board and to the broader university family, even amid a rapidly changing national landscape and multiple difficult fiscal realities, these stories remind us of who we are. We are strong, capable, resilient, creative, and determined to serve. So while today is replete with hard discussions and impactful decisions, it is also filled with a sense of purpose. We are confronting our challenges honestly and directly, and at the same time, we are holding tight to our optimism and our faith in the future. And I want to again just close with gratitude. Gratitude for our students, faculty, and staff, and all who believe in the University of Nebraska. Your work, your support, and your belief in this institution make all the difference, and together empower our future. There is much success that is ahead, and I have confidence in our direction, in our mission, and in our people. Together, we will continue on our odyssey to the extraordinary. Regent Kinney, back to you, sir.
Thank you, President Gold. Now we move on to the public comment portion of today's meeting. Standing rules of the board provide that any person or persons may appear and address the Board of Regents on an item that is not on the agenda if the individual provides the corporate secretary at least 24 hours notice. Standing rules further provide that anyone desiring to speak on anything on the agenda for the meeting, regardless of notice, may do so by indicating via sign-in sheet they would like to address the board on a topic that's part of today's agenda. Due to the large number of individuals who wish to speak today, we have asked that you take a number next to your name, and when you signed in, our staff will attempt to organize you so that you're present and ready when your name is called. Each individual will have 3 minutes to address the board. You will notice the clock by the corporate secretary. When you have 45 seconds left, the clock will flash orange. This is a sign it's time to start to wrap up. At 10 seconds left, it will flash red before alerting you that your time is up. Try to make things run smoothly. We will call up person who is next after the person that is speaking. The next in line, please move close to the podium and be ready to go when it's your turn. We have a large number of individuals speaking today, and we will be going straight through. Due to this, we may occasionally have board members get up and leave for a brief period. Please do not take offense. It is simply a necessary break. So we will begin with number 2 is Susan Vanderplas. And Alex Vanderplas, please be number 2.
Hi, my name is Susan Vanderplas, and I'm an associate professor of statistics. Statisticians are usually pretty quiet people. But this semester, I've seen what it takes to get us pissed off. You really just have to come for the data. Over the past 2.5 months, I've made so many new friends on campus. Most people realize the importance of data in helping make good decisions. But these budget cuts are based on data that was analyzed and interpreted badly, which led to bad conclusions. On September 12th, the cuts became public, and a shockwave swept across our field. We had a letter of support from Penn State on Monday, before anybody had reached out to ask for it. And more letters, and more letters, and more letters arrived. The general consensus was, who would be crazy enough to cut statistics in the age of AI? Who indeed? On Tuesday, in Faculty Senate, President Gold addressed the faculty, telling us to grow enrollment, expand new programs, increase grants, and create public-private partnerships. Well, statistics started an undergraduate program in 2022, and we started small, but experience at other universities suggests that it will continue to grow rapidly, if you let it. We have plans for an online master's program that will be even more profitable. And I just got an NSF Career Award, and getting an NSF grant this year was almost an extra award in and of itself. We also just formed a partnership with Bayer to fund a graduate student. So in essence, we're doing everything that we can to make the university successful. We just need enough time to realize those gains. But there's more. We tried to alert the administration to the issues with the analysis. We've had meetings, sent countless emails, given seminars on campus, and no one in administration had ears to hear. We found cross-college savings equivalent to 10 faculty members through consolidating redundant courses. We implemented more efficient instruction by increasing class sizes. All in all, we came up with a savings and increased revenue that more than covers our department's expenses. But no one in administration had ears to hear. Statistics is a vital discipline. Of the 18 schools in the Big Ten, only Oregon doesn't have a stats group on campus, and they're hiring this year. Eliminating statistics will cripple this university. It'll damage its reputation, and it'll make re-entry into the AAU a laughable goal. So today, we make our appeal to you. Please hear us. Please let us start new research projects with the collaborators that we've made friends with this semester. Please let us grow our undergraduate programs in statistics and data science and the minor in digital ag. Please let us help this university reach its potential and rejoin the AAU. And most of all, please give us permission to go back to our offices and play with our data rather than fighting these battles. So please reject the proposal to eliminate the statistics department and its programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex, Robert Seiss, you're number 4.
Hi, my name is Alex. I'm 9 years old, and my mom is a professor at the stats department. I came today because I don't think you should cut programs at UNL. I want to be a paleo artist or a paleontologist when I grow up. That means I need to learn about geography, anatomy, and climates, and biography and art. In 10 years, I'll be ready to go to college. The EES department is where you learn about rocks. My mom says that all scientists need to know a lot about stats so they can do better science. If you cut those departments, how will people at UNL become scientists? These cuts mean that even if we stay in Nebraska, I would have to go to a different college somewhere else. Somewhere that has classes and teachers that will help me learn where to dig up plesiosaurs, mammoths, and spinosauruses. If you cut the departments and degrees at UNL, lots of people will have to leave Nebraska to learn things they want to learn. That means UNL will make less money, and people won't be able to study and still go home to see their families. I guess if my mom gets a job near Chicago, I can go to the Field Museum instead of Moore Hall, but I still don't want to move. I was born in Nebraska, and I have lived there most of my life. I love my school at Blue Stem Montessori. My friends, some of them have parents in other departments that will be cut. That means our community will be torn apart. Your job is to protect the university and make sure it helps Nebraska and Nebraskans like me that want to study rocks and numbers and quilts and weather and other things. Please don't cut the departments at UNL. Preserve them for the future and more Nebraskans, so more Nebraskans can be Huskers.
Thank you, Alex. Robert, you're next. James Hawthorne on deck.
Good morning. My name is Robert Zott. You may remember me from 2 months ago. I urge you again to not cut EIS. I'm originally from Texas. I turned down other offers, including in my home state, to come here. For my master's degree in meteorology, I am the example of the kind of student this university has sought to recruit from out of state. I would have loved next year to pursue my PhD here to teach Nebraskans in meteorology, but with the elimination of EAS, I will be forced to leave this state. This sentiment is shared by many of my peers, as you can hear in the background. This state has worked hard to bring in out-of-state students like me and us to combat brain drain in this state. Cutting EAS would worsen it. Our graduates working at the National Weather Service directly helped save lives when an EF4 recently tore through Elkhorn, Nebraska. Without our department, the future of weather forecasting in Nebraska will be at risk. In eliminating our state's only meteorology program, we will join the ranks of Idaho and Rhode Island, 2 states nowhere near Tornado Alley. This state deserves a high-quality meteorology program. Both Chancellor Bennett and President Gold have made an excellent case to keep EAS. In August, Chancellor Bennett stated that his goal was for UNL to continue its significant return of investment for the state of Nebraska. What is a more significant return than keeping the state safe from violent tornadoes? President Gold, you said even a few minutes ago that you wanted us to join you on the odyssey to extraordinary. What is more extraordinary than having one of the world's only storm-chasing research teams that collects life-saving data that saves Nebraskans on a year-in, year-out basis? No other department at this university, including IANR, conducts research in this field. If our department dies, our research dies with it. We have proposals to keep EAS while also making necessary budget cuts that have been unable to present them because of this rushed and deeply flawed process based on metrics nationally recognized to be severely flawed. The APC noted in October that delaying today's vote will cost nothing to this university. There is no reason to rush this through. Hear us out, please. Choose to be visionary and allow us to present alternatives to repeated cuts. Ask yourself this today. Will this university keep cutting departments until there are no more departments left to cut? I leave you with one final closing thought. Back in 2003, Frank Solich was fired after winning 9 games. The athletic director said that he refused to let the program of Nebraska football gravitate into mediocrity. Today, Nebraskans would dream of the Cornhuskers winning that much. A hasty decision that failed to properly consider the consequences sent the state's most venerated institution into a spiral that it has still not yet recovered from. On your desk today sits another rushed proposal for which the consequences have not been properly considered. Nebraskans will either remember December 5th, 2025, as the day the Board of Regents voted no, stood up for the state, and chose to be visionary, or the day that sent this covered. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Robert. James Hawthorne. Kevin Harana is on deck.
Good morning. My name is James Hawthorne. I'm a veteran of the United States Army, having served in the 3rd Battalion, 15th Infantry, and 1st Battalion, 30th Infantry of the 3rd Infantry Division at Fort Stewart, Georgia. I'm also presently a doctoral student pursuing a PhD in higher education administration here at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. Never in my wildest dreams did I envision that I would be leading the life that I live presently. A product of North Omaha, I grew up just 2 blocks west of Metropolitan Community College, where I now am proud and privileged to serve as a director of TRIO Veterans Upward Bound. It's a grant-funded program that serves military veterans who need assistance pursuing a trade credential or a post-secondary degree. MCC, as many of you know, is the state's largest community college. It serves the breadth and width of the 4-county area, offering academic credentials that truly change the trajectory of lives within our very community. At this moment, I'm struggling. I'm struggling because a flawed plan fueled by a proverbial odyssey of sorts that threatens the future of the very program that has furthered my academic development and the services that I offer our TRIO scholars is under attack. Using Dr. Gold's own words, the day is replete with hard discussions that must be had, and I think we must understand the fact that this proposed budget cut will directly impact the professional development of educational administration scholars such as myself. It should be noted that Chancellor Bennett, when he first arrived, promised that there would be this thing called shared governance that I've learned a bit about in my studies, but we have yet to see it. When ODI was under attack, it's interesting to note that Chancellor Bennett did not show up at one of the meetings that was held where he was to speak to students. Instead, he sent a representative from his office. EDAD directly enriches the leadership of community college leaders such as myself. And I want to note this. What began at MCC as one TRIO program, TRIO Student Support Services, has expanded to 4 TRIO programs. So we now have TRIO Student Support Services, Student Support Services ESL, UBMS, Upward Bound Math and Science, and Veterans Upward Bound. All this occurred under the guidance of Dr. Cynthia Gooch Grayson, who is a proud alum of the EDAD program. The current Vice President of Student Services, Dr. Maria Vasquez, is an EDAD alum. There are also other countless EDAD alum who have come through this very important and much needed program. I am requesting that you further the academic preparation of educational administration scholars, such as myself, by voting against this budget, this flawed vision that will directly harm and impact the preparation of P20 leaders here within this state. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, James. Kevin, you're up. And Jack Odowski is on deck. Jack.
I'm Kevin Hanrahan, Chair of the Academic Planning Committee at UNL, otherwise known as the APC. I'm here representing the faculty and staff members of the APC. I'd like to put the APC's concern in the form of a story. Imagine UNL is a family farm. In farming, the work never ends. The farm workers are harvesting and preparing for the next season. For years, they've been frugal. They've trimmed costs, delayed maintenance and upgrades. They've cut the fat. Now they're faced with a financial situation. Crop prices have plummeted. They have to sell tractors, combines, and sprayers and cut people on the farm that get the work done to make ends meet. They're leaving crops in the field unharvested. The livestock aren't getting fed, and money gets tighter and tighter. But there's a twist. The family also owns 2 smaller farms. Instead of strengthening their main farm, the one that feeds the family and most of the community, they are pulling resources from it to support those smaller farms. The result, the main farm struggles and the future is at risk. That is where UNL is today because of these cuts. Rejoining the American Association of Universities is a primary goal shared by both you, the Board of Regents, and the faculty and staff of the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. The UNL faculty and staff are well aware of the importance of a balanced budget. We must be good stewards of the taxpayers' money, and we have been. But this proposal doesn't eliminate frivolous departments. It eliminates serious fields of study that are very important to our AAU aspirational peers and that have significant impacts on the agricultural community in Nebraska and thus the state's economy. Regardless of how you look at the data, one clear fact remains. Support for UNL, the flagship land-grant university, has lagged behind every other office in the NU system. And that reflects a set of priorities that are inconsistent with regaining AAU status. If we are truly serious about achieving our shared goal of regaining AAU status, then we must all commit to serious and substantive investments in UNL. Nebraska's future depends upon the strength of its flagship land-grant university. Right now, we're not trimming fat, we're cutting the muscle that powers research, innovation, and opportunity for the people of Nebraska. We do not have to choose between serving the state as the flagship land-grant university and national distinction. We can have both, but that will require investing in the flagship land-grant university, not cannibalizing it. Because of duplicative programs across the system and unfunded mandates, UNL, the main farm that feeds the family, struggles. We ask you to partner with us for strategies that are focused, data-driven, and sustained for the next decade to reach AAU status, so that we can serve both the state as a flagship land-grant university and achieve national distinction. That will make us truly extraordinary. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Jack, you're up, and Bhaskar Bhattacharya.
Good morning. My name is Jack Wodowski, and I'm an undergraduate student here at UNL, and I'm currently in a secondary social studies educational program. Now, I'm here today because I'm a little upset, I'm going to be honest. I'm a member of the student advisory board there, and we've had some conversations with our dean and also with Mark Button over there, the interim vice chancellor, and we asked him, why are these departments being cut, and specifically, why is the Department of Educational Administration being cut? And the answer we got was unsatisfactory, I would say. And he basically summed it up as, well, everybody else in the state has an educational administration department, so what's the point in having it at UNL if it's going to be cheaper to obtain an educational administration degree at those other colleges? And I may have butchered that just a little bit, but that is the sentiment that we were getting. And from my understanding, the educational administration department at UNL is a little bit different than a number of the other educational administration programs around the state, because they are adhering to this principle of an R1 institution and conducting a wide number of groundbreaking and revolutionary researches. They're researching, which is something that is not being done at these other educational administration departments. And I ask, what is the point in cutting the cutting edge? What is the point in removing innovation from our University of Nebraska system? What is the point of cutting the researchers if we're just going to rely on data that is non-informed, that is coming from other colleges to support the development of future leaders of Nebraska educational administration, to support the development of future leaders of our school districts, of our colleges, of our community colleges? I see this as a problem. And to be honest, if I knew that the Department of Educational Administration would have been removed, we wouldn't be here by the time I would be graduating and looking into graduate programs in my near future, I don't think that I would have attended UNL, because it is comforting as an undergraduate student to be able to go to an institution get an undergraduate degree, get a graduate degree, maybe even a PhD one day. But that's just not something that I really see as possible if we're going to be cutting the future of educators, if we're going to be cutting the soul out of what we're doing as educators. Teachers can only have a certain amount of impact in their communities, and it's really up to those administrators that have been predominantly educated here at UNL to guide that mission statement. And if we're removing that from UNL, I just don't really see a future here for us. So I ask you to please keep the Educational Administration Department here at UNL. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Bhaskar and Cheryl Fritz, you're on deck, please.
Good morning, Regents. My name is Bhaskar Bhattacharya. I am the head of the Department of Statistics that is proposed to be eliminated. My proposal creates a unified Department of Statistics and Biostatistics which meets the required UNL reduction and advances the One NU vision. Nebraska's economic future is tied directly to the bioeconomy, which is agriculture, biotechnology, biomanufacturing, water and natural resources, and health data science. Statistics is the analytical foundation of this entire ecosystem. Eliminating the UNL Department of Statistics would significantly weaken the statewide research capacity, jeopardize federal funding competitiveness, and position Nebraska as a national outlier. Nearly all Big Ten and AAU institutions maintain dedicated statistics departments. Elimination would signal a retreat from core scientific capacity at a time when peers are expanding analytics infrastructure. My proposal offers a stronger, future-focused alternative. Merge UNL Statistics and UNMC Biostatistics into a unified Department of Statistics and Biostatistics, aligned with the university's new One NU model and joint accreditation. This merger achieves the required UNL reductions, preserves essential capacity, and strengthens NU system-wide. It meets the 1.75 million UNL permanent reduction requirement through faculty attrition, 12-month to 9-month conversions, administrative consolidation, instructional efficiencies, and operating reductions, and has no reliance on UNMC funds. The regents face not a binary choice between elimination and the status quo, but a compelling third option, a unified Department of Statistics and Biostatistics that meets the required UNL reductions and advances the One NU vision. Wisconsin, Cornell, Clemson, and Kentucky have already done this merger successfully. Finally, I have offered to step back from my role as department head to a 9-month appointment and resign my leadership role to help maintain this critical asset for Nebraska and advance the One NU vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl, you're up, and Don Kopaz is on deck.
Good morning. I'm Sherry Fritz, the George Holmes Professor of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences and Biological Sciences. I'm also a newly elected member of the National Academy of Sciences, which is the highest honor for a scientist short of a Nobel Prize. I grew up in Washington, D.C. I was educated in Minnesota, and I've been at UNL for 26 years. 2 weeks ago, you, the Regents, voted to merge UNL and UNMC for accreditation purposes, which I fully support. And the major motivation for this merger is to enable UNL to be more competitive on the national stage, and many of you made public statements in support of this strategy. I'm well connected with the U.S. national scientific community, and I can assure you that these proposed departmental eliminations are not playing well on the national stage and are not consistent with your vote of 2 weeks ago. The proposal from the Chancellor is severely damaging the university's national reputation, in large part because some of the cuts defy common sense about what a flagship land-grant institution in the Great Plains ought to be supporting. A land-grant university ought to make major decisions about how to structure the university and manage its budgets based on the needs of the state and its citizens. What expertise does Nebraska need to plan for tornadoes and severe storms, or to manage the quality and quantity of its groundwater resources? What does the state need to develop its critical mineral resources and explore new hydrogen sources? What does the state need to train its citizens and teachers in stewarding our physical environment? The UNL administration has produced no serious evidence that they considered these issues in the proposed budget cuts, and their statements about UNL being able to retain sufficient expertise in geology and atmospheric sciences without EAS are misleading at best. If you want to maintain Nebraska's stature nationally and our prospects for future AAU accreditation, certainly grant dollars matter. But you also need to show the nation that Nebraska makes decisions that foster academic excellence, that are forward-looking, and that advance the state and the nation. Current programs in geology and meteorology at UNL have been regionally, nationally, and internationally recognized for decades, and eliminating EAS will surely damage the university and Nebraska's stature, and also diminish the ability of Nebraska to meet current and future challenges as well as opportunities. I urge you to reject the Chancellor's proposed budget cuts and to engage the UNL community in designing a flagship university within budget constraints. Many of us have spent decades of our lives dedicated to UNL in Nebraska, and we're fully committed to the university's success. Please make a bold play and give us the chance to help UNL and Nebraska move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Dawn, you're up, and Thomas Fear is on deck.
Hi, my name is Dawn Kopaz. I'm an associate professor of practice in the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences. I've been at UNL for over 8 years. I'm here because the rationale you were given is incorrect and misleading. First, this process was cruel and lacked transparency. Students were informed of the proposal by email, many while alone. They have asked what it means for their futures, but administrators have provided no answers. The few details you have been given far exceeds what they have been told. Uncertainty has created stress and anxiety. Students have shared that their mental health and course performance have suffered. Such disregard for our students is shameful. Second, this has been rushed and short-sighted. EAS offers the only meteorology programs and the only geology graduate program in the state. Our programs are more than coursework. They provide field experiences and hands-on learning that cannot be replicated elsewhere. National Weather Service jobs require full bachelor's degrees meeting government standards, and geology licensure demands a comprehensive degree. Yet we've been told that the plan is to use substitutions, waivers, and minors as a path to degree completion. This is not a plan. Nebraska employers told the APC they rely on our graduates. Eliminating EAS means Nebraska loses the ability to train its own workforce, driving employers to seek geoscience expertise out of state. A few faculty cannot provide the comprehensive curriculum, fieldwork, and experiential learning required for industry and government jobs. Our students won't be marketable. As one student put it, I will not be changing my major, so if I am not able to finish a full in-depth education, I will be leaving Lincoln. Third, the costs have not been considered. Administrators assume 85% of EAS undergraduates will stay at UNL. We asked our students their plans. Nearly 60% already plan to leave UNL, a tuition loss of well over $800,000. A conservative estimate considering that over 1/3 of our undergraduates pay non-resident tuition. You've been told that EAS has only 29 admitted students for next fall. In fact, we have 73, and most of our current students chose UNL specifically for EAS programs. Without EAS, UNL risks losing the tuition revenue of these new students over their academic careers of at least $2.5 million. Graduate students amplify this loss. 77% of EAS master's students plan to leave UNL if this proposal goes through, including 6 who plan to or considered staying for their PhD, hurting UNL's competitiveness for AAU readmission. Eliminating EAS will not save money. It will cost us students, tuition dollars, and research capacity and expertise that serves Nebraska. I ask you to protect the future of UNL and Nebraska and vote no on eliminating EAS. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Thomas, you're up. Adam Houston, you're on deck.
Hello, my name is Thomas Spohr, and I'm a first-year PhD student in statistics from Bennington, Nebraska. While I went out of state for my undergraduate degree in math for athletic reasons, I came back to Nebraska for an MA in mathematics from UNL. Over the last summer, I completed an internship in Snyder, Nebraska at Smeal Fire Apparatus, where I used my data analysis skills to monitor vendor quality. My analysis skills resulted in gained profitability for the plant and contributed to a company-wide quarterly bonus for all employees. Because of this success, I was offered a high-paying job from this company, but instead opted to come to UNL for a PhD in statistics in hopes of returning to the Nebraska job market much better prepared to optimize, improve, and develop enhanced procedures for Nebraska-based companies. A PhD in statistics would give me the necessary quantitative training to transform into extraordinary data scientist for a company such as Smeal's. Though the university leadership has assured students like myself avenues forward to completing my PhD, they have not been transparent about the faculty I'd be working with, and given the department's elimination, the faculty I plan on working with would not be here. Hope is not a plan, and with the opaqueness of the teach-out program, absence of graduate funding, and overall uncertainty of the quality education I would receive, I'd be forced to transfer somewhere else to complete my PhD. As someone with intentions of starting a family soon and my fiance becoming an established healthcare provider in this new location, going somewhere else for a PhD in statistics would likely lead to leaving the state forever. I don't want to be another person who contributes to brain drain, where highly educated individuals leave Nebraska for opportunities elsewhere that plagues our state. I chose the PhD program in statistics because I want to get involved with the department's research. I have a special interest in experimental design, where I analyze the best way to obtain data from agricultural experience to better produce crop yields. My dream is to obtain a doctoral degree in statistics from the university and move back to my fiance's farm near West Point, Nebraska. My goal is to pursue an occupation and company creating superior methodologies to gain better yields for farmers and improve profitability in the agricultural sector. I am a proud native Nebraskan. I love this state. This university system has afforded me the opportunity to obtain a master's degree. My pickup line in my fiance and I's relationship was, "Are you from Nebraska?" I have a picture sitting on my dresser that I look at every morning of the final Big 12 game between Colorado and Nebraska of me and my dad when I was 10 years old. I am asking you to reconsider these cuts for the future of my family, the economic future of this state, and the academic well-being of this university. Thank you for your public service, your time, and your consideration.
Thank you, Thomas. Adam, you're up, and John Strader, you're on deck.
Good morning. My name is Adam Houston. I'm a professor of atmospheric science in the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Science. I've been here for 20 years. Despite the proposal of the Chancellor and the executive leadership team to eliminate the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences, it appears they do understand and appreciate the value of research conducted in the department. I know this because they've identified several of us whom they wish to retain so that we can continue our research successes. What's not clear is how they envision this happening. Without a graduate program into which we recruit students to do much of the work of our research groups, without students that we take into the field to help us collect the observational data sets that support research and advancements that ultimately improve the lives of Nebraskans, how does this happen? No one has been able to explain this to me. If the university eliminates the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences, they will eliminate all of this research revenue. All the tuition dollars from students who came to UNL because of these unique experiential learning opportunities, all the positive media exposure that UNL receives from our high-profile activities, and all the value and impact that this research affords. If you vote to eliminate the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences, it all goes away. I also think the Chancellor and executive leadership team understand and appreciate the value of the meteorology climatology major and its graduates and their positive impact on Nebraska. I know this because in their final proposal, they claim that, quote, select courses supporting federal requirements for meteorology careers and the undergraduate minors in meteorology and geology will continue to be offered, end quote. However, despite this apparent acknowledgement, a minor will not satisfy the federal requirements for meteorologists. Without a UNL meteorology climatology major, there won't be any UNL graduates like the ones our program currently trains who can work as meteorologists for the federal government. There are no other academic programs anywhere in the state that can train meteorologists to work for the federal government. So if you vote to eliminate the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences, there won't be any new Nebraska-trained meteorologists working for the National Weather Service, saving the lives of Nebraskans. If you vote to eliminate the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences, it all goes away. I am genuinely worried about the future of UNL. I worry that the university left in the wake of these eliminations will have been damaged beyond repair. If this proposal goes through, you will have sent a very clear message to the nation. And that message is not that you're being fiscally responsible or that you're capable of making difficult personnel decisions that others have been too weak to make. The real messages are, number one, UNL students cannot trust that the academic programs they came to UNL specifically to join will be around through their graduation. Number two, tenure doesn't matter regardless of how hard you work and how successful you are. And number three, alumni cannot trust the university to manage their contributions in a way that honors their legacy. But you have the opportunity to reverse course, to give us the chance to attempt to rebuild the reputational damage that has been done to this university that we have served and promoted for decades. Give us this chance. Don't throw it all away. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. John Schrader. Clayton Knapp, you're on deck.
Good morning, and thank you all for your dedication and hard work. I'm John Schrader, the president of the Faculty Senate at the University of Nebraska's flagship in Lincoln. In that role, I'm here to support my brothers and sisters who have spoken and who will speak in the coming hours, asking you to find ways to mitigate the damage that will be done with further dismantling on our campus. The following thoughts I'm sharing with you are as a member of the faculty, a native Nebraskan, and a graduate of this university. I want you to imagine what this university will look like in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. Decisions you make today and in the coming months will help paint that picture. Imagine what this university could be and should be. We're being told regularly, and again today, that we need to grow. I agree with that. To get better, we need to grow to be economically viable. We have no choice but to grow. We're all here, all of us. This room is full of people who love this university. We believe in its mission, its values, its goodness. Imagine what this university would be if everybody felt like they belonged. The farmers and ranchers, the students from small towns and big cities, the economically challenged from small towns and big cities. Imagine what it would be like if we all felt like we belonged. Rich and poor, tall and short, man and woman, people who self-identify as they, people from the LGBTQ community, African Americans, Latinos, Asians, Native Americans, international students, out-of-state students, our future lawyers, doctors, educators, engineers, entrepreneurs, taxpayers. Imagine if we could spend all of our time finding ways to make this university better and more inviting place for everybody, and less time scrubbing websites, rewriting bylaws and policies, and rewriting executive memos. Imagine if we opened our arms, what a more vibrant and dynamic and richer experience it would be for all students who yearn to learn, who want social mobility, who want a better life. We all do, for our children and our grandchildren. On that, I think we all agree. This place, this university, higher education is where those kinds of things happen. Imagine if our doors were open to everyone. So in 2030 or 2035 or 2045, we wouldn't be wondering what happened back in 2025, why we had to come back here again and again and again to cut. Imagine if you ask people to be here, we make them feel at home. We offer everyone great programs, a bright future, and a safe space. We're growing and strong. What a fabulous legacy you would leave to the people of Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Clayton, you're up. Ross Secord is on deck.
Good morning, Regents. Thank you for your service. I'm Clay Ferris Knapp, a retired science writer and former nonprofit executive director. You are approaching the defining moment of your service. Of course, your fiduciary duty matters, but your highest calling is to higher education. Before amputating vital limbs from our flagship institution, you must explore every alternative. Only then can you say you've done your utmost for the University of Nebraska. A university exists to research, teach, and award degrees in every area of knowledge worth having. Every program on the list has worth, but eliminating earth and atmospheric sciences, fundamental sciences that we need to protect and grow Nebraska's agricultural economy, would be to declare that we're no longer serious about being a university. I assume that you've read Professor Bonnie Fox Garrity's analysis. Among the indisputable data of the past 6 years, administrative salaries rose by 32%, teaching salaries by just 5%. The number of admin staff went up by 8%. Teaching staff fell by 8%. This isn't so much a financial crisis as a priorities crisis. To approve the chancellor's cuts would set us up to be mocked across the country. Let me offer a just and practical alternative. Our Nebraska legislature operates part year. A growing number of faculty serve on 9-month contracts. If we must cut, why not furlough the administration for a few months of the year? It would be disruptive. It would be painful, maybe even awkward. But it would be survivable and reversible, unlike eliminating university departments that took decades to build. Done right, it would balance the budget, preserve the university, and fulfill the duty that you are here to discharge. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Clayton. Ross, you're up. Andrea Bosch, you're on deck.
Well, good morning. My name is Ross Secord. I'm an associate professor in Earth and Atmospheric Sciences. I'm a geologist and a paleontologist, and I've been at UNL for 17 years. I think the elimination of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences is short-sighted and would be a huge mistake, resulting in damage to UNL's reputation, as you've heard from others, a loss of students, and a loss of revenue. The process used by the Chancellor's Office to target programs for elimination was highly flawed. The numbers used to identify the department as low performing were not reproducible by us nor by the Department of Statistics. Major problems there. The process was not transparent and did not involve adequate input from UNL faculty, and as such, lacked in shared governance. The Academic Planning Committee recognized these problems and recommended against the department's elimination, but their recommendation was not followed by the Chancellor. The subsequent vote of no confidence by the Faculty Senate underscores the flawed nature of the process used to identify programs for elimination. Because of the highly problematic nature of the process, the most prudent decision by the board would be to vote against the cut to Earth and Atmospheric Sciences, or minimally to allow more time to reevaluate the data used, and consider alternatives to elimination, such as a merger with another unit. This was a rushed process, and there was not time to make serious considerations of mergers. Proposed mergers were not fully explored because of the short timeline. The Academic Planning Committee recommended delaying any program cuts to allow for development of viable alternatives. They emphasized that with more time, creative, collaborative, and revenue-increasing solutions could be identified, as other institutions have done under similar circumstances. But the Academic Planning Committee's recommendations were not followed by the Chancellor. Importantly, as stated by the Chancellor's office, the $6.5 million gained by cutting academic programs is above and beyond the amount needed to close the ongoing structural deficit at UNL. Of the $27.5 million in budget cuts, $21 million is needed to close the structural deficit, which is met without eliminating any departments. The remaining $6.5 million, in the words of the Chancellor's office, is meant to help safeguard against repetitive budget reduction cycles. Therefore, this cut does not need to be made at this time. The Academic Planning Committee concluded
Thank you. Your
that
3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. Andrea, you're up. Mindy Searles is on deck.
Good morning. My name is Andrea Bache. I am an associate professor in the Department of Agronomy and Horticulture, and I want to share with you my perspective from a department that might appear less affected because these cuts will ripple across the entire university. When I started in my role in 2017, I felt invested in. I had a research startup, I had staff to help with administrative tasks, we had teaching support. And now it's different. Every year of my 8 years, it has gotten harder and harder to do my job well. Incremental cuts have already lost us staff and teaching support, and now we're staring down more rescission cuts, the loss of senior faculty and their institutional knowledge, and as my colleagues and I watch the potential elimination of faculty positions, many of us, especially my colleagues who are pre- and non-tenure track, feel unsafe in our roles. We're worried for a future that has less support and more responsibility. And over many conversations the last months, I feel a collective grief, anger, frustration amongst my colleagues, and it's really hard to bring our best to our students and stakeholders in such an environment. From my position, I see clearly how these cuts weaken our land-grant mission. My department relies on sound guidance from our statisticians. The reputational and real damage of such brain drain will make us far less competitive for the large grants expected of an AAU institution. And it is unthinkable to consider the loss of experience of weather, climate, hydrology. We rely on them to make sure we can raise profitable crops and to sustain our aquifer. I don't think I need to remind anyone that our productivity and our ag economy is dependent on groundwater. The Department of Textiles supports the development of new uses for Nebraska crops. Education administration trains the leaders who support our undergraduate students. In my department, many of them come from the state. Ripple effects, I want you to understand. And as a point of comparison, I have watched all these years with pride closely as our women's volleyball team thrives. I believe it's because of community support, administrative investment, leaders taking bold risks to set world records. I listen to what the girls say. The coaches value their input, and they bring us positive national and international attention. Now, what I want you to know is I'm asking you for you to show that same investment in us on the academic side, not more cuts. Show us support, value our experience, and we will continue to be the economic engine that drives this state and that stops exporting young people. Disinvest in us, continue the cuts, ignore our input at your peril. These cuts will contribute to a downward spiral of faculty, staff, and student brain drain. And I urge you, reject the cuts. Have chutzpah, have courage, have creativity, be the leaders that you were all elected to be to steward the precious
Thank you.
resource
Your 3
of
minutes
our
are up. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Mindy, you're up. Dylan, you're in. You're on deck.
Good morning. My name is Mindy Searles. I've been a faculty member at EAS for 15 years. I want to thank you for your attention today. The recommendation to eliminate EAS rests on metrics and financial analysis that are deeply flawed. You were told that EAS has negative values on most research and teaching metrics. But when you look closely, 15 of the 17 scores were statistically insignificant, indicating that performance is on par with other UNL departments, not underperforming. Even more troubling is the underlying data contains documented errors. Faculty numbers for EAS were inflated, artificially lowering every per-faculty metric. Our citations were undercounted by an order of magnitude. And over $5.3 million in grant funding was excluded from the data set. Additionally, academic analytics compares EAS to what can only be considered ghost programs. For example, neither the University of Pittsburgh nor the University of Arizona's Department of Planetary Science contain atmospheric science programs. Yet they are listed as our peers in the calculations. No high-stakes decision, especially program elimination, should rest on data that is unverified, biased, and statistically insignificant. Equally important is what was left out, our revenue. EAS courses generate $2.6 million in tuition annually. And over the last decade, EAS faculty have brought in nearly $90 million in external grants. 31 of these grants, totaling $17.6 million, are currently active. At a conservative 25% F&A rate, those active grants alone generate more than $1.5 million a year. This revenue disappears if EAS is eliminated. It also does not consider the loss of direct costs, such as tuition for graduate research assistants. None of this revenue appears in the budget analysis. To quote a colleague in economics, investment decisions need to be based on both cost and benefits, not just costs. Given that our revenue is greater than our state-aided budget, eliminating EAS makes the structural deficit worse, not better. Finally, I'm deeply concerned with what this signals to our peers. If UNL makes high-stakes academic decisions on incomplete and flawed data, it undermines our credibility in the AAU and in the Big Ten. As President Gold stated in his opening remarks, you can't cut your way to excellence. I respectfully urge you to reject the elimination of EAS. Thank you.
Thank you, Mindy. Dylan, you're up. Jason Wagner, you're on deck.
Good morning. My name is Dylan DeRyan. I'm an alumni of this university. I'm going to pivot a little bit from the conversation that's been had so far into our university's direction with the NIL and all of the corporations that we're partnering with, and just want to really just raise an awareness to what we can do and what we're doing with these companies. I walk into the stadium now, and all I see is advertisements. I argue that none of these things are actually in line with our tradition and helping the overall fan experience. I really hope that we can sit down and partner with these companies in a way that's going to bring actual revenue to our university and to our athletes, and provide that funding to make us one of the great atmospheres in college football again. I truly think that we have some of the most passionate fans in the whole nation, and when I walk into that stadium now, I feel like we're flat and we don't have that same excitement as we used to, and it comes from these corporations coming in and saying that they're partnering with us, but they truly don't have our best interest in mind. Our best advertisement we have in the stadium is the Nebraska hand warmer, Runzas. But when you walk around the stadium, there's not a Runza to be found. So I just want to urge us to be cautious with these companies and hope that we can somehow work with them to actually provide our teams, our players with brand deals and revenue that's actually going to benefit our university and not make us one that has no identity. Thank you. Go Big Red.
Thanks, Dylan. Jason, you're up. And Aaron Hacker is on deck.
Good morning. I'm Jason Wagner. I graduated from EAS with a bachelor's in geology in 1997. After getting my master's at University of Idaho, I began working for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Omaha District. For the first 6 years, I traveled the country with our drill crews, performing geotechnical investigations for military construction and civil works projects all over the country. I attribute my success working in the field and getting where I am today to my education and experiences at EAS. My experiences traveling on field trips and field camp, including measuring section, mapping outcrops, and being exposed to a significant amount of the country's geology, helped prepare me for the workforce. After 24 years with the Corps, I am now the district geologist. I supervise a group of 30 geologists, geophysicists, and drillers. We perform geotechnical investigations in support of this country's infrastructure, including dams, levees, and military installations. I'm also on the EAS Alumni Advisory Board and have been on the board since 2013. I have found the connection to EAS and the alumni to be a critical tool in recruiting new hires. Those connections have helped me hire 3 EAS alumni over the last 5 years. Hiring, especially in the government, is difficult. EAS gives me a local hiring option that makes all the difference. Nationwide, there's a shortage of qualified geologists. As our infrastructure gets older, the ability to hire qualified geologists will become critical here in Nebraska and nationwide. I have read the EAS response to the APC document dated 10th of October and the APC's recommendation to the Chancellor. I find it appalling that the Chancellor would completely ignore the recommendations of the APC, given the outpouring of support and facts that clearly oppose the Chancellor's plan to eliminate EAS. Clearly, the Chancellor did not consider the APC recommendations or EAS response to the proposed cuts. As noted by both of the above-mentioned documents, if UNL is going to retain its status as an R1 university and have a chance at rejoining the AAU, key core programs such as geology and meteorology must be retained. All the Big Ten universities have a geology department of some sort. If you cut EAS, you are giving our competitors an advantage in the earth and atmospheric sciences that makes absolutely no sense, considering the need for these disciplines within Nebraska and the region. EAS donors have contributed over $17 million through the foundation over 83 active funds. This income continues to fund student field trips, field camps, scholarships, conferences, a computer lab, and many other improvements over the years. We would like to continue this effort funding EAS students into the future. What will happen to our funds earmarked specifically for this department? If eliminated, I think I can speak for many of us that graduated from EAS. If the department is eliminated, why would we continue to support the university? We would not. As the Board of Regents, you have the ability to stop this cut and save this department. After the 10th of October hearing, the APC voted to keep and maintain EAS. Why have the Academic Planning Committee if the Chancellor and the Board of Regents are not going to follow their recommendations? Do your due diligence and do the right thing. Keep EAS.
Thank you, Jason. Aaron, you're up. Richard Kettler is on deck.
Good morning, and thank you for your time today. My name is Erin Hacker, and I'm an Associate Professor of Hydrogeology in EAS with a research focus on groundwater modeling. Obviously, Earth and Atmospheric Sciences isn't all groundwater. The department offers broad expertise to students. We can date archaeological sites with optically stimulated luminescence. We can identify damaging hailstorms using cross-polarimetric radar. EAS has a true commitment to experiential learning and incredible job placement post-graduation. 95% of our graduates get work in their field. Even if the department were underperforming, which it's demonstrably not, it would be disturbingly short-sighted to get rid of it. For my part, I know Nebraskans care about where their groundwater comes from, where it's going, how long it's going to last. Right now, if a student wants to learn the principles of groundwater flow, they must take my groundwater geology class. Undergraduates and graduate students in geology, engineering, and natural resources all come to this course. I've had to move it to a larger room. Certainly there are other hydrogeologists at UNL because water is important to the state. When the Board of Regents is told that, quote, faculty expertise in geology and meteorology exists within the Institute of Agriculture and Natural Resources, this is one of the areas the administration is talking about. But what classes will students take without my department? Not groundwater geology, not groundwater modeling. How will civil engineers graduate without coursework on groundwater flow to wells? Who will serve on students' committees? There is no plan to provide this critical educational training, and no one else in the current system that can provide it. My expectation is that if Earth and Atmospheric Sciences is eliminated, other programs will need to hire faculty in analogous roles to maintain critical research and particularly teaching needs. Hiring is an expensive proposition. It's true in the private sector, and it's doubly true in academia, where there's an expectation of startup funds for any competitive offer. On October 5th of this year, NU President Jeffrey Gold wrote in an op-ed, "Every Nebraskan knows the value of water. It sustains our communities, nourishes our farms, and is key for our economic prosperity. Protecting it isn't just good practice, it's our shared responsibility for Nebraska's future. That is why the University of Nebraska, as part of its land-grant mission, is so deeply engaged in water research, education, and outreach." End quote. It was in service of these ideals that my colleagues and I submitted an $8 million proposal last August to model groundwater and nitrate in Nebraska's subsurface, a project that, if funded, is at risk because of these proposed cuts. Earth sciences and atmospheric sciences are so important that much of the expertise would end up being rebuilt piecemeal at great expense after incalculable damage to alumni relationships. While we rebuild, universities in other states will happily accept the students, which is to say future alumni and donors, and conduct the research, which is to say earn the research awards and write the papers that would otherwise have been a credit to our beloved institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Richard, you're up. And Clint Rowe is on deck.
My name is Richard Kettler. I'm a faculty member in EAS, and I've been at UNL for over 35 years. I grew up on a small farm in Wisconsin, and my parents worried about my ability to find a job in geology. They didn't know any geologists, and they didn't know anyone who knew any geologists. I retained that sense that being employable was important, and I still consider the most important student outcome to be whether graduates have productive careers in fields that they enjoy. Unfortunately, none of the metrics used in this process address student success. None examine student employment after graduation, the quality of graduate programs that students eventually go on to, or national recognition received by those students, whether here or elsewhere. The employment data collected by the university are imprecise and basically useless. We've submitted employment data that we've collected to you through the corporate secretary. Those data list all graduates from our department for the last 15 years and what we know about their initial and current positions. Out of the 505 students listed, we have information on 434, or 86%. And of those 434, over 95% are employed in positions relevant to their degree at UNL. Our students continue their education in graduate school, find work with environmental consulting firms or media outlets, and staff the myriad state and federal agencies that employ earth and atmospheric scientists. Many of our graduates have gone on to successful academic careers, training the next generation of geologists and earth atmospheric scientists. All these alumni are using the training gained at UNL to perform their jobs. One metric related to student success mentioned in the proposal is student retention, an area where we supposedly struggle. Many students are not prepared for the cognate math and science requirements of atmospheric science and geology. Atmospheric science is basically applied math and physics, and believe it or not, geology relies on math, chemistry, physics, and biology. Unlike many Big Ten universities, UNL is not oversubscribed and is therefore not as selective. We think that everybody deserves a chance, but the fact is not everybody is ready to complete one of these degrees now. Jobs that involve real-time monitoring and interpretation of atmospheric and earth science data often bear heavily on public safety and welfare. We make no apologies for having high standards, and we believe our graduates are the beneficiaries of that approach. A recent NBC poll reported that 2/3 of Americans believe that a 4-year college degree is not worth the cost because people often graduate without specific job skills and with a large amount of debt to pay off. I find it astounding that NU is considering cutting programs whose students succeed in their chosen fields and provides those students with a real return on the tuition dollars they've invested. I ask you to oppose the proposal to eliminate EAS.
Thank you, Richard. Clint, you're up, and Kyra Montel is on deck.
Good morning. My name is Clint Rowe. I am the chair of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences. I've been on the faculty at UNL for 40 years. The proposal from the UNL chancellor to close EAS will not save the university money. But that's not what I'm here to speak about. Others are speaking on that topic. My reason to stand here today is to inform you about the damage that this proposal will do, and in fact is already doing, to the reputation of the entire University of Nebraska system, all 4 campuses. As this board is certainly aware, its bylaws allow for the termination of faculty with continuous appointment, that is tenure, for only 3 reasons other than retirement. Adequate cause, which has not been claimed and could not be, financial exigency, which has not been declared by this board, or the bona fide discontinuance of a program or department. Now, why does tenure matter? The benefits to faculty are apparent. The benefits to the university are less often discussed, but are many and important. The prospect of tenure helps the university attract the best and the brightest. Moreover, faculty, especially once tenured, have great loyalty to the institution and its long-term success, helping it and its students to grow and prosper. There is also a financial benefit of tenure for the university, as many prospective faculty, particularly in STEM fields, are more than willing to accept lower salaries than they might earn in industry in exchange for the stability offered by tenure. Tenure is a job benefit that is free to the university and highly valued by its employees. When Chancellor Bennett announced his budget plan, he singled out EAS for different treatment than the other departments proposed for elimination. The Chancellor's plan includes the selective retention of several EAS faculty,
and those faculty were contacted even before the plan was announced publicly, and certainly prior to any decision you make today. Terminating some tenured faculty while retaining other tenured, tenure track, and non-tenured faculty means that this proposal is not a bona fide program elimination and is a clear end run around the tenure system. This will have consequences for many years to come as the NU system seeks to hire faculty at any of its campuses. Faculty around the nation will advise their students to bypass open positions at NU if tenure is so cavalierly discarded. NU will not be able to hire the best and the brightest, as they will undoubtedly have career opportunities at institutions that fully respect the tenure system. The UNL Chancellor is asking this board to violate its own bylaws concerning elimination of tenure faculty, and this proposal should not be accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Clint. Kyra, you're up. Matt Yerkel is on deck. Matt.
Hi, my name is Kyra Montel. I'm an out-of-state sophomore geology major at UNL. I've known since kindergarten that I've wanted to be a geologist. When the time came to look for a college, I had a list of 3 out-of-state colleges: Nebraska, Arkansas, and Oklahoma, that all had amazing geology programs. After weighing my options, I made the best decision of my life and chose the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. Unfortunately, when I visited campus, I did not get to actually meet any professors due to the college not sharing that EAS students were interested in the department. Without the department being told of the visits, students do not get that one-on-one interaction that encourages them to stay. As a result, my mom resorted to talking to her geology and engineering coworkers about me having chosen UNL. They had an overwhelmingly positive response and claimed I would receive an amazing education here. On top of this, they mentioned all the amazing opportunities outside of the class, namely research, clubs, and internships. I and plenty of other students have taken advantage of this by joining the offered clubs and becoming officers of them. I have also received 2 paid internships in my short time here, just a small percentage of the opportunities at UNL. Through all of these opportunities, you also gain professional connections that allow UNL EAS students to get jobs in the near future. My mom's coworkers from across the states also said that they love hiring out of UNL, and it is competitive to get an EAS student. It is safe to say that the general public and professional opinion of EAS is outstanding. You are ruining UNL's national reputation permanently if you eliminate the department. No one will recommend this college to their students with well-regarded programs in crisis unnecessarily. Nebraska will not be well represented in national organizations. If EAS is taken from this state, I will be leaving and going to Arkansas. Plenty of my peers will be leaving as well and heading to other colleges that still offer their desired major, as this is more than just a degree to us. This will take funding from the college, not only in tuition, but in meal plans, housing, and miscellaneous other things. I signed a commitment to UNL, and I've been giving 100% representing the college by joining and attending the meetings of professional organizations. But what is your commitment back to me with the education that was promised? I urge you to not crush my dreams, and so many others' dreams, by eliminating EAS. Thank you for your time, and no Earth, no atmosphere, no Nebraska.
Thanks, Kyra. Matt, you're next, and Dr. Kyra Burberry is on deck.
Esteemed university leaders, my name is Matt Jokel. I'm a native of this city. I have an undergraduate degree in Earth and Atmospheric Sciences. I am here to urge you to vote against the elimination of that program. I'm a native Nebraskan. That's all I'll ever be, and that's enough. I love this university, and I would tell you today that if professionally speaking, I have to proverbially die on a proverbial hill, I want it to be the one with the big red N on it. And I think there are others in here who feel the same way. There was a geologist on the faculty of this university long before a lot of things, before the first student was graduated, before football and volleyball were here, before the law school, back when medicine frequently involved grave robbing, and how far we've come. But we've always had geologists here. It was before we had a fully functioning ag school, but we did have an ag experiment farm before we had a band and several other things. Regent Claire, I graduated from high school, I believe the same week you did, and probably from the university the same day you did. I think you can understand it when I say, as a Lincolnite of modest means, had there not been a geology program here, I might not have gone to college. I certainly wouldn't have graduated. I wouldn't be here today, and I thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Also, in Lincoln, a surrounding area, there are dozens of geology graduates from EAS who work in state and local government and in consulting firms. Now, I've left off my colleagues in meteorology and climatology. That's done such a great job speaking for themselves that I needn't add to that. But I fully support their existence here as well. Regent Schaefer, how you doing? Good to see you. You may be aware of the Elk Creek niobium and rare earths and titanium deposit in your district that was found by UNL geology graduates. We have UNL geology graduates in the limestone industry in your area. Regent Stark, O'Connor, and Whites. We have UNL geology graduates in consulting firms, and one of them teaches at UNO. Regent Wilmot, up until recently, we had 2 geology graduates at the Nebraska Oil and Gas Conservation Commission in Sydney. When I was a youth, my grandmother taught me a song. Maybe you know it. It ended with, "We'll all stick together." In all kinds of weather. I wonder if we're doing that now. I hope we will. I urge you to preserve the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Matt. Kara, you're up. Bill Lesner, you're on deck.
Good morning. My name is Caroline Burberry. I've been an associate professor in the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences for 15 years. I'm also the executive secretary for the EAS Alumni Advisory Board, essentially the alumni liaison for our department. The Alumni Advisory Board for EAS was formally inaugurated in the 1970s. These dedicated and passionate people and other donors not on the board have given over $17 million to EAS through the foundation. As of the board's last meeting in October 2025, EAS has a total of 83 active funds, over 12 million in market value, and 47 endowments, over 6 million in market value. No other UNL unit has such an exceptional group of supportive alumni, and they are angry about the proposed elimination of their beloved department. I've been hearing about it. I'm sure you have too. Foundation-managed funds support experiential learning opportunities in EAS, such as full funding for a required 5-week field camp for upperclassmen and the 10-day Walker trip to the Western US for lowerclassmen. Also funded are scholarships for exceptional students, student research stipends, laboratory instrumentation that benefits the entire department community, summer fellowships for our TA lines, and professional development for Nebraska's science teachers. Without this support, the cost to UNL to support the retained minors increases, or student opportunities will have to be cut. Many donors have expressed anger, distrust, and intent to withdraw support, not only from EAS-specific funds, but from future university-wide giving. A super conservative estimate from the foundation suggests that UNL stands to lose over $100,000 a year in donations and over $11 million in estate gifts if EAS is eliminated. The APC itself warned that eliminating programs damages and eliminates previous and current investments and risks alienating past and future donors. This is happening in real time. One alum who wrote to me and to you has this to say: "Throughout my working career, I too have been a long-term donor to the department and university, as well as participated on the AAB of EAS due to my belief in the importance of earth sciences education in providing a deep understanding of the processes that control our soil, water, energy, and weather. I also know that Nebraskans make great earth scientists. In support of my beliefs, I recently established a fund through the Foundation for the Department to support K-12 education in earth sciences and honored the former professor, Dr. Nan Lindsley Griffin, who was instrumental in my success and that of many others. As you can imagine, I was extremely disappointed to hear that it may all be for naught and left me wondering whether my over 3 decades of donations and support should continue if a decision to eliminate the department is taken.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Carol. Bill, you're up, and Mark Svoda is on deck.
Good morning. My name is Bill Latenzer, lifelong Nebraskan, UNL alum, and 40-year environmental health and safety professional. UNL is our flagship land-grant university as a national leader in research, workforce development, and innovation. It shapes our state's future. The decision you make here today will echo for decades. The challenge we face is not so much a budget problem, it's a persistent underinvestment problem. Cuts alone will not solve it. We have all heard about UNL's structural deficit, but little about creative ways to increase revenue. Cutting faculty and programs may balance the books short term, but it erodes your instructional capacity, weakens the workforce pipeline, and diminishes research competitiveness. Without new revenue, we will be back here in a few years facing the same challenge. We cannot shrink our way to greatness. Put efficiency first. Administrative overhead has outpaced instructional spending. Utilizing shared services, streamlining executive layers, and facilities optimization could save tens of millions annually, enough to cover the deficit without cutting classrooms. Leading corporations and hospitals already use AI to automate compliance, IT, and HR, saving millions while improving accuracy. Efficiency preserves the mission. Department cuts shrink it. Increased revenue growth and appropriations, micro-credentials, global online programs, corporate training, and AI-enhanced grant writing could generate millions in new revenue streams. These strategies expand student access, drive workforce development, and attract external funding, which are critical as the impending demographic cliff will reduce the number of available traditional college-age students. But revenue growth must be paired with stable state appropriations. Appropriations are not expenses to DRIM, they are investments in Nebraska's future. My intuition tells me everyone in this room, and you've heard it, shares one thing in common. We care deeply about this university. It's a source of pride for all of us, and we would not be here if that weren't the case. That pride comes with responsibility. Each of us must become advocates for this institution, not just within these walls, but in conversations with state senators. They need to hear clearly and consistently the value this university brings to Nebraska's economy, workforce, and our future. When we speak with one voice, we ensure the University of Nebraska is recognized, not as a cost to be managed, but as an investment to be strengthened. As stewards of higher education, I urge you to choose courage over cuts, innovation over erosion, and investment over retreat. Efficiency plus innovation supported by stable appropriations is the path forward. Reject this budget proposal. Let's build resilience together for Nebraska's students, workforce, and our future. Nebraska's future should not be a cliff. It should be our horizon. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Dr. Svoda.
Good morning.
Michael Hayes is on deck.
Good morning. I'm Mark Svoda, professor with UNL School of Natural Resources and president director of the National Drought Mitigation Center. I'm a native Nebraskan, and I've been at UNL for 30 years with all 3 of my degrees obtained here at the university, 2 of those with EAS. As a proud graduate of the meteorology program, I'm here to express my strong opposition to the elimination of the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences. It pains me. I find this very deeply troubling and alarming, and this news has already rippled to my peers around the country. According to the U.S. Department of Education, of the nearly 4,000 degree-granting academic institutions in this country, less than 100 offer degrees in meteorology and atmospheric science. 12 of our fellow Big Ten institutions grant these degrees. UNL is one of a very select company of offering this degree, which meets the rigorous standards required by the National Weather Service. Losing EAS erases a unique identity and weakens our standing amongst our peers in the Big Ten and this country. Nebraskans face everything from blizzards to droughts to tornadoes and floods. EAS plays a vital role in addressing these pressing challenges along with many others, as you've heard this morning. The high-impact research, training, and opportunities to students conducted by EAS faculty and students are not just academic. They're critical to protecting lives and livelihoods, agriculture, infrastructure, economic stability, environmental issues all across our state. Over the years, I've hired many EAS students and graduates. Of my last 5 hires, 4 were from Nebraska. These were national searches. These students were far and away the best candidates, and they're staying here in Nebraska. They've been exceptional performers, with many of them now serving in leadership roles around the country and the world. Eliminating EAS diminishes our reputation and signals a retreat from our commitment to science, public service, and environmental responsibility. Faculty in SNR cannot replace the specialized meteorological expertise and teaching required to meet those federal standards. We're not a complement, we're a substitute. In closing, I strongly urge you to reconsider the proposed elimination and instead invest in strengthening EAS and UNL, including the other departments in play today. The future of Nebraska, the role of UNL plays in shaping it, depends on forward-thinking decisions that value science, sustainability, and the well-being of our communities. Please vote no on the elimination of EAS and these other departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Dr. Hayes, you're up. McKenna McCallus is on deck. McKenna.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Michael Hayes, and I'm a faculty member in the School of Natural Resources on East Campus. Like Dr. Svoboda just before me, I joined UNL in 1995 as part of the National Drought Mitigation Center, where I later served as director from 2007 to 2016. We know that agriculture drives Nebraska's economy. Weather and climate shape every aspect of agriculture. Nebraska needs a university that trains students and conducts research grounded here in the realities of this state. We need earth and atmospheric sciences. Extreme weather is not an abstract concept for the people of Nebraska. It is a direct, measurable force on our farms, ranches, water supplies, and communities. Why would we weaken the very programs that help us understand, forecast, and prepare for these challenges? That leaves Nebraska less prepared, less competitive, and less capable of leading its own future. In 2022, drought alone cost the state an estimated $2 billion. Droughts, floods, hail, heat waves, and other extreme events threaten agriculture, infrastructure, and the livelihoods of Nebraskans across nearly every sector. The expertise housed in earth and atmospheric sciences is central to understanding and preparing for these threats. Eliminating that expertise does not make Nebraska stronger, it leaves the state more vulnerable. The programs in earth and atmospheric sciences are not duplicative of programs on East Campus. They are true complements. I was asked to share the following statement from Dr. Larkin Powell, director of the School of Natural Resources. Quote, "The School of Natural Resources has been fortunate to collaborate with colleagues in earth and atmospheric sciences on issues critical to Nebraskans, including climate and groundwater. These collaborations rely on complementary expertise that does not exist in SNR. Regional climate modeling, weather forecasting, groundwater modeling, and geoscience education are examples where the loss of EAS cannot be replaced by the meteorology and geology expertise within INR and SNR." End quote. It is clear losing earth and atmospheric sciences means losing capacity that directly affects Nebraskans' economic health, public safety, and resilience. I also urge you to vote no on the elimination of EAS. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hayes. McKenna, you're up, and Dr. Marlon Jean is on deck.
Hello, my name is McKenna Miklosh, and I'm from Chicago, Illinois. I'm an undergraduate freshman in geology, and I'm here to tell you my story of why I chose Nebraska and what EAS has done for me within my first semester of college. When I was telling people I committed to Nebraska, they always asked, why Nebraska? Why would someone from Chicago pick a college that is 8 hours away from home when I could have gone to other colleges that were closer? It was all because of the amazing department and the faculty EAS has. For some background, when I was little, I always loved dinosaurs. It has been my dream to become a paleontologist since then. I had looked into many geology programs at many different schools across the country to help me achieve my dream. Even after being accepted to many different schools, all offering geology, like Montana State and another Big Ten school, the Ohio State University, I knew Nebraska was the place for me the instant I stepped on campus during Red Letter Day. The students and the feel of the community made me feel that this would be my second home. On that day, Professor Kettler took over an hour out of his day to personally show me and my parents what the program was about. We learned about current and past students in the program and what each of them have accomplished. For me and my family, this personal touch and seeing the opportunities that awaited me here, including the faculty, geology classes, research, field studies, and Moral Hall, were all things we had not seen in other schools. EAS had helped geology students achieve things way beyond graduation. Fast forward to a few months of college, and I'm so invested in all the things Nebraska has offered me in both the classroom and outside of it. I had joined clubs, a sorority, volunteered, attended football games, been accepted as an honor student, gone camping under the stars, tailgating in the Haymarket, and so much more. I've fallen in love with Nebraska, and I never regretted my choice. But when I got the email that EAS was proposed to get cut, I was devastated. My EAS family cannot be replaced, and I was starting to feel like I was a part of something special within this department. I finally learned about my passion, but yet it was going to be taken away from me within my first semester, just like that. If EAS gets cut, I will be forced to transfer to another university that offers my program and all the opportunities that will be lost here at Nebraska. I know I speak for all the students in EAS when I say it is a heartbreaking choice that many of us will have to make, and not the promise we were given when we chose this amazing school. I plead you to consider other options so that Nebraska can continue to offset these personal, life-changing programs for students like me who are still chasing their dreams. Thank you.
Thanks, McKenna. Dr. Jean, you're next, and Jamie Mastera is on deck.
Good morning, Regents. I am Dr. Marlon Jean, one of the newest faculty members with the EAS, and I urge you to oppose our elimination. At the start of every new semester, I start my intro to geology class with a quote. We learn geology the morning after the earthquake. This being Nebraska, replace earthquake with tornado. This quote is a reminder that when we ignore the sciences that protect us, we only understand their value after they're gone. Even in my short time here, I can still recognize that Nebraska is on the verge of losing something irreplaceable, the scientific research capacity that protects Nebraskans. The proposed elimination of EAS does not only remove an academic program, it removes the people and expertise that saves lives. AES houses the only severe weather radar research expertise in the entire state, where faculty and students work together to improve tornado and flood warning lead times. This means the difference between safety and catastrophe for our communities. If our program is eliminated, this expertise disappears. There is no replacement, and no other group in the state can fill that gap. Nebraska is also facing increasing climate risks from extreme droughts that will lead to increased wildfire hazards. AES produces key contributions to major climate assessments and provides the data analysis that water managers, farmers, and emergency officials rely on. Without EAS, Nebraska loses its primary source of climate risk forecasting, work that no other unit on campus can reproduce at the same depth or credibility. Eliminating EAS also risks Nebraska's clean energy future, which includes natural hydrogen resources, carbon sequestration, and critical minerals, all of which depend on EAS faculty. The Unite Geochemistry Lab is Nebraska's only student-oriented clean lab. This facility will be responsible and the only facility in Nebraska capable for studying the Elk Creek carbonatite, a strategic mineral resource with an estimated worth of $2.8 billion. Money that will go out of the state should you vote in favor of our elimination. These resources are vital to national security and a green energy economy. And if you think that these minerals don't go back to you, look at your phone, look at your computer, they impact your life as well. The impact of this proposed elimination does not stop at the state border. EAS faculty have led major research programs in the Antarctic and Amazon, and over the last decade, EAS faculty have brought over $90 million of externally supported research to Nebraska. When the faculty departs, based on, in part, of your decision today, these projects leave with them, along with the funding, student opportunities, and global visibility they bring to Nebraska. These consequences are not hypothetical, they're written in stone. Once this expertise leaves the state, it cannot simply be rebuilt, Nebraska will lose decades of investment along with the research infrastructure that protects our communities and supports our economy. Eliminating our program sees Nebraska leadership in the Great Plains and the Rose Purple
Thank you. Your
crushed.
3 minutes are up.
Thank you, Dr. Jean. Jamie, you're up. Peter Wagner is on deck.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Master, and I'm an academic advisor in the College of Architecture and a PhD student in educational leadership and higher education housed in the Educational Administration Department. Because I work directly with students every day and actively engage in research and professional development, I see clearly how essential EdAd is to the University of Nebraska. EdAd is not just a program. It is a vital part of the university's talent pipeline. It prepares school administrators, higher education professionals, and university staff who directly support students every single day. These impacts don't always make it into formal metrics, but they are deeply felt in classrooms, advising offices, residence halls, and communities across the state. Let me share what this program has meant to me in my own work. Through my EdAd coursework, I learned how to use quantitative research methods and SPSS. With those skills, I analyzed student success patterns in the College of Architecture and discovered that performance in our Smart Start class is the strongest predictor of long-term success. Because of that project, our advising team now identifies struggling students early and provides targeted support. This has contributed to our college consistently ranking among the top in retention and graduation rates at UNL. That is just one example of how EdAd empowers staff to make a real difference in students' lives. And there are hundreds of similar stories across the University of Nebraska system. Advisors, residence life staff, program coordinators, so many people use what they learn in EdAd to improve student support in real time. That is a daily return on investment that is nearly impossible to quantify, but impossible to deny. The chancellor has said that EdAd's elimination was supported by the APC, but the vote was nearly split, 11-10. A decision with this much impact on the university and the state should not hinge on a one-vote margin. And the fact that the PhD in educational administration is the only program of its kind in Nebraska should give us pause. Eliminating something unique and vital should require an overwhelming justification, one that has not been provided. Preserving EdAd is also about investing in the people who serve UNL. Staff members already face stagnant wages and growing responsibilities. EdAd is one of the only avenues for meaningful professional development and career advancement, which also uniquely supports the pillars of the president's proposed strategic plan through workplace quality and experience. If the program is cut, staff seeking advanced training and educational leadership will have no option in the state. That loss will be felt in staff retention, in the quality of student support, and in the university's ability to grow its own leaders. There has also been a growing loss of trust in university leadership, but preserving EdAd is an opportunity to begin rebuilding that trust. It would signal that the university values the people who show up for students every day and that it understands the importance of developing leaders from within. To eliminate EdAd would be to weaken one of the university's strongest tools for supporting student success and building leadership capacity. To preserve it is to invest in UNL's future, its workforce, its students, and the state of Nebraska. Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie. Peter, you're up. Dr. Chris Builders on deck.
Hi. Oops. I'm Pete Wagner. I've been a professor of paleontology in both Earth and Atmospheric Sciences in the School of Biological Sciences for nearly 9 years. In a sense, it's for the latter department that I'm speaking today. Paleontology is both a biological and a geological science. About half of paleontologists come from one discipline or the other. Now, I'll probably be moving to SBS full-time if EAS gets cut. But shuffling paleo over to biology is going to be inadequate. Aspiring paleontologists start in bio need to round out their educations with relevant geology courses. Shuffling them to other places under the label of GOL won't cut it. Students look for classes by the departments, and even if they do find them, the remaining courses will be inadequate for rounding out their educations. Now, paleontologists are a small proportion of biologists, but this goes beyond that. Prospective undergraduates who are interested in anatomy, ecology, developmental biology, even genetics, often are interested in learning about paleontology and paleo-related sciences because they're just interested in the general topics at that stage. And what's a major influence on the programs you choose is the range of options you have. We never get to all the courses we want to take as an undergrad, but you choose the place because you could have taken them. One of the things that I think has been emphasized here is the divisions between the basic sciences are a lot blurrier than people assume. And eliminating or weakening any of one of them is going to have major cascading effects. The recommendations eliminating EAS is akin to judging one brick as inadequate relative to the others, as if it's just a brick in a pile of bricks. It is much more appropriate to think of it as a brick in a wall or even a Roman arch. By eliminating EAS and shuffling the classes to places people won't find them, at best, you're going to be replacing EAS with a cheap cardboard facade that won't really carry its weight. At worst, you're going to get that pile of bricks I just mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Dr. Bibler, and Aaron Blankenship is on deck.
Hello, I am Chris Biller, professor in the UNL Department of Statistics since 2003. I am proud to be a native Nebraskan. I grew up in Omaha and graduated from Millard South. I am also proud to be a UNO graduate. I earned a BS from UNO, where I was on a Regents scholarship, and I graduated summa cum laude. And I am proud to be a statistician, a data scientist. I'm a fellow of the American Statistical Association, which is like being in the Statistics Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, I am no longer proud to be part of UNL. And for the first time in my life, I can't even go to Husker athletic events. The reason is because of what has occurred around these budget cuts. UNL administrators want to eliminate my department of statistics and others through a misuse of my field, statistics. They have mislabeled my department as underperforming through what they call the UNL metrics analyses. This is a ruse for saying that there is a bona fide reason to eliminate. We, my department, we repeatedly communicated with administrators about their errors, but they didn't believe us. We requested multiple times that they obtain an external, independent evaluation by PhD statisticians, but they didn't respond to us directly. We invited them to participate with us in a campus-wide seminar to present our cases, but they declined. Now, myself and others have filed ethics point reports. I filed mine 19 days ago and have not received any word that is even being investigated. So what if we did examine the administrator's data and metrics correctly to evaluate my department? Well, with respect to the Scholarly Research Index metric for overall research productivity, my department is 27th out of 123 different departments of statistics in the US. I am proud of that. And this means my department is a higher performing department. With respect to AAU, Big Ten departments of statistics, my department fits right in the middle. So we, the UNL Department of Statistics, is ready for the AAU. Now I will end with a quote from Tiffany Hang-Moss, INR Vice Chancellor. When she told us that statistics was proposed for elimination, she also said the following: I don't know how you, meaning UNL, are a comprehensive R1 land-grant institution without having a presence in statistics. We completely agree with you. Note that a presence in statistics is not the distributed model meant to replace us. Going from a department of statistics to a distributed model is like going from having a heart transplant done at Nebraska Medicine to now having it done at a CVS Minute Clinic. Thank you. Retain the Department of Statistics.
Thank you, Chris. Aaron, you're up. Rika Howard is on deck.
My name is Erin Blankenship, and I'm John E. Weaver Professor of Statistics. I would like to speak to you about the opportunities that Nebraska students will lose without the Department of Statistics at UNL and how that translates into a monetary loss for the university. When we were told about our department was up for elimination, the administrators acknowledged a comprehensive land grant R1 cannot exist without statistics. Here's why. Stats expertise is vital to any enterprise that collects data and is therefore critical to the Nebraska and U.S. economies. The number of stat degrees awarded at every level has exploded in the last 30 years. In 1993, there were about 500 undergrad degrees awarded. In 2023, there were over 5,000. The same patterns are seen in MS and PhDs, and these still aren't enough to keep up with the job market. The Nebraska Department of Labor estimates job growth of 25% by 2032. The stat business is booming, and hoping to capitalize on this, the UNL administration urged us to develop an undergrad degree in stat. It was approved in 2021, and we welcomed our first cohort in 2022. These students will not even graduate
graduate until later this academic year. The program we designed is in complete alignment with the extraordinary teaching and learning pillar of the Odyssey to Extraordinary, particularly the curriculum innovation and alignment priority. We did indeed reimagine the traditional STAT undergrad curriculum, incorporating communication and collaboration skills not typically seen in undergrad programs. We scaffolded theory, applications, and computing across the curriculum to create data professionals who are ready to take on challenging problems immediately upon graduation. We currently have 34 undergrad majors. Our peer institutions with more established programs have between 150 and 170. If UNL experiences this same trajectory, we could expect to at least double our numbers over the next few years, which would generate $460,000 in tuition. Tripling would generate over $900,000. Without statistics, UNL will lose those tuition dollars to schools like Iowa, Iowa State, and Kansas State. We also need to consider data science. The data science major is a collaboration between 3 UNL colleges, and there are currently 128 students. Only the pathway through STAT is proposed for elimination, but STAT coursework is a fundamental component of the data science curriculum for students in all pathways. Without strong STAT training, data science grads will not be competitive in the job market, and recruitment and retention will suffer. The consequences of data science without statistics are these metrics. But STAT and data science majors are not the only students that will lose opportunities, and this will also translate into a monetary loss for the university. STAT generates a lot of credit hours, but only 5 essential courses were named in the distributed model plan. If you consider all the other courses we offer, $2.1 million worth of tuition were generated over the last 2 academic years. Most of this did not come from STAT students. Students in other disciplines will lose the course content knowledge, and UNL will lose the revenue. Cutting statistics is a lose-lose proposition. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron. Rika Howard, you're up. Derek Dornside is on deck.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Rika Howard. I'm an associate professor and director of consulting in the Department of Statistics at UNL, and I am also a courtesy professor in the Department of Agronomy and Horticulture at UNL. I joined UNL in 2016, and I hold a co-PhD from Iowa State University in statistics and plant breeding. My career has been built at the intersection of these 2 fields, and that intersection is exactly why I'm here today. First, the statistical consulting program at UNL is one of the most effective and rigorous in the country, and is directly depend on the strength of a statistics department. I currently work with 5 PhD students who are statistics PhD students, and all of whom must pass every master's level statistics core course, 2 consulting courses, and a written PhD qualifier just to be eligible to work at the consulting desk. Consulting is not a side activity. It's a core part of our students' education. They learn to communicate, collaborate, and solve real analytical problems. And it actually works. Graduates who have worked at the consulting desk are consistently hired into high-level statistical consulting and data science positions with ease. Beyond service, our consulting program fosters multidisciplinary research. Students bring new ideas, and together with faculty across campus, we develop projects that would not exist without a strong statistics department at the center. This multidisciplinary work is especially meaningful to me because of my own background. My training and experience in statistics and plant breeding allows me to understand the analytical challenges breeders face. My passion for plant breeding has led me to teach statistics courses in the area of agronomy, serve on numerous master's and PhD committees, and collaborate closely with faculty and students across the College of Agricultural Sciences and Natural Resources. Having worked with plant breeders in both the public and private sectors, I cannot emphasize this enough. Plant breeding today is impossible without advanced statistics. Introductory statistics is not sufficient, not for genomic prediction, not for multi-environmental trials, not for genotype by environment modeling, and not for the high-throughput phenotyping data that Nebraska researchers now generate. Our agronomy students depend on statisticians for their research, and Nebraska producers ultimately depend on the varieties those students and faculty develop. So the statistics department is essential for training the next generation of consultants, for supporting the entire university's research enterprise, and for ensuring Nebraska remains a national leader.
Thank you for your time. 3 minutes are up.
Thank you, Rika. Derek, you're up. And Jackson Ryder's in the hole.
Good morning. My name is Derek Dornseif, and this statement expresses views that, while accurate, represent solely personal convictions. The Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences has a long-standing history with the Federal National Weather Service offices here in Nebraska. The professors work hand-in-hand with federal meteorologists in fostering what is coined research to operations, bringing emerging science to the forefront of the National Weather Service's mission of protecting lives and property and enhancing the national economy. The Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences prepares students for employment with the National Weather Service, something that no other academic program in the state does. Despite what this proposal claims, there would be no way to retain this pathway. The meteorology-specific requirements to work for the Weather Service consist almost entirely of upper-level coursework. Without a major, the university will not be able to develop qualified meteorologists whose quality is recognized nationally. To attest to that, I quote Becky Kern, a recently retired meteorologist and hiring official at the National Weather Service office in Omaha, who states that, quote, students coming out of this program are some of the most skilled and qualified graduates in the nation. They are the top picks in any application pool they find themselves in and are rapidly promoted throughout the agency. They enter the workforce well prepared and well versed in predicting the weather that impacts Nebraskans, end quote. During the tornado outbreak of April 26, 2024, 20 tornadoes, several of which were strong to violent, tore through eastern Nebraska. It was a graduate of the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences who issued the most dire warning of the day, a tornado emergency for the heavily populated suburbs of Omaha. He and the office saved lives that day, with 0 deaths across the state. His knowledge, in fact, the knowledge of 40% of the staff working that event in that office, has its roots in the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences. During hazardous winter weather, as we saw just last week, department alumni are on the front lines alongside entities such as the Nebraska Department of Transportation, Nebraska State Patrol, as well as other local, state, and federal partners, all with the same goal of keeping Nebraskans safe. These are merely 2 examples of EAS alumni directly protecting the lives and property of Nebraskans. I could go on. The department also has alumni serving roles such as the program lead for the next generation of weather radars and a deputy branch director of the National Severe Storms Laboratory. Its graduates are literally saving the lives and livelihoods of countless Nebraskans and Americans, sometimes hundreds of thousands of them at a time. In a state susceptible to significant severe weather, with an agricultural economy dependent on Nebraska expert meteorologists, termination of this Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences would present a severe detriment to the citizens of this state, the state that you all represent. Rejection of the proposed elimination of the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences would be celebrated as both courageous and vital to the university and to the great state of Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Jackson, you're up. Shay Mitchell, next.
Hi, I'm Jackson Ryder. Thank you for your time, and it's a privilege and honor to speak in front of you. When I was a child, my family and I would vacation to Wyoming. I remember being in complete awe of the majesty of the mountains. Do you guys remember your first time seeing the mountains, just how beautiful it was? At least I hope so, and if you haven't, you definitely need to go. During our hikes in Grand Teton National Park, I recall picking up rocks and thinking about how they formed. My interest in the natural world continued throughout my young life and into adulthood. Once I entered high school, I began to explore university options to continue my education. There were many variables I began to consider, such as proximity to home, cost, and quality of the program. I rapidly discovered that the University of Nebraska was the place for me because it was low cost, close to home, and most importantly, had a widely respected geology program. Looking back as a senior with 1 more semester left, I can confidently say that the geology program was critical to my development as a geologist and as a person. Through this program, I had the opportunity to work with a member faculty in their clean lab, the only clean lab, and ultimately obtain my job as an environmental consultant to protect communities from contamination in the present and in the future. Through EAS at the University of Nebraska, I've also been able to make lifelong friends and colleagues. If the proposal to remove the EAS program at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln is approved, it will prevent other students from the great opportunities that I've been able to experience. The growing demand for geology in the state of Nebraska will be left unfulfilled and remove the public's confidence in the University of Nebraska's three missions of teaching, research, and service. I just wanted to thank you guys all again and just show my love for the state as my family has been here for 6 generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackson. Jay, you're up. Arian Ally is on second.
Hello, my name is Shay Mitchell, and I'm an undergraduate at UNL. I am a Nebraska local, and most importantly, I study geology. Thank you for your time today. Nebraska has a really critical issue I'm sure you're already all aware about. We've talked about it today. We keep losing our educated young adults to other states. I was going to, and maybe still will become, one of those young adults. It was never my intention to stay in Nebraska for college. But when it came time to pick, I was reminded of an interaction I had with a paleontologist employed by UNL. When I was around 9 years old, my mom brought me to Ash Fall fossil beds for the very first time, and I was in absolute awe. Never before had I known that there were such interesting things right below our feet. While we were there, I talked some guy's ear off for maybe 45 minutes, but at the end of the conversation, he said to me, "Young lady, if you want to be a geologist, no one can tell you no but yourself." Then, of course, he turned to my mom and told her UNL was the place for me to go, especially as a Nebraska local. When we got home, she saw a magazine about Ash Fall, and it turns out we were talking to the man who found the place, Dr. Michael Voorhees. The thing is, he was right. Lincoln was the place for me, and I hope it will continue to be. I have never been happier than I have been here at UNL. But the truth of the matter is, I never would have stayed in Nebraska if it weren't for Lincoln's geology program. Not Omaha's, Lincoln's. It has always been geology or bust for me. Let me emphasize, it was a member of faculty here at UNL, working for Earth and Atmospheric Sciences, that told me I could be what I wanted to be, where I wanted to be it. People have tried to tell me no, but I'm here before you today because I haven't let them tell me no yet. Today, and all throughout the semester, the University of Nebraska keeps telling me no more. And today, and all throughout the semester, the faculty in my department has assured me, in much the very same way that Dr. Voorhees did, that I am both capable of and deserve a degree in geology. Removing programs like Earth and Atmospheric Sciences is only going to further the loss of well-educated young adults in our state. And as someone both born and raised in Nebraska, I'd like to see this place continue to thrive. My greatest inspiration has been a product of UNL. Do not let it become one of my greatest roadblocks. Thank you.
Thank you, Shay. Aaron, you're up. Joseph Kobuski is on deck.
Hello, my name is Ariana Lai, and I'm a second-year graduate student and teaching assistant for the Department of Statistics at UNL. And I also have about 2.5 years of work experience in Nebraska's workforce at Sandhills Global, which is one of Nebraska's major employers. And I'm here today to ask you to reject the proposed elimination of the statistics department at UNL. This is the only statistics department at the entire state of Nebraska, and it's the only department that was specifically designed to establish a firm foundation in both statistical theory and broad applications. Before I came to UNL, I worked full-time as an analyst for Sandhills Global, and I worked among data scientists who were developing machine learning and generative AI tools, and I didn't have the graduate level education that they had to be able to do what they were doing. But my colleagues were consistently telling me that if I wanted to do research and development, then the best thing to study was statistics, because statistics provides the necessary skill set for applied research. So eventually, after some time working as an analyst, I went back to school to get my graduate degree in statistics at UNL, and just 1 year into UNL's statistics program, I was able to make significant contributions in research and development at Sandhills last summer, working 40-hour weeks, and I was able to support improvements to Sandhills' internal AI chatbots and built a statistical model that classifies leads for the salespeople at Sandhills. That impact was possible because of the rigorous statistical training that I received through our department. Sandhills is just one of many employers in Nebraska that rely on graduates from our program. Alumni from this department hold key roles across major companies across Nebraska in many different industries. And since it's difficult to recruit outside of Nebraska, it's important for us to prepare in-state students with formal statistical training. Eliminating the only statistics department in Nebraska would force future students to leave the state and would weaken Nebraska's ability to meet growing workforce demands in tech and business and agriculture and animal science and food science and healthcare and every other industry that involves statistics. Cutting our department would only address 6.36% of the $27.5 million shortfall proposed by the chancellor, and would do so at the expense of educational opportunities for students and to research and talent acquisition for employers in Nebraska. If you remove the engine of a car, you save a lot of gas, but you don't go anywhere. And if you remove, likewise, if you remove a core discipline like statistics, it will solve a short-term problem, but it will cause long-term problems. Sorry. So I ask you to consider the long-term consequences of a short-term decision and reject the recommended elimination of our statistics department, and I thank you for your time and your service. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Arian. Joseph, you're up. Kirsten Bloomberg is on second.
My name is Joseph Krupski. I am a high school senior at Millard West High School, and I'm graduating in May of 2026. First of all, I'd like to thank the Regents for being here and hearing us, and for my Regent, Regent Stark, for quickly responding to my email and thanking me for giving my input. I plan on coming to the University of Nebraska-Lincoln and studying geology, and I picked Lincoln because it is the school where my dad went. My mom spent a semester here, and I toured only this school and applied, got admitted, didn't consider any other school until I heard about the budget cuts. I did not hear about the budget cuts at all through the university itself or the chancellor or anyone. I only found out through the department that I hope to be mine next year. It really led me to believe that I am only $11,000 in tuition and $14,000 in housing and meal plans and not a real person. I plan on coming to here, and then after graduation and while I'm in school, participating in an internship through the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I am currently mentored by a geophysicist who lives in Omaha and is close with my family. And I would like to work with remote sensing and contaminant cleanup in the soil and water in Nebraska. I want to learn in Nebraska, I want to stay in Nebraska, and I want to live here. And it's hard to consider leaving the state for a different education because mine is not believed in here. I would not change my major to stay in the state because I'm interested in geology, and that would take all of the money that I would pay out of state as well. I'm very fond of the University of Nebraska at Omaha. My brother is on a Regents scholarship there and does not have to pay tuition, and I'm very happy for him, but that is not the school for me. I went on his tour with him, and that is not where I'll go. I want to work in the soil and water health in Nebraska, like I said, and I want to stay here and live here and support the people around me here. That is all. Thank you.
Thanks, Joseph. Kirsten Bloomberg next, and behind him is Ross Dixon.
Hello, my name is Kirsten Blomberg. I'm a PhD student in the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences. I'm speaking today not only as a graduate student, but as the faculty representative of our graduate students who has attended every meeting since this process has begun, and as a teaching assistant who works closely with our undergraduate meteorology majors, especially our freshmen and sophomores, the students who will be most directly impacted if this passes. Over the past 3 months, I have watched our students try to stay focused on their coursework while living in constant uncertainty. They ask what their degree path will look like, who will teach their courses, and how they can be sure they're still meeting the standards needed for their future careers. We have no answers because none have been provided. The materials you receive claim roughly 85% of students will remain at will remain at UNL if EAS is eliminated. This is not true. We asked our students directly, and the majority told us they plan on leaving UNL. These are not projections. These are students making plans because they have not been shown a realistic path forward. The packet also suggests that students can turn to related programs. As someone who was previously a PhD student in the School of Natural Resources, I want to be clear. SNR is full of wonderful people doing amazing work, but it is not meteorology. Those majors do not meet federal requirements for meteorology careers, and I left that program for exactly that reason. Our students would face the same problem, but with no in-state alternative. I need you to understand who these students are. After class one day, I was talking with one of my freshmen about the unusual weather patterns we had been experiencing. His whole face lit up as he was explaining how the large-scale atmospheric setup was driving our local conditions. Then he stopped himself and said, "Well, I only understand this at a surface level right now, but I'm excited to learn the why behind it all in a few years." I went home and cried that night because I know what eliminating this department means for students like him, telling a young person who finally found the subject that lights them up that their passion no longer fits here. So I'm asking you to put yourself back in the moment when you realized what you loved, the class, the teacher, or an experience that shaped your path. Now imagine being told, never mind, change it. This is what our students are feeling. They're scared, they're angry, and they feel abandoned by an institution that they trusted. You have been told that eliminating the department will not harm students. I am here to tell you and to ask you to listen to the students themselves. It already has. Please vote no on this proposal, not just for me, not just for our faculty. Do it for the students who trusted UNL with their dreams and who deserve better than this. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten. Dr. Dixon's next. Randy is second.
Hello, my name is Ross Dixon, and I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences. I am speaking today to ask you to vote no on the proposed cuts to academic programs at UNL. In my short time here, I have seen cut after cut after cut, which has me greatly concerned about the direction of the university. The programs which are proposed to be eliminated can be a part of the solution for increasing revenue if the university leadership is willing to work with them. Here's an example from my program. Our two lowest recruiting classes, 2023 and 2024, which were used as justification in this proposal, are not the result of declining interest or program weakness. They stem from administration removing our faculty from the recruitment process. In 2021, the College of Arts and Sciences CAS, under the leadership of Mark Button, stopped notifying EAS of scheduled visits from prospective students and their families. This effectively eliminated one of the most successful recruitment channels. Without the ability to meet prospective students, our enrollment temporarily dropped. After several attempts, EAS was able to collaborate with CAS in recruiting students into the undergraduate degree programs. Starting in 2024, when contact information on newly admitted students interested in our majors was released to the department, our faculty personally contacted every admitted student and visited with those prospective students when they came to campus. And the results speak for themselves. In 2025, we enrolled 37 first-time freshmen, the largest incoming class in 20 years. We have 73 students admitted for fall 2026, exceeding last year's pace and signaling continued growth. These numbers demonstrate that interest in EAS remains strong and that our program is thriving when we're given the opportunity to recruit effectively. Eliminating EAS based on temporary policy-driven declines is short-sighted and ignores the record-breaking growth that we are experiencing. This year, CAS approved a freshman seminar course to help facilitate creating a cohort of majors, and we expect it will improve retention through increased peer support for our students. Retention of meteorology majors is especially important, as 35% of them come from out of state compared to 25 and 26% from the college and university. The students who come specifically to UNL for a meteorology major most often leave the university and the state if they can't get a meteorology degree. I urge you to consider the full context and upward trajectory of our program. The proposed elimination is not only based on incomplete data, it risks dismantling a program that is essential to the university's mission and the state's workforce needs. Vote no on the proposal to eliminate EAS. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dixon. Ronald is next. Sanjay is number 2.
Hi. As universities worldwide expand statistics and data science, UNL risks going back by doing the opposite. Dismissing the value of data will harm Nebraskans. The damage may be irreversible. I am Dr. Indrajan Mukhopadhyay, a full professor in UNL's statistics department, specializing in statistical genetics. I joined UNL last year because of the department's strong and growing reputation, leaving a very stable job in an internationally reputed institute. Statistical genetics applies advanced statistical methods to genetics data. It is vital to agriculture, livestock improvement, and human health. For Nebraska's agriculture-driven economy, this expertise is indispensable. In crop farming, statistical genetics identifies high-yield, pest and disease-resistant plant varieties. Expert analysis helps farmers turn huge and complex data on fertility, soil fertility, irrigation, genotypes, weather, and other factors into decisions that prevent losses and increase profits. In livestock, advanced statistical methods guide the selection of animals with superior genetic traits, identifying top-performing animals. Modern datasets are massive. Using simple or outdated tools risks costly errors, while proper statistical genetics yields sustained gains. In human health, statistical genetics identifies inherited disease risks, such as BRCA1 gene linked to high breast cancer risk was discovered entirely through statistical analysis. Similar methods drive research on heart disease, diabetes, and more. Statistics also supports public health. During COVID-19, we developed a model that helped 2 Indian states control early transmission, saving huge millions of lives. UNL does not yet offer a proper statistical genetics course, but we are creating one and organizing our 6-day workshop very soon. This expertise exists only within the statistics department. Only a statistician with PhD can provide it. Someone with just a few statistics courses cannot. For your information, UNL Graduate Council voted 10-0 to retain our department. Executive Grad Council voted 8-0, and APC voted 13-8 to retain our department. President Gold shows us that 3D holographic facility for advanced data medical science. That's great, that IXL, it's an amazing thing. But what is the basis of this IXL? That is statistics and machine learning. Without this thing, you cannot build this kind of software, this kind of tool. Eliminating the statistics department removes experts whose work directly supports Nebraska's agriculture, livestock, medicine, public health, and research. The consequences will touch every Nebraskan, and by the time we recognize the loss, it may be too late to reverse it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sanjay, you're next. Dixon, number 2.
Hello, my name is Sanjay Chaudhuri. I'm a tenured associate professor in the Department of Statistics at UNL. I stand before you today to respectfully request that the Board of Regents not to eliminate my department. I joined UNL 2.5 years ago from the National University of Singapore, where I held a tenured position for over 18 years. I was excited to join a growing, dynamic, and highly visible department where the future looked bright. But this September, we were told that our department would be eliminated. A standalone statistics department was not deemed essential for UNL or Nebraska. The undergraduate and the graduate programs we will build were considered unnecessary. Only a minimal collection of courses would be kept under a distributed model. If implemented, this would be a disastrous step, harming the university and depriving Nebraska's youth for years to come. Statistics is now one of the most essential and fastest growing STEM field. Eliminating UNL statistics department would deny students vital skills, leaving graduates unprepared for a data-driven industries like AI and limiting their long-term career prospects. Without a strong statistics program, our students wouldn't be future ready, and only a statistics department can ensure that they are. AI will drive future economic growth, and statistics are its core foundation. Keeping up with the rapid AI developments require a unified, coordinated effort that can only a centralized statistics department can provide. A distributed model will simply cannot deliver that. There will be no AI without statistics. Statistics is the lingua franca of research. Federal funding agencies increasingly require statisticians on major STEM projects. Dispersed expertise will not meet this expectation. Without a dedicated statistics department, UNL risks losing research competitiveness and funding. Such a department is essential to sustain the university's research strength and reputation. Statistics drives emerging fields and key industries. From AI and data science and agriculture and bioinformatics, it is vital for Nebraska's bioeconomy. In the world ahead, data literacy is not optional. It's a fundamental to success. I understand that budgets must be balanced, and God willing, this crisis will pass. But once a statistics department is eliminated, it can take a generation to rebuild. At many universities, statistics programs have become a reliable revenue generators, and we risk losing that opportunity. Its elimination would not be smart, and it won't even be rational. With that, I would request the BOR to hit the pause button on the elimination of statistics. 2 graduate councils unanimously rejected this move. A majority of APC voted against. I urge you, instead of this fait accompli, let's discuss the proposed alternatives and avoid a long-term harm to UNL and the state of Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Dixon, you're up. Alex Richmond, number 2.
Hello everyone, my name is Dixon Umelajiva. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Statistics. Thank you for giving me a few minutes. I want to explain in simple terms why eliminating the statistics department would actually cost the university more financially, academically, and reputationally than keeping it. Statistics is not just another major. It is a department that helps every college on campus to make sense of their data, design studies that work, and win grants. Almost every modern research project needs statistics. If you remove the department, that expertise will disappear. Right now, statistics is seen as an extra expense, but in reality, it is one of the easiest units to turn into a revenue generator. With only a small investment, statistics can bring in over millions of dollars a year simply by being included on the grants that other departments are already writing. This is money the university is currently leaving on the table. There is also a huge opportunity in education as well. If you keep the department, UNL can offer professional master's program and data science certificate that students and employees are begging for. These programs would bring in hundreds of thousands of dollars in a year in new tuition revenue. Eliminating the statistic closes this door completely and sends those students and their tuition to other states. But the financial consequences are only part of the story. If the statistics disappear, UNL risks losing federal research grant because agencies like NIH, USDA require strong statistical oversight. We could damage our R1 status and the reputation as a serious research university. Other universities, our competitors, have been building school of data science. Closing ours sends opposite signal that Nebraska is moving backward in a data-driven world. And finally, I want to speak about the people. We have graduate students who moved their entire lives here just a week ago. We also have new faculty who relocated families, brought home, and trusted UNL's promise of support. These are the people who will pay the price for decisions made right after they arrived. They do not deserve to carry the burden of past financial mismanagement. They deserve stability, mentorship, and a chance to build careers that make Nebraska proud. Eliminating the statistics department is a permanent decision with serious consequences, but keeping it opens the door to new revenue, stronger research, better student program, and healthier university. We are not asking for protection. We are asking for a fair chance to contribute to the UNL future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dixon. Alex, you're up. Priscilla, you're next.
Hello. We here in Lincoln are, as well as to the north and south, are standing and sitting above the mid-continent rift, where North America began to split apart over 1 billion years ago. This rifting event ultimately ceased, but left a lasting weakness in the Earth's crust, where the Elk Creek carbonatite was emplaced along the border of Johnson and Pawnee counties. That's District 5, though Jack Schaefer appears to be gone for a moment, unfortunately. The Elk Creek carbonatite, a critical minerals deposit, was discovered by UNL geologists. Keep that in mind, please. Has been researched primarily by UNL geologists and is a source of employment for UNL geologists. and all of southeast Nebraska. NioCorp, a mineral exploration and mining company, is advancing plans to mine the center of the deposit and projects a mine life gross revenue of $21.9 billion and an operating margin of $14.7 billion, of which 16.42% will go to federal and state taxes, so about $2.32 billion between the two. NioCorp has recently been joined by Apex Critical Metals, another mineral exploration company targeting different parts of the deposit for niobium and rare earth elements. These companies have employed EAS students in the past, and I myself am in the process of becoming an employee to work on one of these projects. This is the blossoming of a legitimate mining district in Nebraska at the same time that there is an assault on the heart of geologic study and practice in the state. The irony today is that while we are here discussing elimination of EAS and other departments, NioCorp will be hosting a lunchtime town hall in Elk Creek with guest speaker Governor Jim Pillen and an evening town hall with U.S. Senator Pete Ricketts. Maybe you've heard of them. They very clearly see the societal and economic value of geology, and by now I'm sure you are also beginning to doubt the wisdom of this budget cut when compared to the potential that the study of the subsurface can unearth. A subsidiary of NioCorp, Elk Creek Resources Corporation, was awarded up to $10 million dependent on achieving certain milestones from the Department of Defense to set up a mine-to-manufacturer supply chain for scandium extracted from the Elk Creek deposit, all based here in Nebraska. This growing industrial activity needs expert geological knowledge on the unique resource types here, as well as specific knowledge of the local geologic environments in which they are hosted. Geologists trained within and dedicated to Nebraska are the best option for driving success in this industry, from additional discoveries through efficient mining and eventual reclamation. The presence of a full educational pathway at UNL is the best way to provide those geologists. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Priscilla? Jennifer Clark is number 2.
My name is Priscilla Grew, and I reside in Lincoln. I'm honored to be a trustee of the University of Nebraska Foundation and Professor Emerita in the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences. I became a Nebraskan by choice when I was hired in 1993 as UNL Vice Chancellor for Research, with joint appointments in the Department of Geology and in the Conservation and Survey Division of IANR. Following my retirement in 2015 as director of the University of Nebraska State Museum of Natural History, Morrill Hall, I decided to remain in Nebraska, where I could continue to serve as Professor Emerita. Please vote no on the proposed elimination of EAS. Our department's funds at the University of Nebraska Foundation currently have an accumulated market value of $12 million, generating $450,000 a year in annual income. Please do not destroy and disperse these important legacy assets we have built up over many decades. You have received urgent letters asking you to save EAS from our national leadership of the American Geophysical Union, the American Geosciences Institute, and the Geological Society of America. If you vote today to eliminate our department, the University of Nebraska will shockingly become the only land-grant university and the only Big Ten university without a geosciences department. Elimination of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences will weaken our case to rejoin AAU because according to the official AAU membership principle, members are distinguished by their disciplinary breadth. This deeply flawed budget proposal should never have made its way forward to President Gold for action. I can understand the President's reluctance to reject the Chancellor's recommendation. I can understand the Board's reluctance to vote against the President's recommendation to proceed with the elimination of EAS in our degree programs. However, you need to know that the original UNL campus process was catastrophically flawed. Our UNL Academic Planning Committee and the UNL Executive Graduate Council voted against elimination of EAS in our graduate degree programs, so this disastrous proposal should never have been forwarded to you. I greatly regret that you have been asked to vote to eliminate our department. to fire our newest member of the National Academy of Sciences, who is also the first woman from the University of Nebraska ever elected to the Academy, to halt the admission of geology and meteorology students starting tomorrow, December 6th, and to destroy the partner academic department that created our beloved Morrill Hall a century ago. Please vote no to the proposed elimination of EAS. It's a bad proposal for Nebraska's future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla. Jennifer Clark, you're next. John Jacoby, number 2.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Clark. I'm a voluntary Nebraskan. I joined UNL in 2013 as a faculty member in food science and technology and statistics. I came to Nebraska from R1 AAU member institutions, Carnegie Mellon University, Pennsylvania State University, Duke University, and the University of Miami School of Medicine and their NCI-designated Cancer Center. I've served on the Academic Planning Committee since 2017. I care deeply about the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. My husband and I have dedicated over a decade of our careers to improving the flagship institution of the Nebraska system. As Professor Hanrahan and others have eloquently stated, we have cut and cut and cut $75 million in the last 5 years alone, while continuing to meet the higher education needs of Nebraskans. We recognize the importance of being excellent stewards of resources, those of the state, our stakeholders, and our students. The leadership of UNL has made a good faith effort to develop a proposal that they believe will address the budget shortfall. Unfortunately, due to poor data, unrealistic timelines, and failure to consider the impacts on revenue, the result will threaten our standing in the Big Ten and our stated goal of achieving AAU status. We observed during the campus budget hearings that faculty and units, when empowered, can come up with creative solutions that cut spending and create revenue while maintaining programs. This creativity and dedication were not leveraged during the proposal development process and were ignored when it was brought to the attention of campus leadership. Not enough time to make changes. Additional time would allow the units on the Lincoln campus to put their creativity towards an improved proposal that carefully considers reputation and revenue, as well as expenses. The programs proposed for elimination have been characterized in the Board of Regents documents as weak with respect to AAU recognition potential impact. In fact, these programs have a positive impact on our AAU recognition and rank favorably compared to their AAU peers. Our campus is afraid and angry. Why is this? Because the selection of programs for elimination makes no sense, and we know it, and puts every program at risk. We cannot prepare the workforce of the future and drive the economy of Nebraska without these programs. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. John Jacoby, you're up. Walter Strupp, you're number 2.
My name is John Janovi Jr. I'm Varner Professor Emeritus, School of Biological Sciences. As a UNL faculty member for nearly 50 years, awarding grades to nearly 17,000 students, still keeping in touch with many of them, and serving on various UNL administrative roles, I strongly encourage you to resist the temptation to solve budget issues by elimination of academic programs. Our most valuable assets walk through the front door every year by the thousands, and a few years later they walk across the stage and out into the world as participants in all of those activities that sustain viable and culturally rich communities. Elimination of academic programs thus does long-term damage to our society, damage that far offsets any short-term benefits derived from budget reductions. I can tell you from those I arrived here in the fall of 1966, and I can assure you that everything you've heard today from all of these people is correct. Proposed elimination of the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences is a striking example of short-sightedness that is, in my view, quite counter to the mission of a land-grant university. This program is a major contributor to the supply of expertise needed to understand both the short and long-term impacts of climate and weather on our economy, to understand how mineral resources are integrated into everything from our daily lives to our national security, and to provide reliable data for planning. This proposed elimination of a successful science program also comes at a time in American history when the national administration is dismantling its scientific enterprise and creating a political atmosphere disdainful of science, even as a nation, even now, as a nation, and the world becomes increasingly dependent on science and technology, as well as on the data produced by real scientists. Historians would likely view the elimination of this department as an abdication of responsibility on the part of a major university, a land-grant university. Thanks for considering these comments. They really are derived from an incredible experience of being a faculty member for all of those decades and interacting with our future leaders. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Walter, you're up. Kate Stapleton, you're on deck.
Ready? My name is Walt Stroop. I'm an emeritus professor and the founding chair of the University of Nebraska Department of Statistics. I have 4 points I'd like to make with respect to the proposed elimination of the Department of Statistics. The distributed or collective model that the chancellor proposes is actually what was in place when I joined the faculty in 1979. It did not work. The last straw that motivated the creation of the Department of Statistics occurred in 2001 when the math division of the statistics division of the math department needed to fill vacated positions. They interviewed several candidates. They made 5 offers. They were all rejected. They were rejected because UNL did not have a Department of Statistics, and those faculty members were not willing to come here. This motivates a question. If 12 faculty in statistics are eliminated, what's the plan to hire quality faculty to staff the distributed model? The academic planning, my second point is the academic planning committee advocated a combine and preserve approach as opposed to an eliminate and destroy approach. There are other universities that are pursuing the combine and preserve models, and they're working. One of them at my alma mater, University of Kentucky, there's close integration between the statistics and the biostatistics programs. Since UNL is merging its accreditation with UNMC, this is a model that ought to be explored. The University of Wisconsin has merged computer science, math, and statistics into a school of quantitative and data science, and they're pouring money into it, and it's their fastest growing major. Both of these programs have a big revenue stream with respect or relative to the size of their faculty. My third point is our leaders worry about brain drain. So if I'm talking to a talented high school student who's interested in a career in statistics and data science, what am I supposed to tell them? Embrace being a Badger, embrace being a Wildcat, go to Kentucky or Wisconsin. UNL doesn't have anything to offer you. Fourth point, consulting and research at an R1 level university requires attachment to R1 level degree and research programs. Otherwise, what you're doing is analogous to replacing a medical college with an urgent care clinic. The urgent care clinic can deal with known procedures for known diseases, but if you forfeit the ability to innovate anything when something novel comes along, and we're dealing with active areas of research that are constantly...
Thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you, Walter. Kate, you're up. And Tyler Lindbergh, number 2.
Good afternoon. Let me be the first to say good afternoon since we've passed noon. My name is Kate, and I'm a meteorology graduate student, and I actually got a grant from the National Science Foundation that let me attend any graduate school I wanted in the nation. However, I chose my department at UNL for its faculty, its research, and commitment to student success. And then once I arrived here, I was graciously welcomed in by a fellow meteorology student from Hastings who's done all of her degrees at UNL and represents everything this university is and wants to be. The Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences offers unique programs at the MS, PhD, and dual degree tracks with several specializations in meteorology, climatology, geology, hydrogeology, geoscience education, and environmental studies. These are the only programs of their kind in the state and as well the Central and Northern Plains, making them regionally irreplaceable. They also are, the elimination would force students to leave Nebraska, and we have to rely on then out-of-state professionals, which increase costs, and then it reduces responsiveness to local and state needs, especially with the current weather. Current graduate enrollment is healthy. We have 34 graduate students, and they're evenly distributed across all disciplines. While our PhD completions are below CCPE threshold, enrollment is strong and is expected to exceed these thresholds very soon and into the future. This growth is led by our younger faculty, who actually advise 12 of our 16 current PhD students, and they are at the associate and assistant levels. Also, we have a new dual degree path. It is going to accelerate the PhD completion rate and is expected to increase PhD student enrollment as it has at other universities. EAS graduate students are also integral to Nebraska's research and workforce development. Over the past decade, faculty have secured nearly $90 million in external research grants, which rely on the graduate students. Students participate in nationally significant projects, conducting research with direct local impacts, such as modeling the groundwater for the High Plains Aquifer, severe hazard assessment, and the exploration of critical mineral resources. Graduate outcomes are exceptional. 98% of our alumni are employed in discipline-related fields, often high-impact roles such as NOAA meteorologists, hydrogeologists, and environmental consultants. Students routinely earn prestigious fellowships and are praised by their employers for their preparedness and expertise. And also, the current workforce is demanding our students. 50 to 60% of professionals in geology and atmospheric science are expected to retire within a decade, while we still need more energy, water hazard, and resilience research to grow our society. I ask you to consider the impact of EAS when making your decision, because the elimination would dismantle critical pipelines for research, education, and workforce development with far-fetching consequences for the state and region. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Kate. Tyler, you're up. Dr. Heffley, you're number 2.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tyler Limberg, a resident of Lincoln and a 2-time graduate of UNL, once in 2011 with a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics, and again in 2019, Master of Science, Meteorology and Climatology. I'm here to advocate today against the Chancellor's proposal to eliminate the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences. Eliminating this department would represent a huge blow to UNL's standing in the state, the country, and the world. The studies of meteorology and geology are more central than ever to our state. The Ogallala Aquifer continues to slowly decline, and as always, Nebraska is a hotbed for extreme weather, particularly in the last 10 years. These studies are also important for our nation. We need smart, educated, trained climatologists to study climate change and its impacts, and underground energy exploration and speculation remains crucial to powering our future. If you vote to eliminate EAS, you'll be ceding the university's status and leadership on these key issues. Graduates from the EAS program at UNL also receive the training they need to become professional geologists and meteorologists. In Nebraska, UNL's EAS program is currently the only pathway that students have to receive these certifications or to pursue graduate study in those fields. Indeed, our graduates have done so and moved on to important positions for our state and our country, working at the National Weather Service, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Nebraska Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, among others, as well as serving as directors in centers like Nebraska State Climate Office, Nebraska Water Center. Without our department, these roles would either not exist or they would be filled by graduates of other universities, which would mean that UNL would lose our influence and standing in that service. Lastly, it must be noted that the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences is very accomplished and prestigious. In just the last 5 years, we've had 4 students with NSF graduate fellowships, admitted 2 Fulbright scholars, published 11 articles in Nature and Science, 2 of the most preeminent science journals. And also, the department faculty currently lead more than $17 million in externally funded research. This is just the tip of the iceberg. The metrics say that the department is struggling. They're not struggling, they're rock stars. I have one final note. My daughter and the kids of many other alumni of these programs may grow up and want to study meteorology or geology someday like their parents. I know I speak for far more than myself when I say that I would want the University of Nebraska to be an option for them. If you eliminate EAS, you'll be denying thousands of kids the chance to study at our great university. So, to summarize, I just think this proposal is unthinkable, and eliminating this department would represent a wound that the University of Nebraska would never recover from. I'm urging you to reject their proposal to eliminate EAS. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. Dakota Taylor, you're next.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you today. My name is Dakota Taylor. I am the full-time Community Outreach Coordinator for TMFD, and I'm a full-time PhD student in Global Integrative Studies who has worked for UNL for over 3 years. So you can bet I'm ridiculously busy at this point in the semester, especially with my comp exams coming up in a couple weeks. But I'm here to talk to you about a topic that I'm passionate about and affects my and other individuals' future. So I'm here to answer one simple question. Can Nebraska afford to lose one of its strongest financial performers? Textiles, merchandising, and fashion design operates on a $1.39 million budget and consistently delivers far more than the university invests. Last year alone, TMFD generated $1.15 million in external research and extension grants, $209,837 in foundation support, and $1.56 million in tuition revenue. That is $2.10 for return to UNL for every $1 invested. That equals a 110% return on investment, also known as ROI. And the impact extends far beyond campus. Nebraska's retail and textile sectors support over 35,990 jobs in the state, adds $30.1 billion to the state's GDP, and continues to grow, increasing demands for the workforce TMFD produces. We are Nebraska's only program preparing apparel designers, merchandisers, textile scientists, retail managers, material cultural specialists, and many more positions. Eliminating TMFD means eliminating the state's sole talent pipeline for a major and expanding the economic sector. TMFD strengthens UNL, strengthens Nebraska's economy, and strengthens communities across the state. We are an academic unit that pays for ourselves and then pays it forward. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Thank you, Dakota. Melissa Bieber is the next speaker.
Hello, my name is Melissa Bieber. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. I am a 7-year employee of textiles, merchandising, and fashion design, and a 17-year employee of the University of Nebraska. I'm here to speak about the essential role that the staff plays and to encourage you to restructure rather than eliminate textiles, merchandising, and fashion design. TMFD impacts its revenue, its partnership, enrollment, and extension work doesn't just happen by accident. It's powered by staff who run operations, bring expertise, and keep the department moving. Removing that support, the system collapses. And losing is a costly cost. It damages the very reputation that the university is trying to protect. TMFD manages $1 million in extension grant funds, leads recruitment events that fuel the enrollment pipeline, maintains partnerships with 120 plus statewide organizations, coordinates internships, essential for the Nebraska workforce, oversees specialized labs and studios for faculty and students to use daily, provides support to students and strengthens the retention, oversees daily operations, communications, scheduling, and compliance. When staff leave, you don't just lose people, you lose the operational capacity, relationships, and continuity and compliance to make that system work. That loss is expensive and it's disruptive, and it undermines exactly what the university is trying to accomplish. But if the Board of Regents chooses restructuring instead of elimination of TMFD, we don't just keep academic programs strong and intact, we preserve an infrastructure that is financially strong, operationally smooth, and publicly critical. TMFD staff, students, faculty, and partnerships have built a cohesive, high-performing teams to serve the state of Nebraska and strengthen the university as a whole. Please considering restructuring the Textiles, Merchandising, Fashion Design Department. Sustaining TMFD preserves strength. Eliminating erases the value. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Melissa. Anton Albrecht, you're next. Carrie Berge is number 2.
Good afternoon. I'm here as a born and bred Nebraskan, a high school science teacher, and a proud University of Nebraska-Lincoln alum to express my concern and disappointment at the proposed cuts to the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences. This proposed cut will be harmful not only to university students and staff, but also to students and teachers for generations. Before I dive into my remarks, I have a couple questions for the room. First, by a show of hands, who has ever seen a beautiful landscape? Who has swam, fished, or boated on one of Nebraska's lakes or rivers? Who has paused and looked up in the night sky to see the stars and planets that give you that feeling of how grand the universe is? And lastly, who has ever licked a rock? That, folks, is how you find the true geologists. As you can see, the geologists or geosciences are integral to each and every one of our lives. I came to UNL as an undergraduate student pursuing a career in medicine, actually. I took several biology, chemistry, physics classes. However, I didn't take a single Earth, space, or atmosphere class. You see, my education was actually pretty typical, considering the research into geoscience education. The geosciences have traditionally been underfunded, and secondary science teachers are severely undertrained. Did you know that over 1/3 of Earth science teachers report zero training in Earth science fields? Teachers trained in a science field are consistently more effective at providing high-quality educational experiences, and students are more successful. Does this not align with the board's goal or the board's mission of promoting and advocating for the advancement of education, research, and outreach? I can personally vouch for the severe lapses in earth science education across the country, especially those that are accessible for teachers. After earning my master's degree and teaching certification, I was only endorsed in biology. But as a nerd for all of the sciences, I wanted to be endorsed and be able to teach them all. To do so, I had to take a couple more earth and space sciences, science courses, and if it weren't for UNL's EAS department, I would either be teaching high schoolers outside of my content area, which is a move that could bring penalties to my school, or have paid several $1,000s for online courses at other states' colleges. Like most of the non-rock lickers in the room, I'd seen a pretty rock here and there, but I didn't really think much of geology. It wasn't until I was immersed in the field courses with Drs. Harwood and Searles that I began seeing what my eyes previously couldn't discern. And now, where I see a big slab of rock on a street corner, I now see thousands of fossils, tons and tons of rock literally made from innumerable tiny sea creatures right here at every intersection in downtown Lincoln. My challenge for each of you, as you leave this place today, walk around downtown, stop to look at those rocks. In considering budget reconciliation...
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie, you're up. Jennifer Johnson Jorgensen, number 2.
Hi, everybody. My name is Carrie Snazy Burge, and I'm the Executive Director of the Nebraska Academy of Sciences. On behalf of our board and our nearly 500 members from the Panhandle to the Missouri, I stand here today to ask you to vote no on the elimination of the UNL Earth and Atmospheric Sciences Department. As you consider the weight of the decision that you will make, consider the past. The Nebraska Academy of Sciences was founded in 1880, making it one of the oldest science academies in the country. And from the beginning, UNL EAS department scientists have been a core part of our academy. The Academy and the Early University of Nebraska State Museum partnered on faculty field trips and are responsible for the discovery of the flagship's mascot, Archie. Discoveries of the Oreodont, which is a camel that lived here 40 million years ago, and many other wonders that are previously unknown. These expeditions across the state have uncovered and preserved fossils stored in the Nebraska Hall that I am told will keep future researchers busy for the next 100 years. As you consider the weight of the decision that you will make, consider the present. The Nebraska Academy of Sciences has hosted an annual meeting for 135 years, and an average of 30 UNL EAS researchers present at our annual meeting each April. These abstracts are then stored on the UNL Digital Commons and are among the 392,000 NAS abstracts that have been downloaded to date worldwide. TMFD also presents at our annual meeting, and the cutting of their department will certainly be felt also at NAS. Additionally, the EAS department and the Academy have partnered to get the public, including teachers, high school students, and college students into the field. This past September, our combined efforts took field trip attendees to ashfall fossil beds. Similar geology-themed field trips took place in 2023 and 2024. A 2026 Shadron field trip had been planned before the news of the proposed department elimination. The Nebraska Academy of Sciences has also partnered with the department to help bring science literacy to the public in a new speaker series called NAS Teach-Ins. As you consider the weight of the decision that you will make, consider the future. What does a future without this department look like for Nebraska? Are we to rely on Kansas or Iowa for our meteorology? Will Nebraskans' hidden rocks, gems, and fossils be collected and taken off by other states? Budget cuts are never easy, and no one is ever entirely happy with the outcome. I'm sure you've heard that sentence meant to reassure you frequently over the past few months. It takes courage to vote no, and I ask you to please vote no on the cutting of these departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Jennifer, you're up. Barney McCoy, number 2.
All right, thank you for your time today. My name is Jennifer Johnson Jorgensen, and I'm the chair and a 2-time alum of the Department of Textiles, Merchandising, and Fashion Design. I'm here today to share the high cost of elimination and the strategic value of restructuring TMFD. Eliminating TMFD would be financially damaging at a time when UNL cannot afford self-inflicted losses. Here is what disappears immediately. More than $1.5 million in annual tuition, millions in current and future research and extension grants, research and creative scholarship on the textile bioeconomy, Nebraska's only workforce pipeline in a growing economic field in our state. Job openings continue to increase every year. Extension work that reaches every single county, industry and K-12 partnerships built over decades. We've been around since 1898. And UNL's competitiveness in a sector where peer institutions are investing, not retreating. We have an alternative that is a big win for all involved. Aligning with the APC recommendations by merging TMFD programs into other units and tapping into proposed revenue streams, UNL gains $270,272 in annual savings through streamlined operations, more than $1.5 million in annual tuition revenue, nearly $400,000 in new revenue streams by 2028, a department structure that matches our university competitors, and it maintains our future-oriented programs aligned with Nebraska's economic priorities. This approach increases revenue, preserves program quality, serves our passionate students, and above all, makes more money than the university is investing. This is not only about saving a department. As an alum, it's really about protecting UNL's financial health, honoring our land grant mission, and securing Nebraska's workforce and economic future. Our alternative plan delivers measurable savings, revenue, and a structure that positions the University of Nebraska as a leader. Thank you for considering a path that makes sense financially, academically, and strategically. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Barney, you're up. Madden Westran is number 2.
Hello, Regents. Barney McCoy, College of Journalism, Hitchcock professor. I've been here about 20 years. It's a pleasure to see you all today. And you've heard from so many people today, all of them urging you to vote against these proposed cuts. They call them flawed, rushed, underinvolved. First, I'd like to tell you a personal story, and then I'll get back to the end here. But my mom and dad, Don and Vivian McCoy, came out of the Great Depression. They were both servers in World War II. Mom was in the first officers class of the United States Marine Corps in World War II. They went to college on the GI Bill after they went to war. They raised a family, and they instilled in their kids, my brother, my sister, and myself, these great democratic values that all of us have been exposed to when we go to a college or university like the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. My father called his education a laboratory in democracy, a chance to go to the university and be exposed to broad ideals, and not just those that he was majoring in as a history major, who then went on to teach in college. My mom was a director of continuing education at the University of Michigan before she retired, but all of them believed in the value of an education and having that broad diversity of opinions and ideas to be exposed to, not just the stories and not just the courses that they were taking, that they were majoring in, which is really what I'm talking about here today, this great exercise, this great laboratory in our democracy, American democracy, right? You had it, I had it, they benefited by it. But if these cuts go through, I can guarantee you that thousands of present and future students will not have that opportunity, that not be able to participate here in this laboratory of democracy, where they learn broad ideals and values that go beyond just the ones that they're majoring in. So please keep that in mind. And I go back to the proposed cuts that the Chancellor has placed before you today. Cuts that the Academic Planning Committee has largely advised against and asked you to delay in your vote as you consider this process. Flawed, rushed, underinvolved. If you ask any of the faculty members here today, any of those faculty members at the university, what they would do if those proposals were submitted to them as a paper, I can promise you that they would give it an F, and they would return it for dramatic redos on that. So please give them this proposal an F, and I respectfully encourage you, if you will, to do the same. Thank you.
Thanks, Barney. Madden Westran, you're up. Andrew Zimbroff, number 2.
Hello, Board of Regents. My name is Madden Wenstrand, and I am in my second year of undergraduate education here at UNL. I appreciate the opportunity to share my concerns about cutting departments at UNL. I am a part of the EAS department specifically. However, I believe that what I have to say today is relevant to all affected programs. I would like to start off my statement today with a statistic: 29%. According to a 2021 study conducted by the UK Office for National Statistics, only 29% of autistic adults in the UK were employed, leaving nearly 70% unemployed. A similar trend is apparent in the US, however, the available statistics are less recent. While the COVID-19 lockdown likely had an effect on unemployment rates, a significant disparity in employment rates of autistic and allistic or non-autistic individuals is glaring. As an autistic person myself, I have faced discrimination on job applications and employment opportunities. Whenever I've disclosed my disability on job applications, I have never been offered an interview, much less a job. My biggest concern with the frankly rash decision to cut departments here at this university is the quality of education I will receive. While students have been told that we will still receive a quality education, we have also been told that students in affected programs will make a personalized plan for the remainder of our time here at UNL, insinuating that current degree requirements will be cut. If I am not able to have the same quality of education as my peers, I will be significantly less competitive in the job market, especially if my education does not meet industry standards. I am a disabled person who requires accommodations in order to sustainably do any job, and many employers do not want to hire disabled employees because accommodations are viewed as an unnecessary expense. I have to be extremely competitive in the job market to even be considered for a job. I have seriously considered applying to other universities, but because I am unable to work on top of being a full-time student, attending an out-of-state university is impossible. Students need to be any university's top priority. If this university cannot guarantee that I will have the same quality of education and opportunities as the students before me, then the university should either significantly reduce the cost of my tuition or help me find a different university to finish my degree at and cover the difference in cost. Again, students need to be this university's top priority, and this includes marginalized students. Remember the 29% when voting on the budget cuts later today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Andrew Zimbroff and Lily Rippendo is number 2.
Hello, my name is Andrew Zimbroff, and I'm an associate professor and extension specialist in textiles, merchandising, and fashion design, or TMFD. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight a dimension of TMFD that has been largely overlooked, but is vital to UNL's mission and Nebraska's future. TMFD delivers measurable statewide impact through extension, reaching youth in all 93 counties of the state, with entrepreneurship and leadership programs that build confidence, creativity, and problem-solving skills. These experiences shape the next generation of Nebraska innovators. Our over 120 industry and nonprofit partnerships strengthen rural economies, support small businesses, and fuel an innovation ecosystem that simply does not appear in the narrow metrics used in the recent program reviews. Our research contributions also speak directly to the university's highest goals. We align with AAU's Phase 1 membership indicators, including competitively funded research, faculty awards, and citations. We even have faculty members on the top 2% of scientists lists. Since 2020, TMFD faculty have produced 11 patents and over 20,000 citations, the kind of impact that reinforces UNL's R1 standing and advances its AAU aspirations. These achievements are not incidental, they are strategic. It's important to address the rationale used for this proposed cut. The metrics guiding these decisions were explicitly described as not performance indicators. In addition, the assumption that 85% of our students will switch majors, a prediction that fundamentally misunderstands the commitment, identity, and passion our students bring to textiles and apparel in Nebraska. TMFD contributes far more than that which the current metrics attempt to capture. We deliver statewide service, high-impact research, and mission-critical value that strengthen UNL's academic identity, its economic relevance, and its national competitiveness. TMFD isn't just aligned with UNL's goals, we help drive them. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Lily, you're up. Greg Jameson's number 2.
Good afternoon, Regents. My name is Lily Ripito. I am majoring in the Department of Mathematics on the focus track of meteorology. I am also a student at the Jeffrey S. Rake School of Computer Science and Management. Speaking from this unique perspective, I invite you to understand why EAS must stay at UNL. To do so, I want to draw a comparison to the Rake School, which has been consistently lauded by the university as a star program with high performance. Our celebrated quality of the Rake School is the real-world classes. Having now taken classes in atmospheric sciences, my observation is that these classes are preparing meteorology students as well for their careers as any class in Rake's prepares us for ours. I'm sure you're aware of the pipeline of meteorology students to the Nebraska National Weather Service careers that save life and property in the state. It seems imprudent to celebrate this type of career-ready success in one department and diminish it in another. To speak to the quality of professors in atmospheric sciences, the ones I have been lucky enough to learn from have been as proficient at teaching and possess as much relevant experience as any professor at Rake's, who again receive high praise from the university. To take any of these atmospheric science professors away from their department and from a centralized group of students, I believe would diminish their ability to teach students to the students' full potential. No one, I think you might agree, would suggest the Rake School professors could be as effective on our students if we were scattered across departments without a centralized community. and to speak on the ratio of professors to students. Again, I ask why certain professors' targeted efforts toward a small group of students is celebrated in one context and regarded as a poor performance metric in another. Next, to look at success metrics after graduation. I suspect one quality the university finds compelling of the Rake School is the high-profile companies and large financial success our alumni find. Though ES alumni may not as often start national companies and earn large sums, I cannot imagine anyone would discredit the importance of timely weather predictions, AI-driven analysis of events which cause deep and lasting negative consequences on every resident in the state, or the securing of water and energy resources needed to make possible any of the careers of the celebrated Rake School alumni. I urge this board not to lose sight of the importance of the fundamental scientific and technological expertise that comes out of EAS about the very land and air that this state, without which no other program's success could happen. I know the budget is a problem, but at the Rake School they teach us the value of innovation. I ask you to keep EAS or to delay your vote so the many dedicated people at this university can find a better solution than elimination. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Lily. Greg, you're up. Elvira Abrika next.
Good day, Regents. I am Greg Jameson, a 2011 graduate of the Meteorology Climatology program here at the University of Nebraska at Lincoln, the last Big 12 degree this university offered. The proposed cut to the EAS is unfathomable. As the premier land-grant university for the state, we are uniquely positioned to support the needs of the state. This includes weather, climate, and groundwater. Our beef prices today are in part high because of the 2021 drought in Nebraska. EAS faculty and alumni research in this space today. The cut would make Nebraska the only state in Tornado Alley without a meteorology program. This is not Nebraska first. This is brain drain first. The odyssey of tornadoes is uniquely the Great Plains. There are exceptional professors and classmates who have set me up to be a professional for my life. Dr. Houston, who you heard earlier, secured an NSF grant so we can perform research using radars from the Center for Severe Weather Research and meet the stars from the Discovery show, Storm Chasers. Dr. Rowe talks about the forecasting funnel and how looking broad and narrow and how each piece matters as you think through that. Looking at the big picture is critical, and so is being an R1 research institution. One of my classmates who I sat beside and we worked together on tests now is at the High Plains Regional Climate Center, helping to inform U.S. Drought Monitor. Another one of my classmates helped to develop the Winter Weather Severity Index that is now used nationwide by the National Weather Service to prevent winter deaths. These are core memories for me and why I feel so valuable about my time and tenure here at the University of Nebraska at Lincoln. Administration since my graduation has exploded. UNL at the core is a higher education facility, not a higher contract facility. I found GIS because of meteorology. In my previous role, I advised whether buses would run in Omaha for 30,000 commuters daily. In my current role, I work for a small town in Iowa, where in the last 4 years, we've had one derecho, 2 tornadoes, snowiest November, and rainiest July. In 4 years. These impact the city I work for, the 19,000 residents who call it home. We have 65,000 cars a day that go through our city. Every weather event, I help save taxpayers money and showcase the high-performing organization offering exceptional public services that our city council desires. Without my education at UNL, these wouldn't have been possible. Regent Claire, I met you in 2009 at Cather Hall by Ben Boslager. You might remember his name. And I voted for you in 2008 and 2014 before I moved out of your district. Dr. Gold, I met you a number of times, most recently at GCAL and Lawrence Outpatient Center. So, Regents, please reject this proposal to eliminate the EAS. It is best for Nebraska and for future professors. My legacy donation and my alumni support depends on it. I'm alive because of EAS alumni. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Elvira, you're up. Stephanie Bondi is number 2.
Hello, I'm Elvira Abrika. I'm the department chair for the Department of Educational Administration, and I'm joined here today with a number of my colleagues, all of whom are nationally recognized scholars in the field of educational administration. We prepared a coordinated set of comments rather than individual comments. that represent our collective professional assessment of what you and Nebraskan taxpayers should understand about the proposed elimination of academic programs before you today. A proposal that you know now, as a matter of fact, is built on inaccurate information. We offer this testimony with deep respect for your fiduciary duty, your role as stewards of the university system, and your responsibility to ensure that high-quality, accessible education remains available to all Nebraskans throughout the state. Let me begin by stating our cohesive message clearly. First, the proposed academic eliminations are not an advisable way forward. Second, we're going to offer you a better plan, one that reduces real costs, strengthens academic mission, and protects the revenue that we need and that we depend on. Our specific ask is straightforward. Just pause. Pause these cuts so faculty and administration can work together quickly and give you a more effective solution. We're all on the same page. When something isn't working, you fix it. You don't keep pouring money into a broken system. You don't keep any extras that don't serve our students. And when economic times are tough, we all tighten up our belts and make sure every dollar is used effectively. Eliminating revenue-generating programs that are one of a kind in a state, as a matter of fact, do not solve financial problems. We need to do the hard but obvious work, address the top-heavy bureaucracy of the current university structure that we cannot afford any longer. We will deliver to you today one proposal that saves money, cuts waste, and is the most financially responsible action you can take right now, today. Thank you.
Thank you, Elvira. Stephanie, you're up. Elizabeth Niehaus is number 2.
Hi, my name's Stephanie Bondi. I'm an associate professor of practice in the Department of Educational Administration. As my colleague outlined, our first major point is simple. These proposed academic program eliminations are not an advisable way forward, and here's why. The budget reduction plan cites $6.7 million in savings by eliminating 4 academic programs, but that figure reflects only the gross salaries of faculty and staff in those departments. It does not reflect actual savings or losses that would be realized. The proposed cuts may look compelling at first, but they amount to a bill of goods, because once you account for lost revenue and added costs, they simply do not deliver the savings advertised. The proposed cuts do not account for tuition these programs generate, nor additional revenue from grants, cooperative agreements, contracts, and distance education fees, nor does it account for established partnerships that drive private donation gifts, which disappear with program elimination. No business, no government entity, no responsible governing board evaluates budget decisions using only gross expenses. The real question is always, what is the net impact? By the university's own calculation included in the table of metrics produced by the Executive Vice Chancellor's office, these 4 departments are net positive. Each of them, together generating a combined realizable net tuition of up to $5.1 million, even after subtracting their operating budget. This revenue comes about through the day-to-day work of academic units, doing recruiting, teaching, research, and outreach that advances the core mission of the university in serving the state. That's $5 million in net tuition revenue, not to mention sponsored research activity that starts to disappear on day 1 of a cut. Students and faculty have already started applying to out-of-state universities. Program eliminations signal how the university handles budget challenges by eliminating academic programs. So of course, students and faculty wonder if their program will be cut next. Costs associated with faculty and staff turnover will rise quickly, and the expenses of a multi-year teach-out plan for students who remain are actually comparable to simply keeping the programs and making them better. The bottom line is, we don't balance the budget or save money by cutting off revenue. I'll now turn to my colleague Beth Niehaus, who will outline what would work instead.
Elizabeth.
Hello, my name is Beth Niehaus, and I'm a professor in the Department of Educational Administration. As my colleague just described, the academic program cuts in the Chancellor's proposal are actually counterproductive to our goal of balancing the budget. But then you may be asking, if not this, then what? Our counterproposal is to reduce wasteful administrative spending by restructuring leadership over UNL, UNMC, and the NU system, similar to how many of our Big Ten peers are already structured. This includes Ohio State, Michigan, Michigan State, Minnesota, Penn State, Purdue, Washington, and Wisconsin. We could have one University of Nebraska that's run by what is now central administration and includes what is now UNL and UNMC, with UNO and UNK maintaining their identities as separate campuses within the system. This is, quite honestly, already the direction that we are clearly moving, and by my calculations, would result in at least $6.5 million in savings that can be realized immediately, rather than drawn out over years and years to come. Restructuring could eliminate the UNL Chancellor's Office, including directors of University and External Relations, UNMC Chancellor's Office, UNL and UNMC Vice Chancellors for Business and Finance, UNL Chief Communications and Marketing Officer, and the UNMC Vice Chancellor for External Affairs. Importantly, outside of the Chancellor's offices, this proposal would only eliminate the top positions in each area, retaining all other staff in those offices. Long-term, there are also additional cost savings that could be realized when we combine other administrative functions that now exist duplicatively at both UNL and UNMC, like research and sponsored programs, online education, institutional research, compliance, and more. This proposal would involve very few position eliminations beyond positions that are already vacant, maintaining key staff doing the day-to-day work that makes our university run. As I mentioned earlier, restructuring in this way would result in at least $6.5 million in cost savings from salary and benefits immediately, with no lost revenue, none. And this is a conservative estimate of the cost savings involved. This is clearly a better deal than cutting a purported $6.7 million that in reality nets a loss of millions of dollars annually. Most importantly, this approach protects the core academic mission of the institution, preserving our ability to serve our students and the state. It mirrors the administrative structures used successfully at other Big Ten institutions, allowing us to remain competitive while reducing overhead. Cutting academic programs, by contrast, leads to enrollment declines, reduced research funding, and long-term costs that far exceed the short-term savings. I urge the board to consider this proposal as a responsible alternative that protects Nebraska's flagship university and ensures long-term financial sustainability. I'll now turn it over to my colleague, Jingyang Xia, who will discuss how removing outdated bureaucratic barriers can further strengthen revenue and innovation.
Thank you. And Sarah Zuckerman will be number 2.
Hello. My name is Jingyang Xia. I'm associate professor in the Department of Educational Administration, and this is my 12th year at UNL. Building on the structural changes my colleague just outlined, we also propose that the board instruct UNL and NU administrators to eliminate the bureaucratic barriers that currently block revenue-generating innovation. What became clear in the Chancellor's proposal was that our leadership was not thinking expensively or creatively about how to solve our budget issues. Instead of proposing innovative strategies for using our resources more efficiently, they stayed with the mindset of how things have always been done here. Let me offer one example. The proposal to combine agricultural economics with agricultural leadership, education, and communication illustrates this problem clearly. By all counts, the only things these two departments share are the word agriculture in their names and their presence in the same college. But if we remove both administrative barriers and visionary barriers, we could find far more productive and strategic realignments across colleges. For instance, merging educational administration with agricultural leadership, education, and communication, and pairing the Department of Statistics with agricultural economics. EDAD and ALEC, even though they sit in different colleges, have a long history of collaboration and shared interests. Bridging these units together makes sense and would create meaningful opportunities for growth. For example, ED/AD faculty could expand teaching capacity in undergraduate leadership. ALEC faculty could increase advising capacity to grow doctoral enrollment in educational leadership and leadership studies. So this strengthens both programs and increases tuition revenue. These kinds of alignments are possible, practical, and aligned with the university's mission, but only if we remove the barriers that prevent innovation. My colleague Sarah Zuckerman will now continue with additional opportunities for collaboration and innovation across campuses. Thank you.
Thank you. And number 2 will be Daryl Hatch.
My name is Sarah Zuckerman. I'm an associate professor of education administration at UNL. Building on the realignment my colleagues just described, collaboration across campuses, not just colleges, would create new innovative opportunities. We must think strategically about the most efficient and effective use of our resources across the entire NU system and not independently willy-nilly cut programs at each campus. So I offer 2 innovative ideas. The first is that there's currently a College of Education at UNL, UNO, and UNK. Attempts to create joint programs, which we have tried to do, and to conduct research across the campuses has been difficult. Given the different focuses of each college, it makes sense to maintain educational programming at all 3 locations, but joining them administratively under one system-wide College of Education would align resources, create clearer strategic direction, and facilitate stronger collaboration and innovation. Ultimately, this reduced costs while increasing revenue through higher enrollments and expanded opportunities for grant funding. The second innovation would be under the merger of UNL and UNMC under one University of Nebraska, we could create an innovative school of leadership and community development that would span UNL, UNK, UNO, and UNMC. This could include faculty housed in ALEC, EdAd, Ag Econ, teaching, learning, and teacher education, community and regional planning, public health, social work, and of course, Nebraska Extension. Such a school would enable new micro-credentials and academic programs. It would create workforce and economic development initiatives aligned with community needs. It would increase engagement across the state and contribute to the development of fundable, large-scale research. Building on existing expertise and extension partnership, this school would increase NU's impact, especially in our rural communities, and it would increase NU's visibility and reputation. This idea is not a last-minute Hail Mary in the face of budget cuts. It's one that I and members of my department and others previously named have been working on for 4 years. There's a blueprint for this school, this cross-discipline, cross-campus, community-engaged school in our UNL Grand Challenges Catalyst proposal. One external reviewer stated the proposal to reorganize faculty work, reduce barriers to collaboration across disciplines and campuses, and the focus on serving the needs of communities in Nebraska would attract serious external funding and create a nationally and even internationally renowned entity at NU. Right now, this idea exists on paper. We need leadership to help us bring this idea to life, not shut the door on opportunities to save a few dollars. My colleague Daryl Hatch will now explain why this approach aligns with the university's long-term goals, including re-entry to the AAU.
Thank you, Sarah. Corey Ruman will be number 2.
Hello, my name is Daryl Hatch. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Educational Administration. I want to explain why the path we are proposing here is a better way forward for the university and for Nebraska. We fully endorse President Gold's call for an odyssey to extraordinary. Achieving that vision will indeed require innovative thinking, hard work, hard choices shared across the entire university system. As you've heard, colleagues across campus have brought forward all manner of feasible and creative solutions that create efficiencies, cut bureaucracy, increase collaboration, and build new revenue streams. The Academic Planning Committee endorsed such an approach. These are ideas ready to be acted upon in the same time frame or less, and for less money than what it would take to implement the Chancellor's proposed cuts. Now, when we consider the goal of rejoining the AAU, keep in mind that the current proposal short-sightedly focuses on phase 1 indicators only. But an AAU strategy must be long-term. Among these phase 2 indicators, for instance, is PhD production. These 4 departments currently enroll 119 PhD students, representing fully 8% across UNL departments, nearly 1 in 10. and together graduate around 30 annually. For all but a few of those currently enrolled, there are simply no equivalent or alternative PhD programs within the state. Unless graduated in the next year or two, most will stop out or leave Nebraska for other opportunities. We know this, as you've heard, because they've told us so, and many have already started that process. It speaks to the fact that the fastest way to export Nebraska talent is through program cuts. Another Phase 2 indicator is USDA, state, and industrial research funding. Across these 4 departments, in addition to millions of dollars in active, competitively funded federal grants, their support for additional grant work is both direct and structural. They provide the scientific, analytical, and community infrastructure that makes competitive proposals possible. Earth and atmospheric sciences, advanced federally funded climate and water research essential to Nebraska agriculture. Statistics supplies the methodological and analytical expertise that strengthens proposal across IA&R, engineering, and the life and social sciences. And departments of education administration, textiles, merchandising, fashion design are heavily involved in STEM education. They bring the engagement, evaluation, workforce pathways, and industry partnerships that all funding agencies are making a priority. Eliminating these units weakens the competitiveness of research across the entire university in an increasingly interdisciplinary and partnership-based funding landscape, thereby directly weakening the very indicators that AAU institutions must excel in. We plan to propose, this plan that we speak to you moves the university toward AAU reentry. The plan before you today for program eliminations moves us further away. My colleague Corey Ruman will now bring these points together and close with broader implications for Nebraska's future.
Thank you, Daryl. And Sapero, you'll be number 2.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Corey Ruman, and I'm a faculty member in the Department of Educational Administration. I've been in the department in that position for over 13 years, I guess. Sticking with the baseball analogy of being on deck, could say that I'm the cleanup hitter or maybe the closer, but I never could. I was never a power hitter for sure, except maybe in beer league softball, and I certainly cannot throw a 100-mile-per-hour fastball. But before I start, I do want to say how honored and humbled I've been to be associated with this group of colleagues and faculty members, not just in my department and the staff, but all of us who are fighting for our lives, which through what has been, to be honest, at times an unbearable, dehumanizing, disempowering process. That being said, we can change course today. You have been led down a path that applies Band-Aids to problems instead of fixing what is truly broken. Cutting academic programs will eliminate unique programs and revenue Nebraska simply cannot afford to lose. Many of our administrators, including Chancellor Bennett himself, have argued one of the best ways to address our budget deficit is to create more opportunities through creative and innovative thinking, and cutting programs does just the opposite of that. We simply cannot be fooled into believing these recommended cuts will do anything but hurt the University of Nebraska now and in the long term. We are offering an immediate, practical solution, one that reduces costs without harming the programs that generate tuition, partnerships, workforce talent, and research, and the very programs by the Academic Planning Committee's own recommendations contribute to the strength of the institution. If we truly believe in an odyssey to extraordinary, we cannot choose a path that cuts the people and programs that make extraordinary work possible. The proposal in front of you cuts into our academic core and into our revenue. It eliminates opportunities for growth and partnerships and negatively impacts all of Nebraska, including our rural communities. The plan we have presented today cuts bloat, not backbone. It strengthens programs, strengthens partnerships, and strengthens the PhD production that the AAU status requires. We and countless other faculty have done the hard work to bring forward a number of real solutions, real innovative solutions. We are all ready to work with you to implement those solutions, and we invite you to take that step with us to move Nebraska forward. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your service to the state of Nebraska.
Thank you, Corey. Paterno, and Heike Hoffman will be number 2.
Hello, Regents. My name is Shuparno Ghosh. I'm a professor in the UNL Department of Statistics. I stand before you today to request not to eliminate the Statistics Department at UNL. It was widely advertised that elimination of the Stat Department will probably save $1.75 million, but at what cost? Well, let's take a look. We are living in the age of AI, and statistics lies at the very core of AI. In UNL, a significant portion of our statistics faculty are advancing the frontiers of AI through federally funded research that spans mathematical foundations of AI, cutting-edge data visualization and analytics, and development of novel AI tools for digital ag. Eliminating this department would not only dismantle this high-impact research program, but also severely undermine UNL's capacity to contribute and to benefit from the AI revolution. Why does that matter? Because leading public research universities, particularly the AAU schools, are making bold strategic investments in AI. Some examples. January 31, 2024, UT Austin launched the Year of AI initiative. It included a major faculty recruitment drive and $25 million investment. July 25, UCF, another AAU school, established the Institute of AI, backed by over $50 million in strategic investment. November 26, 2025, Ohio State University announced a sweeping AI faculty hiring recruitment initiative with 100 new tenure-track faculty over for 5 years. December 1, 2025, Texas A&M University committed $25 million to hire 167 new faculty with strong emphasis on STEM and related field. In this national context, the elimination of Nebraska's only stat department would amount to disinvestment from AI at precisely the moment when peer institutions are doubling down on AI. If our goal is to attain AU membership or even remain competitive, can we afford to move in the opposite direction? Regents, the elimination plan presented to you will not support extraordinary research. It jeopardizes NU's capacity to cultivate a future-ready workforce and undermines university's long-term vision. Simply put, this plan will not take you on the odyssey to extraordinary. It will leave you stranded far away from it. There is a challenge in this opportunity, and this moment is no exception. The faculty across UNL are galvanized and forging a deep sense of unity and shared purpose. In this extraordinary show of solidarity, they have proposed some amazing plans to get you the savings that was proposed, and at the same time,
Thank you. Your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you, Professor Gosh. Heike, you're next. Elizabeth Lewis is number 2.
Thank you for hearing me. My name is Heike Hoffman. I'm a professor in the Department of Statistics. Statistics is the science behind AI. It's one of the foundational cornerstones of science. Every quantitative field relies in some way on statistics. For a research university, it is of the utmost importance to get these statistics done right. In the last 2 years, more than 20,000 published papers had to be retracted. The number one issue for paper retractions are concerns over the data, followed by wrong conclusions and issues with the methodology. I'm standing here because of a data analysis that has all 3 of these fatal flaws. The data that was assembled for the budget cuts has many errors. Lots of departments, not just the affected departments, lots of departments have pointed out errors with the data. The statistics department has pointed out errors with the methodology. None of these errors have been addressed. Instead, we were told the errors didn't matter because they affected all departments the same way. That's not how data errors work. We were told that at this point, the metrics would not be changed anymore. We were also told that the input of the statistics department would not be considered because the statistics department had not traditionally been involved in the process. It's not for the lack of offering help that I'm standing in front of you today. This flawed data analysis makes the statistics department look very poor. This is very far from the truth. The statistics department is a highly ranked national department for its outstanding research performance. It is ranked above 9 public universities in the AAU and 5 other private universities also in the AAU. Not only does the stats department hold its own, it's also uplifting other sciences. Cutting the department comes with huge losses in revenue, with a loss in the rigor of academic training, with a loss of reputation.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth, you're up. Ethan Stillwell, number 2.
Good afternoon, Board of Regents, President Gold. My name is Beth Lewis. I'm Professor of Science Education in the Department of Teaching, Learning, and Teacher Education in the College of Education. Also a member of the UNL Faculty Senate Executive Committee. I'm here to urge the board to close the UNL budget gap without eliminating academic departments. We and you are in the most difficult situation, but I want to be very specific about the number driving this discussion. The university states that there is about a $21 million structural gap inside the state-aided, unrestricted operating budget. In the public record, that $21 million is not represented as a single ledger line. It is a modeled difference between recurring revenues and recurring commitments in that limited fund category. That is why many people cannot find the $21 million when they read consolidated financial reports. They are looking for a missing account when the issue is a gap created by assumptions, allocations, and cost pools inside the state-aided model. The packet I've provided you includes on page 7 a probability table showing the most likely places in which this gap is arising, specifically benefits and insurance pools, utilities, internal allocation changes, and the exhaustion of one-time balancing tools. And on page 8 in your packet, you have a one-page reconciliation template that the board can request today. That single document would allow everyone, you, regents, faculty, students, the public, to see the drivers and their dollar amounts before you make irreversible academic decisions. This matters because UNL's own final plan shows that most of the budget reduction has already expected to come from non-departmental levers, such as administrative efficiencies, a campus-wide recession, and a voluntary separation program. If those measures are sequenced, verified, and targeted to protect instruction, the board has a path to balance the budget while keeping academic departments intact. I'm not asking you to ignore legal constraints, but respectfully, I request 3 actions. First, require publication of the state-aided reconciliation. Second, direct that non-academic reductions be executed and public reported before the department eliminations. And third, convene a short-term working group that includes faculty and staff with budget expertise. I am also willing to serve on that working group and help produce an audible, legally compliant plan. Thank you for your stewardship of the University of Nebraska and our UNL community.
Thank you. Ethan Stoll is up, and Catherine Bolt is number 2.
Good afternoon. I'm Ethan Stoll from Papillion, Nebraska. I'm a senior geology student, an honors program student, president of the American Association of Petroleum Geologists, UNL chapter, and a recipient of your own Regent Scholarship. You've already heard today from our esteemed professors on the consequence for the state of losing our foundational research and the injustice of these so-called metrics that largely work to cherry-pick and twist data to undermine and attack sciences. Rather than reiterate on these points, I wanted to take this opportunity to speak to you about the excellence of our geology program. As a former student in the School of Computing, I can say definitively that the rigorous course materials and personalized instruction from EAS professors is of a much higher quality and allows for the real development of individuals within the major, which is part of why I transferred away from the College of Engineering in the first place, where this mentorship is near impossible. Even next to competitive, small class honors seminars, the amount of effort and commitment to excellence of both students and teachers in geology classes is unparalleled because every class has real meaning for the world and real value for our careers. When our geology students attend field camp with other Big Ten universities, we find ourselves much better prepared with practical skills and fundamental knowledge. My own education has allowed me to represent Nebraska in a prestigious energy exploration internship and present at global geophysics research conferences. Geology has been taught at this university for over 150 years. Eliminating this major and culling its faculty would be a loss of generations of highly refined, world-class education materials that would be near impossible to rebuild when the state realizes that they need experts in fields like energy and groundwater in the coming decades. People don't go into these fields because they want a piece of paper on their wall or think that it'll be an easy degree where they can let an AI do their homework. We come to class with intention and learn practical, employable skills that bridge academia and industry. When instructors care about their students and the long-term future of the field rather than just their own personal prestige, you get a department full of active participants who go on to have highly successful careers. Over 85% of my senior peers are involved in research or already work in a geology job. Our program works. A hasty decision today is the loss of some of the best and brightest students that this university attracts, and the irreversible loss of a legacy of unyielding excellence, a permanent tarnish on UNL's reputation as a top-tier research institution. Thank you.
Thanks, Ethan. Catherine, you're up.
Hello, my name is Catherine Bolt, and I'm an in-state sophomore geology major in the Department of Earth and Environmental and Atmospheric Science. From a young age, I've been fascinated by the Earth. Growing up, I went on camping trips across Nebraska and other states, which sparked a curiosity that never faded. I became specifically interested in geology when I had the opportunity to take a geology course in high school in the Science Focus program. When it came time to apply for college, I looked at multiple universities, but ended up choosing to pursue geology at University of Nebraska-Lincoln because of its proximity to home and because of the opportunities offered through the department. The geology program offers many opportunities for experiential learning, both in and out of the classroom, professional connection building, and clubs, just to name a few. An example of this is the connection our faculty and department have with outside partners and donors that make it possible to go on experiential learning opportunities for free with scholarships. An example of this is the Walker Trip, a summer class that I took that went to Utah to learn about the geology of the western United States. I would not have been able to go on this trip without the scholarships provided. The elimination of the department would rob me of the opportunity to have similar experiences in the future. I love the state, and I went to UNL because I wanted to stay here and learn, not go out of state. But if EAS is eliminated and the geology program is reduced, then I would have to consider leaving Nebraska to continue pursuing my degree, and this would have a tremendous impact financially on me, but also impact the university, which would be losing what I'm in paying tuition and in meal plan dollars. I urge you to reject this proposal to eliminate EAS and protect Nebraska's resources, our scientific community, and the mission of this university to provide quality education. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Catherine. M. Ning.
Dear Board of Regents members, my name is Ming Nguyen, and I'm currently a PhD student at the Department of Statistics. I came here today to share with you my perspective on why the Chandler's proposal to eliminate programs and department is a short-term solution that will result in a long-term loss of students. 3 weeks ago, I talked to a friend of mine in Nebraska who has a nephew who wants to study computer science and math. She asked me if he should come here to study. If this question were raised to me 3 months ago, I would have not hesitated to say yes. But as of now, I'm sorry, I can't. Because even though his department is not being proposed to be eliminated, but it is very, very clear that if any department can be eliminated, no matter how important it is, then any department can be eliminated in the future. And sorry, I cannot put his future at risk. Second, I came here 3 years ago because of the reputation my advisor and also other professors at the Department of Statistics. If I have known at the time that UNL has ever eliminated a department, especially for a reason not related to conduct, I'm sorry, I would never come here. So the story of my friend's nephew and me tells you that if a program or a department is eliminated, lots of students will not come here. Well, maybe except for students from Nebraska who want to study here because they want to be close to the family and home. But please note that as of now, 30% of students at UNL are not from Nebraska. So that is a significant loss of students if they decided not to come here because the future to study here is not safe. And it's not only hurt Nebraska, it also hurt UNL, it's also gonna hurt Nebraska. Dear Board of Regents, I believe that the leadership executive team has hardworking professionals, but the fact of the matter is they did not involve any people that spend their whole life working and living here. They are not, lots of them are not Nebraska native, and they can move anytime. As of now, one is already leaving. Should make you question whether they put the future of Nebraska at the heart of the decision. You, on the other hand, are Nebraska native, and I believe that at the bottom of your heart, you want to do everything that you can to protect the future of Nebraska. Because of that, I urge you not to follow the Chandler's proposal to eliminate department or program, which again is a short-term solution that will lead to a long-term loss of students, of faculty, and to Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Harwood, you're up. And Ray Orrit is number 2.
Yeah, good afternoon, Regents. I'm David Harwood, professor of geology in the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences. I've been at UNL for 36 years. I appreciate your service and your position to prevent a harmful mistake to UNL's academic reputation. The safety of Nebraskans and the quality of our children's science education are at risk. I urge you to not eliminate EAS. I want to talk about risks. Late yesterday, I sent an email to each of you with information from the World Economic Forum's 2025 Global Risks Report. It identified the top 4 global risks from a 10-year perspective. All of these risks fall under the realm of Earth and atmospheric science disciplines: extreme weather events, biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse, critical changes to Earth's systems, natural resource shortages. I earnestly implore you to not cut UNL's Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences to save costs, as future costs will be greater if and when these risks are realized. AIS faculty and graduates in the workforce and the service entities and communities we advise play a vital role in keeping Nebraskans safe through risk assessment, warning, mitigation, and response. I teach about these risks in my geology courses for undergrad non-majors. Reflective statements from my students read, all students should have known about these risks and of actions to better manage our planet. Many state, I can't believe I'm only learning this now. I wish these were presented earlier in my education. Here's my second point in this is that there are risks to the depth and breadth of Nebraska's science education workforce if EAS is eliminated. We offer important coursework required for science teacher certification in earth and space sciences and in broad field science endorsements. An imminent risk before us is the loss of our institution's vision of excellence. Many dedicated faculty committed to the university's success feel trust has been broken by these reckless cuts. Allow our bright faculty time to engage. Is there a risk in pausing? Open the door to creative proposals to help find solutions, non-destructive cost reductions, and new revenue streams. If EAS is eliminated, it won't be long before UNL will need to rebuild this program at a greater cost and in the absence of the legacy that dates to the founding of this great institution. By proposing these eliminations, UNL has already put its reputation at risk. You, Regents, have the opportunity now to reverse course and start the correction. We are Nebraska's land-grant institution. Earth, air, water, and science education are prime elements. Vote to pause. Allow time for a better plan and shared governance. So many great ideas were shared today. Allow time to revisit them. Please pause. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Doctor. Rainieri. Carson Trigo was number 2.
Hello, Regents. My name is Rain Orrit, a junior majoring in statistics and data analytics and computer science. I am a Nebraska Career Scholar, much like many of my statistics peers. The Nebraska Career Scholarship is awarded to, quote, only students in certain high-demand fields in Nebraska. It says this is a highly selective scholarship since the number of awards is limited due to available funding appropriated by the state of Nebraska. For my first year of college, I was awarded $17,750 because my major is in demand. By graduation, I will have received $41,750 saying that statistics and data analytics is in demand in Nebraska. My sister Lizzie Orrit is a presidential scholar in the same boat with meteorology. She is unable to be here due to surgery after a fall on the unsalted sidewalks just outside her resident hall on Monday. My mother, Dr. Sarah Orrit, is a recent summer graduate of the statistics department as well. Furthermore, I want to speak about these past few months and all the efforts that I have made to make my voice heard. Within the first week of the budget cuts news, I made an Instagram account called I Love Statistics UNL. And under 4 days, the account amassed over 105,000 views and reached over 24,000 accounts. Currently, it reached over 33,000 accounts. The slogan was, I'm a Husker Who, and then variations of positive messages showing support for the impacted students and faculty as a parody of Husker and. I reached out to ASIN to help create and do chalk for the Huskers Have a Say event, where people could come together and show their support as well. I spoke at the APC hearing for statistics. I was interviewed on 5 separate occasions. I attended the statistical seminar with the record-breaking attendance about the faulty metrics. Then the tone began to change. I started with positive messages, ways to reach out for people to show support instead of negative criticism against these cuts. But after months, and continuously being told that the process will not be paused despite much quantitative error and lack of transparency, that statistics is still on the chopping block, and being told repeatedly that I personally will be fine, I and many others feel ignored. The administrator who made me feel most hurt and met with me personally is somebody who is also impacted by these cuts, our Dean of Students, TJ McDowell. Thank you so much, TJ. As a statistics student, I was able to do research, even as a sophomore, underneath Dr. Ghosh. I learned about the foundations of statistics in courses taught by Dr. Blankenship for 4 semesters in a row. I traveled to the zoo this semester to act as a consultant to local high schoolers for a course taught by Dr. Howard. I created lesson plans and taught youth about statistics and artificial intelligence over the summer underneath Dr. Stanky as a Nebraska Extension 4-H intern. I love statistics and all the valuable opportunities that it has given me to make a positive impact, and I hope it can give me and many others many more. So lastly, I ask you to look at me, a Husker who simply wants to be able to study statistics and learn without interruptions, and to choose to vote against these eliminations that have made this semester the most stressful semester in all my years of schooling. Please let your vote answer this question. Do Huskers have a say? Thank you.
Thank you. Carson, you're up. Michelle Harvey, you're number 2.
Wow, so we were going on 4.5 hours, quite long today. Really appreciate you for staying here and hearing us all out as students. Again, once hats off to the board. I'm Carson Trigo. I am a student here at UNL, and I would just like to mention that I'm a little worried for the university, as it has been very heartwarming to see that many professors, not only within the areas that are involved with the cuts, but professors from all over different departments and even other schools. We've even had some professors from out the country come to comment on it. I'm from North Platte. I've had plenty of people who have never gone to the college, uninvolved with it, reach out and ask me what's going on. And so this is bigger news than I had even thought. So I would just like to say that I think that the current budget cut could cause some serious harm with the perception of the university as far as prospective professors and students go. And so I humbly ask that we consider not going through with this proposed budget cut plan. And once again, just like to say thank you for taking the time to hear us out all here. 4.5 hours, and we're not even done yet, is quite a lot of time. So, I mean, I've been sitting here, it's been a long, and I just appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, you're up, and Ryan Barrett is number 2.
Hi, I'm Michelle Harvey, and I'm here to share the votes from the UNL Graduate Council, in which the committee recommended retaining each graduate program proposed for elimination. We reviewed the criteria for program elimination as outlined by the Graduate College Bylaws. According to the Graduate College Bylaws, there are 9 reasons why a graduate program deletion or consolidation may be justified. These include the lack of need or demand for graduates, substandard quality, the lack of adequate faculty or the decline in quality of faculty, the lack of adequate library holdings, laboratories, or physical facilities, unnecessary duplication, the transfer of the department or unit between colleges, the lack of adequate financial support or financial exigency, substantial increase in cost in order to continue a program, or a substantial savings affected by consultation. Additionally, each of these bylaws stated when evaluating a program proposed for elimination that the overall importance of each program must be considered within the context of the role and mission of each campus as promulgated by the Board of Regents. We identified the appropriate context to consider from the Board of Regents policies. We identified them as the following: serving as the primary research and doctoral degree granting institution in the state for fields outside of the health professions. 2, offering a broad range of undergraduate and graduate programs. Having primary responsibility for the land-grant mission of the university and drawing on the diverse array of scholarly activities. Providing leadership throughout the state through quality education and generation of new knowledge. And providing curricular development, teacher training, professional advancement, and enrichment activities to enhance the quality of primary, secondary, and other post-secondary educational programs. After we reviewed the Chancellor's proposed program eliminations against these criteria, we found no evidence that any of the affected graduate programs met the standards for deletion established by the graduate college bylaws. Each of these programs demonstrates adequate enrollments, strong demand for graduates, have exceptional faculty with strong records of research in their field. They offer critically important graduate degrees to support education and workforce development in the state. Many of these are unique to Nebraska and essential to UNL's distinctive mission and role within the state's higher education system. Since there is no financial exigency or evidence of a documented lack of financial support for these specific programs, we all determined that none of the proposed eliminations are justified by the established criteria. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Michelle. Ryan, you're up, and Nicole Harms is number 2.
Hello, Regents. I will try to keep this short. My name is Ryan Berendt. I am a first-year statistics graduate student at UNL. I'm from Lincoln, Nebraska. I've lived here my entire life. I just want to start off by saying that I was deeply disappointed with the hasty proposal to eliminate the statistics department at UNL. Like I said, I have lived in Nebraska my entire life. My mom was born in Lincoln. My dad is from Ravenna. So this state means a lot to me, and the well-being of the state means a lot to me. I graduated from UNL last spring with a degree in biological sciences and data science. The latter I would not have been able to accomplish without the Department of Statistics. At said graduation, I shook Chancellor Bennett's hand and he wished me well. Turns out that was a lie. The decision to cut the stats department is not only detrimental to the individuals affected, but the university as a whole. UNL is the flagship university of our state and is representative of the state. To be frank, these decisions are an embarrassment for Nebraskans. If our goal is to be competitive with our Big Ten peers in the future, this is not the way forward. So I am proud to be a Nebraskan, so I ask you as a Nebraskan to make the correct decision for the future of our state and vote to save the statistics department at UNL. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Nicole, you're up, and Kimberly Bilder is number 2.
Hello, my name is Nicole Harms, and I am currently a second-year master's student in the Department of Statistics and also a born and raised Nebraskan. Both of my parents are native Nebraskans who graduated from UNL, so I have grown up surrounded by a love for the state and the Cornhuskers, 2 loves that were subsequently passed along to me. Though I did not attend UNL for my undergrad, I was drawn here to pursue a graduate degree for one simple reason. This was the only university where I could pursue a graduate degree in statistics in the state that I love. It has been said throughout the budget reduction process that we cannot keep Nebraskan talent in this state if we don't offer a range of competitive programs to foster it. On the flip side, how can we expect to draw out-of-state and international talent when we don't offer programs that set us apart from other universities? I have met some brilliant minds here during my time, which I am proud to call my friends. A lot of these friends have literally crossed oceans to be here, and out of the many other institutions they could have possibly attended, they chose to make Nebraska their home. They chose to bring their talent here. So imagine their frustration in hearing that their program of study could be ripped away. Cutting whole departments is a cheap, short-term solution to a long-term problem, and what's more, a short-term fix with lasting consequences. Statistical expertise is imperative to credible research. As an R1 university, cutting the statistics department would actively work against UNL's goal of rejoining the AAU. If we begin to make a habit of cutting programs every time a budget deficit arises, at what point does it end? If all it takes is 3 months, faulty metrics, and little due process to completely gut entire programs, then frankly, I am scared for the future of this university. While I understand that part of the reason for the budget deficit lies beyond the hands of our university, that does not automatically make cutting programs the right solution to the problem, and certainly not when it's a decision made based on faulty data. One important part of statistics is approaching a problem from a number of different angles. There is nearly always more than one solution to a problem. It is then our job as statisticians to choose the best solution. I'd like to ask our university leaders to do the same. Look at different solutions to this budget problem and choose the best one. I don't know what the best solution is here, but I know it's not gutting entire programs. If our goal is to complete this odyssey to extraordinary, making rash decisions cannot and will not accomplish that goal. As a Nebraska native, I want to be proud of this university. I want this university to make decisions that build us up, not cut us down. So Regents, I ask you today to make a decision that reflects the university's desire for an odyssey towards extraordinary, and not one that sends us spiraling downwards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nicole. Kimberly, you're up. And Alex Vansky is number 2.
My name is Kimberly Peshka-Bilder, and I am a Nebraskan by choice. I earned my law degree from the UNL College of Law and devoted the first 18 years of my professional career advancing the mission of the University of Nebraska through my work at UNL and at the University of Nebraska Foundation. The statistics faculty have demonstrated that the substance of the chancellor's proposal is based on a flawed analysis. You have evidence of the value that statistics and the other departments proposed for elimination contribute to the university and the state of Nebraska. This half-baked proposal has destroyed trust and confidence in this institution. But I'm not here to talk about substance. Several of you are attorneys, and like me, I know you get a little thrill thinking about rules and procedure. Board of Regents bylaws tell us that tenured faculty may be terminated for financial exigency or for a bona fide discontinuance of a program or department. Since you have not declared a financial exigency, then this proposed termination must be for the bona fide discontinuance of a program or a department. However, this process has not been conducted in good faith under UNL's bylaws or its budget reduction procedures. And therefore, any discontinuance of a department resulting from that process is not a bona fide discontinuance. UNL's bylaws require that all persons affected by a proposed elimination of a department have access to all relevant information, including detailed budget data. The budget reduction procedures require information used in the process be made available to affected programs in a timely manner so that corrections and explanations can be made before the proposal is released publicly. The procedures define consultation as more than just giving and receiving information. It allows all parties the opportunity and time necessary to explore and offer alternatives before decisions are made. The procedures state that working discussions include those units potentially affected by proposals prior to public release, and they provide that after the chancellor has announced his framework document, that he will provide a specific budget proposal to stakeholders who will provide their feedback before the proposal is released to the public. Departments were notified of their proposed elimination on September 11th. The budget reduction plan was made public on September 12th. They had less than 24 hours to provide any meaningful feedback or alternatives, all without the context of the evidence and data used to formulate this plan. That is not how you treat people. That is not Nebraska nice.
Thank you, Kimberly. Alex, you're up. Colton Skinner, you're number 2.
Thank you to the board. My name is Alexander Wazansky. I'm an associate professor of history here at UNL. Today I'm representing the AUP UNL. The members of our chapter are deeply concerned that the proposed cuts, specifically the cutting of 4 academic departments, will severely undermine the university's 3 primary missions of teaching, research, and service. And therefore, its status, as in UNL's own words, the state's primary intellectual center providing leadership throughout the state through the quality of education and the generation of new knowledge. As a land-grant university, UNL exists to provide a high-quality post-secondary education to the young people of Nebraska. Yet, as an AUP Commission financial report shows, during the past 7 years, the number of full-time instructional employees has decreased by 7.8%, while the number of full-time non-instructional employees has increased by almost the same amount at 7.6%. Instruction makes up 20% of UNL's expenses, but instructional expenses absorb 69% of the proposed cuts. As the report concludes, it appears that the administration is doubling down on its recent history of deprioritizing instruction and students. The AUP agrees with the Academic Planning Committee that the university does not have a spending but an investment problem. These cuts, particularly elimination of earth and atmospheric sciences, educational administration, statistics, and textiles and merchandising, will diminish the university's ability to provide Nebraskans unique opportunities to fulfill their highest ambitions and aspirations. We believe in a university that treats its faculty as partners in its mission, not as an obstacle in pursuit of efficient administration. We believe in higher education that empowers students, faculty, and people to pursue knowledge for the betterment of all. We've therefore urged the Board of Regents to cancel the vote on the proposed department eliminations and to work with faculty and administrators on developing a transparent, inclusive, data-driven process that protects UNL and the state's people it serves. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Colton, you're up. Chelsea Berkey is number 2.
All right. Howdy. My name is Colton Skinner. I am a 4th-year PhD candidate in the history department at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, and I am also the vice president of the Graduate Student Assembly and a member of the University of Nebraska's Graduate Council. I'm here today to express my concern and disappointment with the proposed program eliminations and its impact on graduate education and its effect on graduate students at this university. These proposed budget cuts disproportionately affect graduate programs. The metrics used to justify these cuts have been unintentionally biased against graduate-heavy programs. 5 of the 6 programs slated for termination are in the top 25 at this university for graduate enrollment. These cuts would shrink the current graduate student population between 9 to 10% for the foreseeable future. These programs were deemed less efficient because of the instructional efficiency metrics did not distinguish the difference between graduate and undergraduate courses. These programs should not be punished for having smaller enrollment in their graduate courses than undergraduate courses. Due to the nature and difficulty of graduate courses, it is completely normal for them to have smaller course sizes than undergraduate courses. I also want to say during my time as the Vice President of the Graduate Student Assembly, I have had several graduate students express their concern with these cuts, even when their departments are not directly affected. Our graduate cohort relies on each other for support and advice. Graduate students are much easier to approach and often more available than many professors. Furthermore, asking for help and helping other graduate students is often a great learning and network experience for our graduate cohort. I am a PhD student in the history department, and me and several other PhD students in history and other fields are constantly meeting in PhD consultants in the Writing Center to get advice and alternative perspectives on our writing for our articles and dissertations. And it is also true for graduate students in graduate students in the departments that are being cut. Graduate students from departments like statistics are an invaluable resource for other graduate students. I personally know several graduate students that have repeatedly asked statistics graduate students to review their research for errors in their statistical analysis and ask them for advice on statistical modeling. I also want to state that the graduate programs are important not only to this university but to this state. Our graduate programs produce our next generation of leaders in professional and academic fields. They also bring in talent from all parts of the country and the globe to this state. The graduate program at this university is what brought me from Oklahoma to this great state. And shortly after I moved here, my brother actually followed me to be a diesel technician. He since has met his wife and has settled in this state to raise his family. Through my time in the Graduate Student Assembly, I've personally seen dozens of graduate students from out of state find employment and community in Nebraska from connections they've made while in graduate school here. The university and graduate programs are one of the best attractors for smart, talented people to move to this state, and these cuts only further encourage the state's brain drain.
Thank you.
Thanks, Colton. Kelsey, you're up. Amanda Gailey, number 2.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelsey Burke. I'm a sociology professor at UNL. It's been a long day, so let me start with just a brief recap. You've heard comments from a 9-year-old all the way to emeritus faculty, including one who joined this university in 1966. All of us speakers are united in our view that cutting programs is not the way to a bright future at UNL. Speakers have pointed out a number of very valid concerns and reasonable alternatives. Many of us, though, feel, or maybe I should say fear, that your minds are already made up, that the chancellor's proposal will be accepted later today, and I hope that you will prove us wrong. This is my 10th year at UNL. In that time, I've developed a great love for the university. I'm proud of the university. I'm raising 2 kids here who hope to attend UNL someday. I've become a fan of Husker sports. I'm going to be watching the volleyball game later today, and I'll say on the record, I think they're going to make it to the championship this year. So, of course, I read a couple of weeks ago when the university extended Coach Rule's contract by promising 2 extra years for a total of $25 million. What a model of optimism and growth this provides for us, giving this coach an incentive to further develop roots, to grow into excellence. Just think what could happen if our university would put the same faith and commitment and incentives to our academic mission. I have to say, I have not seriously looked to leave UNL since I came here 10 years ago. I haven't had reason to, but that's really no longer the case. When I look at the incredible scholars who would be fired as a result of these proposed cuts, leaders in their field, award winners, recipients of millions of grant dollars, and when I look to the contributions of these departments to our students, to the state, to our local schools, our businesses, our agriculture, our safety, who is to say that my department will not be next? So this is how those of us who are quote unquote unaffected faculty are feeling. We are feeling like we are dispensable. And that does not make us want to contribute to the growth of our institution, but it makes us feel like it may be seriously time for us to consider leaving. Faculty want to do our jobs. We want to contribute to shared governments. We want to come up with creative problems or creative solutions to the very real problems we are facing.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes is up.
I hope we can do that together.
Thank you. Amanda?
Hi, my name is Amanda Gailey, and I'm an associate professor of English, and I'm also an alum at the University of Nebraska. And I was really pleased to see this morning the seal of the university sort of hovering over this meeting. The seal references the original 1869 charter of the University of Nebraska, and the charter says, "The object of the University of Nebraska shall be to afford the inhabitants of this state the means of acquiring a thorough knowledge of the various branches of literature, science, and arts." It does not comment on ensuring profits for construction or tech companies or holograms of the governor. It doesn't mention even job training, believe it or not. It simply provides for a university education, so called because it's meant to be universal in scope. A thorough education in literature, science, and arts and their various branches. And Regents, before you today stand some of those various branches. There are people who command extremely high salaries that work for the NU system. Some of them, their compensation packages rival the cost of running an entire department, more than one of the entire departments that are on the chopping block today. And putatively, those salaries have been justified because of those administrators' ability to protect and grow the mission of this university. It's baffling then that those administrators have asked you to cut the core mission. I'm not sure the name of that administration philosophy, growth by hatchet, but I know that it's something different than the sacred vocation of education that the faculty serve and that the students of Nebraska benefit from. And I'd like us to see us continuing to offer our state everything we've been doing for the last 150 or so years. Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. Cassandra. And Joe Stalder is next.
I know you have all heard a million times over about the flawed metrics, the poor data, and the hard facts against the logic of this proposal. I could stand here as I am and repeat that all back to you, but I find myself too exhausted to explain to you what you should already know by now. So what I will do is I will tell you I am angry. I am angry, I'm hurt, I'm embarrassed. Embarrassed that this university I looked up to and dreamed of going to as a child is showing such tragic disrespect and foolishness regarding the staff and students you claim to care so much about. I do not feel the love and care you claim to hold. Every new email I get from the president and the chancellor is just another pit in my stomach because I know I'll get another wall of text of hollow words and empty sentiments. These are words from the Thanksgiving holiday email sent by President Gold. While this time is difficult, it also presents an opportunity to think creatively about what nimble, responsive land-grant university can look like now and in the years ahead. Our university must adapt to new realities and seek new opportunities while staying true to its mission of teaching, research, and service to the people of Nebraska. What exactly am I supposed to think creatively about? Should I be creative on how to cope about you wanting to shut down my department? Should I be creative in ways to cry out for support, to try and support my department? Because believe me, I have done my best to try and call out for my department. And what years to come are there to be had? You are killing the chance for those future years for so many students, not just EAS. My future years will be spent away from a state and university that no longer cares about me. I'll no longer have a home here. What angers me the most is that I know, despite all your words, how meaningless I am to you. We aren't students, we aren't lives, we are numbers. Numbers that you want to cut down and throw out, doing irreversible harm to this mission of teaching, research, and service to people in Nebraska. By eliminating these academic departments like EAS, you are depriving us. You'll be depriving the next generation of Nebraskans who once shared my dream to go to what I thought was an awesome university that actually cared about their students. I don't see you guys the way I did before. And getting rid of us won't fix your issues, and it will not mend your problems. You'll only be hurting Nebraska. I'll be lucky enough to finish and leave with my degree. But what about future generations? You owe us. You owe them. And Board of Regents, I trust you will make the correct decision.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes are up.
Joe, you're up. And Jeanette Bansky will be number 2.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Stalder, and I'm a 5th-year undergraduate student here at UNL, and I'm also a Regent Scholar. I would like to address the proposed elimination of the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences, and I would ask that you all consider voting against the elimination. I could start by telling you my academic history, and I promise that it's a complex and interesting story, but I'm not going to do that. We've already heard a lot of information about this elimination of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences, but I want to use my time to make 2 points. First, we all know of President Gould's goal to bring Nebraska back to the AAU. We've touched on it already today several times, and as a student, you should know that I am wildly in favor of this, and I am glad that we are working to bring Nebraska back to where it belongs. However, I am here to tell you that eliminating Earth and Atmospheric Sciences is actively hurting this goal. Presently, there are only 2 AA universities out of the 71 total that do not have an earth science program of some kind, NYU and Brandeis University, both which are private universities on the East Coast. While these are R1 universities, they are not public land-grant institutions like UNL, nor are they Big Ten schools. Second, I really want to hammer home that now is not the time to be cutting earth science programs. President Trump has stated that he is committed to increasing the production of critical minerals in the United States. This means that he wants to mine more minerals, and to do this, we need more geologists. In fact, southeast Nebraska is home to the Elk Creek carbonatite, which we heard about earlier, which is one of the largest, if not the largest, unmined reserves of niobium, scandium, and titanium in North America. If and when this mine becomes operational, the company, NioCorp, has stated that it is committed to hiring locally. And who better to hire than UNL students who have studied those specific rocks for class or research purposes? UNL claims they are committed to producing graduates that enter the workforce in Nebraska. Eliminating EAS goes against this claim. I understand these are hard decisions, and I know we all want what is best for UNL and the entire university system. But I fail to see how UNL can be a beacon of scientific integrity and on the same level as its peer institutions without Earth and Atmospheric Sciences. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Jeanette, you're up. And Katie Gallus is number 2.
Good afternoon, Regents and President Gold. My name is Dr. Jeanette Jones-Wazanski, and I come to you today as a community stakeholder. I am the Social Action Chair for the Lincoln Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. I stand here before you today with a clear and urgent call to action. Preserve the Department of Educational Administration at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. As a sorority of college-educated women committed to educational development, one of our core 5 programmatic thrusts, we know that access to high-quality master's and doctoral programs at our state's flagship research university is essential to advancing that mission. Based here in the capital city, our chapter has been strengthened by members who earned their educational administration degrees at UNL. These sorors have gone on to lead and serve at institutions across Nebraska, including the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, Metropolitan Community College, Lincoln Public Schools, and Omaha Public Schools. Others have carried their UNL training beyond our state's borders, transforming higher education institutions and K-12 systems nationwide. We are especially proud of our soror, Dr. Karen Cassabaum, a distinguished alumna of UNL's Education Administrative Program. Her expertise, shaped in part by her time at UNL, both as a student and an administrator, has been instrumental in elevating our chapter's educational development initiatives, including our partnerships with Lincoln Public Schools, particularly Northeast, North Star, and our college tours. Today, we look to the future. Several of our undergraduate sorority sisters who attend UNL are pursuing education degrees right now. They and countless other students deserve the opportunity to continue their graduate studies here at home, at the university that helped shape them. One is from Lincoln Public Schools, one from Omaha Public Schools. They want to be administrators, and they envision taking their degrees here at UNL. Our teachers, our principals, and educational leaders across Lincoln and throughout Nebraska should continue to benefit from the rigorous, community-rooted preparation that only the University of Nebraska at Lincoln can provide. We urge you, safeguard this department, safeguard opportunity, and safeguard Nebraska's educational future. In closing, we want to know who will be accountable for ensuring that we don't end up in this position again, fighting to preserve valuable programs that strengthen our economy and support leadership in our state. Go Big Red and save educational administration.
Thanks, Jeanette. Katie Gallus and Sean Trundle be number 2.
Good afternoon. I wanted to take a moment today to explain and emphasize the positive impact the geology program has had on my life. I will be graduating with a Bachelor of Science in Geology in just 15 days, but when I started here at UNL, I was a film major. I was a film studies major, completely different from geology. And while those classes were fun, I was starting to feel that it wasn't quite the right major for me. I vividly remember sitting in my dorm room in Able, reading through the list of majors UNL offered and what their required courses were, and upon seeing the courses for geology, I knew that I would be graduating with a geology degree. At the beginning of my STEM career, I admittedly contemplated dropping out several times because the calculus and physics classes were extremely challenging to me. But it was my interest in the specific geology courses that kept me here and kept me going. Over time, I became more comfortable in those challenging courses, realizing why those hard classes were necessary in order for me to obtain a BS that would be useful after graduation. I found an irreplaceable community among my peers and professors that fostered my progress and passion. It resulted in me being a 2-time NASA Nebraska Fellow, a 3-year Forest Service intern, and an undergraduate researcher with UCARE, all of which would have been impossible without my degree program. Being a graduate from Elkhorn High School, ranked the best school district in the state, I learned in an environment where my quality of education was blatantly at the forefront of administrators' minds. After I changed my major, I assumed that same standard would be held here. While it was that way for my time as a geology major, the proposed removal of the entire EAS department has completely shaken my confidence in the values of this institution and Chancellor Bennett. My trust in UNL and its commitment to providing quality education to its students will be completely diminished. If integral programs like EAS, statistics, educational admin, and others are eliminated today, what is stopping other necessary areas of study being removed in the near future? This entire process was very hasty and incorrectly done, using incorrect information and data, and to decide based on such would quite frankly be an embarrassment for this institution. I consider myself extremely lucky and grateful to be graduating with a geology degree. Please do not take that feeling away from those who will follow me. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Sean, you're up, and Sean Talon will follow.
Hi, my name is Sean Trundle. I'm a faculty member in the history department and the undergraduate chair there. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today and to be heard. I'm also a Nebraskan by choice. I came here 11 years ago from the University of Hawaii. You might imagine, after a week like this, I did not come for the weather. I came because this is a world-class research institution, and I wanted to collaborate with world-class teachers and researchers. And today I'm concerned not only that these cuts threaten our status as a world-class institution, but they threaten the state that I've grown to love over the last 11 years. I echo a lot of the concerns shared by others already, particularly as the undergraduate chair of my department, the impact that this will have on instruction. I would also echo President Gold's concerns that we need to be growing this university, not shrinking it. But given the limited time, I'm going to focus my comments here on faculty governance. I think when we hear that phrase, we just kind of imagine old fuddy-duddies in tweed jackets insisting on some kind of formal nicety, some kind of dotting of I's or process that needs to be observed. But faculty governance is not just a question of process for process's sake. It is about improving results. Universities, especially public land-grant institutions like ours, are, to borrow a term from my colleague Barney McCoy, supposed to be laboratories in democracy. We bring students and faculty and staff and administrators together, and we make decisions together. And the reason we do that is because it works. There have been real failures in that process here. I'm the 94th speaker. There are at least 20 after me. The 93 before me, students, faculty, retired administrators, alumni, all have spoken against these cuts. I'm guessing the 20 or so that I saw on the list after me are also going to speak against these cuts. Faculty were not consulted until after the budget cuts were proposed, and even then, the only limited feedback faculty were able to provide was through the APC process, and it appears when those cuts came to the board here, that feedback from the APC was ignored entirely. But again, this is not just about process for process's sake. What we see as a result are basic, simple, fundamental failures. Failures to consider things like the revenue generated by these departments. You may have seen some faculty holding signs that say, cutting programs is like eating your seed corn. And I thought that was a really clever way to capture the kind of short-term thinking that these cuts appeared to me at first glance. But when I learned that revenue wasn't even being considered, you're not eating your seed corn, you're burning down your farm stand. These are profitable revenue-generating units, and this is a real failure in shared governance. Please listen to us, listen to your students, your faculty, retired administrators, alumni, and please do not pass these budget cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Sean Talon. Stephanie Leahy, number 2.
Good afternoon. I'm Sean Talon, a second-year undergraduate meteorology climatology student. I'm also an out-of-state student who came to Nebraska specifically for this program. What I wanted to bring to light today is the fact that if the proposed cuts went through, more students than anticipated will leave to find another comparable program elsewhere. A recent survey ran by the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences asked students what their personal plan was should the department be eliminated. For some brief context, the university stated that they believe strongly that at a minimum 85% of the students affected by the cuts will stay at the university and finish their degree program or change their major entirely. Personally, I have talked to and reached out to a good number of students within the department who, for the most part, stated that they will be seeking education elsewhere. Additionally, the results from these surveys showed that 58% of the students were likely to transfer out of the system should the cuts be enacted. These decisions being made by the students can be due to a multitude of factors at hand. For example, if the department were to be cut, only the minimum graduation requirements would be kept running, preventing students from specializing in their respective area and limiting the education that they are paying for. Furthermore, the professors left after the cuts will be overworked and may not be able to provide the same level of education as a fully functioning department, once again limiting the education that students are paying for. I am confident when I say that students are not willing to skate by on the minimum requirements. We came here to an outstanding department in search of an education that we could only dream of, and now it is being slashed and taken out of our hands. I believe that these proposals set the tone for the steps the university is willing to take when money is on the line. What I'm asking for you today is to look past the business aspect and realize what example you're setting for other universities, putting your students' futures in jeopardy. In this day and age, education is more important than ever. Take that into account before you eliminate the one thing that you're supposed to provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Stefan and Megan Hines will be number 2.
Hiya. My name is Stephen Leahy. I'm Cotner College Professor of Religious Studies at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. I've already written to you, each of you, expressing my conviction that Earth and atmospheric sciences should not be eliminated. All I would add is that I believe that a land-grant institution willing to cut the study of geosciences from the curriculum is an institution willing to abandon its understanding of bedrock. That you and everybody in this room recognizes what I drew while I was listening to these expressions, that you all recognize it, should tell you the absolute foundational nature of geosciences to any educated individual. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Megan?
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Hines. I'm currently a geology PhD student in the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Science. I completed my master's here in 2020 in the EAS department, and I have dedicated the past 5.5 years of my life pursuing an education here in Nebraska, researching Earth's climate, and developing the skills necessary to educate future students of geology. I urge you all to vote no against the proposed elimination of this department. I, like many students, chose to come to UNL because of the expertise and unique opportunities available within the EAS department. These include valuable fieldwork, teaching, research, and outreach opportunities that help bolster the ability of students to become more competitive in the workforce and contribute to our knowledge of the earth. I myself have been able to participate in research that has connected me to colleagues across the globe and investigate problems vital to our understanding of Earth's climate history. And I've also been able to have firsthand experience working with Nebraskan elementary, middle, and high school students and teachers to expand their knowledge of our Earth. To think that these opportunities may no longer exist for the future generations of Nebraskans and geoscientists across the country is appalling and cause for concern. As news of these budget cuts was released, faculty, graduate, and undergraduate students were mostly left in the dark as to what steps would be taken to ensure that they will be able to properly teach or finish their degrees with the same level of care and dedication to education that has been offered to previous graduates. There has been a lack of communication to affected students about a concrete plan for their education, and in a way, we have been left to fend for ourselves. Many graduate students come to this university from out of state, including myself coming from New York, seeking an education and research opportunities not available elsewhere. I came to UNL to specifically complete the research my advisor had offered to me, allowing me to participate in international research projects and form lasting connections to colleagues around the world, and I know many of my fellow students have similar stories, as we've heard of today. If the graduate programs offered by ES were to be eliminated, what steps would be taken to ensure that students, like myself, are supported as they finish their research? What happens to the funding that allows them to live in Lincoln, to move across the country and the world, to pursue their education? What steps will be taken to ensure that the education they receive will prepare them for future endeavors? These are questions we have been asking ourselves in the administration, and we have so far not received any sufficient answers. The EAS department is the only department in the state to offer degrees that allow their graduates to become licensed professionals in geology and meteorology, that allows them to participate in work and research vital to the livelihood of Nebraskans. With the department eliminated and faculty and classes cut, how can this university system ensure that their students will have the proper qualifications to participate in the professional and academic world?
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thanks, Megan. Will Aviles and Bob Randall will be number 2.
Good afternoon, Regents. Thank you for maintaining your energy despite the many speakers you've heard so far. We appreciate it. My name is Will Aviles. I'm a professor in the Department of Political Science at the University of Nebraska at Kearney, and I'm president of UNK Educational Association, our faculty union at that campus. I speak today in solidarity with the students and staff and faculty at UNL and in opposition to the budget cutting proposal from UNL's administration that you all are considering today. You might be confused as to why I've driven 2 hours in support of UNL faculty, but I truly believe that we are one faculty and we are one system. And it's in that spirit that I ask you to reject this proposal, or at the very least, delay your decision and to have seriously considered the alternatives that have been presented by UNL's academic planning community or UNL's Department of Educational Administration, as well as the substantive concerns, substantive concerns UNL faculty have raised in regards to the metrics utilized to determine why a specific department has found itself on the chopping block. As you know, we've heard, we have the Academic Planning Committee that concluded that each of these units provides unique, valuable contributions to the research, creative, teaching, outreach, and extension missions of the university, and that we should give the changes these departments have made to attract more students more time to produce results. Faculty and Department of Statistics, as you all have heard many times, have raised important concerns for the metrics utilized by UNL's administration, with these faculty concluding that the administration systematically overcounted the number of faculty and departments and undercounted many of the performance measures used in evaluating faculty. Obviously, I understand that your inclination is to defer to the campus leaders that you have placed in the head to head these campuses, and your reticence is absolutely understandable to oppose any effort to undermine their authority or their decision making. So that makes sense. And I assume that some of you have already made up your mind as to what you're going to do. But I urge you that given the consequences to the students, staff, and faculty at UNL, and to UNK and UNO when you all come for us, that you at least consider delaying your vote until you've had the time to assess alternative proposals presented by UNL faculty, such as the proposal presented by the Department of Educational Administration, as well as consider the substantive criticisms leveled against the metrics utilized to justify the elimination of these programs, perhaps more time to look across the system for efficiencies. Ultimately, this whole process needs more deliberation from this body. Why not wait until February or March to give yourselves the time to fully review what other stakeholders have proposed? I think it is the least that you all could do to ensure that these cuts at UNL and the proposed cuts that will be coming from UNK and UNO are in line with the mission of our system and the educational needs of our students. Thank you for your attention and for your time.
Thank you, Will. Rob and Garna, Show and Gold would be number 2.
Thank you. Before I get started, I'm the least likely guy to ever be here. What I mean by that is I was born to a middle-class family. The only problem was, some of you guys are old enough to remember what the 80s were like, right? My dad happened to be an engineer that did developing and a rancher at the same time. So talk about a double kick in the shorts. Come time for me to graduate high school, we're stuck in the middle. We're too rich to afford college, but we're too poor to get any help to go. So I went into the fire service and poured my heart and soul into it. Ended up getting a dog out of it, but not for the right reason. Come to find out, it's a dangerous job. The odd thing is it never occurred to me that it was dangerous until after I was retired. So it's funny how that works. I went to go to the started working after I retired as an adjunct instructor for EMS students here in Nebraska. You might not be aware of this, but some of you guys from rural communities don't count on 911 showing up when you dial. There's a huge EMS shortage of personnel across the state, even right here in Lincoln. Tremendous. What I do now is I work deliberately to correct that problem. I work as a program director for one of the community colleges here. And I'm not here on their behalf, I'm here on mine. I got my master's degree in history at UNK and then came to UNL for the EDAD PhD. And I specifically sought out a PhD rather than EDD because what I was seeing from other competing EDD departments and programs in the state was nothing less than unimpressive. I saw children being told you can't bring your service animal to school. It's a federal law. My research, and I don't see Professor or Chancellor Bennett is over there. Thank you for not noticing our national level work. It's my first semester in the program, and I've already spoken at 2 national conventions specifically to EMS providers about EMS acknowledging that we don't train our providers on how to handle patients with service animals. Most patients, when they call, if they have a service animal, the main guide dog community or organizations in the country, they're teaching their clients, do not call an ambulance no matter what. Call an Uber. So think about that for a minute. We're talking about people here in Nebraska afraid to use their medical services, and they're disabled, and they need it more than most people do. My point is this. I came to UNL to EDAD because I could do a PhD that was meaningful. I could do research that actually changed something.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you, Rob. Karina? And Sarah, you're number 2.
Hi there. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Karina Schongold. I'm a professor in the Department of Agricultural Economics, and I'm also Associate Director of the Nebraska Water Center. I have 2 points, and I realize this has been a very long day. I got lucky number 100 when I got here, so made it this far. And there are 2 points that I want to focus on today. The first is related to a specific cut that's been proposed, and the second is more broad. The first is related to Earth and Atmospheric Sciences. Only about 6 months ago, Dr. Carrie Weber and I attended a meeting in this very room with the Nebraska State EPSCoR Committee to present our proposal to submit, that we plan to submit to the National Science Foundation to develop the Nitrogen and Water Agriculture Technology and Environmental Research Accelerator in Nebraska. Our goal is to develop fundamental workforce development research and accelerate that in Nebraska. This was competitively chosen at UNL as the single proposal to move forward from UNL, and it was put together with collaborative efforts from UNO, Chadron State, Western Community College, Hastings Utility, and others. EAS is an essential part of this project. It is still under review, but asking us to move forward with this effort while cutting EAS is like asking us to run a marathon after amputating one of our legs. This is going to be really difficult. More generally, Nebraska is on top of one of the most productive parts of one of the world's largest aquifers, and cutting core expertise in groundwater modeling, training, and education, while neighboring states like Kansas are investing heavily in water research, is indefensible. Now, more broadly, the other piece I'd like to refer to is the approach that's been used regarding these programmatic budget cut recommendations. I'm an economist. My dissertation research focused on decisions to invest in irrigation equipment and perennial crops. A grower does not make a decision to spend $100,000 on a new center pivot just based solely on the costs. They look at the returns, the expected returns. What are they going to get from that investment? The rationale being put forward looks solely at the costs of these programs. Will a cost savings of $2 million by cutting a program reduce revenues by $8 million, $1 million, or zero? The proposed rationale seems to assume it's zero, and that there will be no change in revenue when dozens of faculty are eliminated along with the grants they support and students they teach. A thorough assessment needs to be made to better understand these impacts before any final decisions are made. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah? And then Kenna will be number 2.
Hello, thank you for your time and attention. My name is Sarah Orrit. I'm an Air Force brat. I hail from Papillion. I'm a UNL civil engineering graduate, graduated with distinction from the honors program, and also Regents Scholar. I'm a UNMC graduate from the Biostatistics Department, also Regents Scholar, and I'm a 2025 August PhD graduate from statistics. I work remotely as a senior data scientist for a large organization for which I deploy statistical, artificial intelligence, and machine learning techniques for things such as rare disease detection and the gathering of hard-to-capture medical information from unstructured data from clinical notes. Forgive my voice and fatigue. I have been providing round-the-clock caregiving for my UNL freshman daughter and presidential scholar after she fell on the sidewalk, shattered her wrist, and had surgery this Wednesday, given lack of proper salting of the sidewalk. I think that's important because I think it's a testament to what happens when an institution cuts corners, and it's that of possible irreparable harm. In September, and within the course of 30 minutes, my 2 daughters communicated to me that their degrees were up for elimination, statistics and meteorology. We were devastated as a family, and I regret urging them to attend UNL, as they had many options given their academic excellence. Over the last weeks, we've been distracted by discussion of metrics, cost, and this general failing to understand this motivation of why things like statistics and EAS are being proposed for elimination. I can only come to one conclusion given the absolute nonsense of 1, moving away from a fundamental research aspect that will affect the entirety of UNL, and 2, increased risk of death and destruction for Nebraska citizens given the importance of accurate weather prediction. Your moves must be political in nature, given a lack of transparency and fast-paced nature behind these moves. It seems that there are distinct political pressures that have come to roost in our state. For that, I can say that if your vote is of self-preservation in saving your own political career, you've opted out of public service, and you should recuse yourself from this line of work. What is done in the dark and behind closed doors will eventually come to light, and I hope that what you're doing today will make you and your families proud. Thank you.
Thanks, Anna. Anna is up, and I cannot quite read. 103 is after that.
Hello, Regents. I'm sure you've appreciated not only the tenacity in which the university has had to navigate difficult times like this one, but also the resilient students, staff, and faculty that have made this university great. We've had the opportunity to hear from a great number of them. I myself came to the University of Nebraska-Lincoln as an out-of-state student, and I've chosen to stay here after walking across the stage with my degree in geology from the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences. There have been a multitude of reasons presented to strike down this budget proposal, ranging from service to the state to research competitivity. All of these are extremely compelling and not to be dismissed. While I'm obviously biased to EAS, the department has shaped me professionally and personally in ways I can't even begin to articulate. I'm not here to speak on that. I think eliminating any one of these robust programs is a short-term, short-sighted solution that leads us to a more permanent problem. I would like to not just think of the immediate consequences in the following academic year, I would like to zoom out decades from now. I've heard time and time again from President Gold and many others that $1 of investment generates $10 of revenue. That is a staggering rate of return for any business, let alone a land-grant university. And that is just speaking of the monetary economic investment. What I would like to speak on is the investment in our state. The university has a mission of service, and I would like to emphatically say that there is no greater service than the investment in our youth and in our future. Opportunity is the investment in their future, and there is no greater investment than higher education. By cutting these programs, we do a disservice to our children and our young adults by forcing them to pick between an affordable education and a university with robust programs and faculty to support them. Young Nebraskans should not have to choose between going to an in-state institution with the fear in the back of their minds that their area of study will be eliminated without transparency and choosing a more stable, out-of-state university. They should not have to choose between a quality, stable education and an insurmountable mountain of debt. The mere proposal of cutting programs creates that instability and fear. And not only does that create doubt and uncertainty in the mind of prospective students, it's harder to attract faculty when they fear that position could be cut without consultation. I asked, how can we continue our odyssey to the extraordinary with these fears in mind? This budget proposal is not stable or extraordinary. Young Nebraskans cannot create a stable, fruitful future on an unstable foundation. What is going to be left of the university if this is our go-to solution in 10 years and 20 years? We have a responsibility to maintain it for generations to come, and I urge you to vote no on this budget proposal to preserve Nebraska's future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, McKenna. Xavier.
Hello, Board of Regents. My name is Xavier Martindale. I'm from Omaha, and I'm my first-year meteorology and climatology major at UNL. I've always been interested in weather, but on April 26, 2024, that interest stopped just becoming a passion. It was something more personal. That day, 20 tornadoes devastated Nebraska. Friends and family were texting me, asking me the same questions. Is storms coming towards us? Are we going to be okay? To this day, when the sky turns dark, my friends and family come to me to get the weather information. Most meteorology students can relate to that. We are already people our communities lean on when the sirens go off. On April 26, 2024, over 40% of the tornado warnings issued in Nebraska were issued by UNL graduates, and 0 tornado deaths were as a result. That is not luck. That is what it looks like when a university invests in a program that stands between Nebraskan families and the worst day of their lives. When people needed calm voices and accurate information, it was our own alumni standing between our communities and disaster. UNL's comment cars, their research vehicles, are another part of that story. When those vehicles are out in the field, people come up to them and ask, is there bad weather coming? Those cars are a promise that UNL is watching the sky for Nebraskans. If you eliminate EAS, you're not just cutting a line item. You are shrinking the visible, tangible presence of UNL in Nebraska and surrounding states during the most dangerous moments. I did not choose UNL and uproot my life to study something or anything. I came here because it's the only place in Nebraska that offers a meteorology and climatology degree. Many of us will leave the state and not return. And when we do, we won't just take tuition dollars. We take future warning coordinators, TV meteorologists, emergency managers, the people who keep your loved ones safe. Others today spoke in detail about the metrics, the process, and the data that led to this proposal. I am asking you to look up from the spreadsheets and see the human reality behind it. On paper, it is $1.85 million in savings. In real life, it is fewer experts watching the radar when the next outbreak happens, no comic cars on the road, and fewer students picking up the phone when the close ones call. You do not often get a chance to cast a vote that so directly affects whether people live or die in the future. Please make us proud to stay and be Huskers. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Xavier. Max, number 104.
Hi, my name is Max Vitek, and I am from Omaha, Nebraska. I'm here today to speak about my experience I'm here to speak about my experience with statistics here at UNL as a student. I am a data science major. Data science as a major has no dedicated faculty, and we rely on courses taught by other departments. And therefore, it relies on statistics. Cutting statistics is a direct cut to data science. In fact, I am taking the very first instance of a statistics class, Statistics 351. Data science is one of the fastest growing fields in the country with good paying jobs. I would support a serious study of whether statistics could be reorganized or combined with another department, such as computer science, something that was proposed 20 years ago, as well as during the APC process. But eliminating the program entirely is a huge step backward for the university and for the state. And then also, as a political science minor, I speak directly to Chancellor Button, in which I say no other program at UNL teaches SAS programming, which is really foundational to research in academia. And then also, I'm not just speaking as a student, but also someone already working and contributing to Nebraska. I am currently an intern at Union Pacific, the largest individual company in the state. And then also, upon my graduation later this month, I will head to DC for an internship with Deb Fisher. And I would not be where I am today, and I would not be where I am in the future without UNL and the statistics program. And I have had a wonderful time, but these budget cuts are devastating to so many people, as well as people in the future. I urge you to please reject these devastating cuts, and please think more about the contributions statistics has to such a big, crucial field that is growing and is benefiting our state. Thanks.
Thank you, Max. Lindsay Johnson, and Caden Moody will be after that.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Johnson. I'm a climatologist with the National Drought Mitigation Center on East Campus and a proud EAS alum. I'm going to start out, we've heard all about the matrix, but here's a little story. There was a 16-year-old girl who had a dream of being a climatologist after learning about it in high school environmental science. She wanted to help people understand climate science in the changing world. That girl left Colorado, came to Nebraska into the EAS department because of its holistic atmospheric science education to further her dream of becoming a climatologist. She defended her PhD in October in natural resources, specializing in climate assessment impact. Shocker, that girl was me. I would not have achieved this monumental goal without the rigorous education, hands-on experience, and close relationships with fellow students and faculty of EAS. You've heard about how EAS graduates get their careers and are successful. Well, here's my path. I've worked as an operational meteorologist at Amundsen Scott South Pole Station in Antarctica. I've worked as a scientist at the University of Cooperation for Atmospheric Research, and I am currently working as a climatologist for the National Drought Mitigation Center. I am one of numerous EAS alum who work for the National Drought Mitigation Center. EAS provided critical training for us to work as geoscientists and climatologists. As climatologists, we all have authored the U.S. Drought Monitor. In case you are not familiar with the map, it has already, or it directly triggers billions of dollars of drought relief for agricultural producers through the U.S. Farm Bill. Every step of my career is related to the education and opportunity awarded to me by my degree in meteorology and climatology from EAS. I implore you to vote no on eliminating EAS and the other departments. I was able to achieve my dreams. Don't take that away from current and future students. Thank you.
Thanks, Lindsay. Caden, you're up, and Deborah Betsky will be number 2.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Caden Moody. I'm a senior at Palmyra High School, and today I'd like to speak on behalf of all students like me who feels voiceless in the decision to cut the EAS program. As a lifelong Nebraskan, UNL is my only in-state option to pursue a degree and career in meteorology, something that I've dreamed of since I could stand on the porch and watch a thunderstorm. It's the only place where I even have a chance at an affordable or even free education. And without this program, I don't just lose that major, I lose my future. I'd be forced to leave Nebraska, my family, and take on tens of thousands of dollars in student debt. You may see the $1.85 million that represents what everyone here is fighting for as a dent in the fund or a burden to profit, something that could disappear cleanly from a spreadsheet. But it doesn't just disappear. It doesn't float in the air and go away. That burden lands squarely on the shoulders of students like me, of students who are attending UNL right now, and of everyone who wants to go there. Students who have worked their whole lives for a shot at in-state, even free tuition. Students who have worked their whole lives to dream on depending on this university for what it was built to do, to serve the people of Nebraska. And not just the students, the citizens here, everyone who lives in the state of Nebraska who relies on meteorological expertise to keep them safe in the heart of Tornado Alley. For example, last year, tornadoes caused an estimated $500 million in damage with the destruction of 1,203 homes. Luckily, and thanks to the help of our local meteorologists, those of which our supply is dwindling, we saw not one life lost. Soon I wouldn't say we'd be so lucky. This cut might balance a line item, but it shatters real futures, including the man at the podium right now. I ask you to consider the human cost behind this number. We are pleading with you to hear us, to see us, and to understand what taking away this program truly means. I want to be very, very clear. We're anxious, we're afraid, and we're angry because a 17-year-old shouldn't have to tell you to have the guts to vote no. Thank you.
Deborah and Chris Olson will follow that.
Good afternoon. My name is Deborah Bathke. I am both a Nebraska native and an alum of this university. I am a first-generation college student from Ponca, and I received my bachelor's and master's degree in the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences. I am now the state climatologist for Nebraska. I served as the lead author for the legislatively commissioned report, Understanding and Assessing Climate Change, Preparing for Nebraska's Future. This study involved over 20 programs in the NU system, 3, including EAS, which have been proposed to be cut. This year, dozens of my federal colleagues have lost their jobs in these fields as a result of changing priorities. This lack of capacity at the federal level makes it even more important that we maintain expertise in the state. Cutting programs doesn't make challenges related to weather and climate disappear. It just makes it harder to address them. A meme that frequently goes around the internet states that every disaster begins with people ignoring the scientists. By eliminating EAS, you would not just be ignoring the scientists, you would be exporting them to UNL's peer institutions. We often hear that leadership is about making the hard decisions. I argue that leadership is about finding the hard solutions, something at which universities have traditionally excelled due to the creativity and problem-solving abilities of its faculty. I am here today because UNL has failed to do this. Faculty have offered cost-effective solutions that have largely been ignored because they were too hard, either because of cross-campus governance or budgets. Hundreds of individuals and organizations have written letters opposing the cuts to EAS and other programs at Nebraska. Nebraska's citizens and your constituents are paying attention. With that said, I urge you to vote no on the proposed elimination of EAS and the other departments which have been addressed today. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Chris Olson, you're up. Bertie Gantz, number 2.
Good morning, Chair, Regents, University of Nebraska family. These cuts will not save the university. My name is Chris Olson, and I am proud to say that I'm both a 6th-generation Nebraska and a 4th-generation Husker. This university has produced ranchers, doctors, nurses, teachers, and even a UNL professor in my family alone. No. They have returned to their communities and built this into a better place. The harm these cuts will cause is self-evident. There is no stats or meteorology department in this state that offers graduate degrees. No meteorologists, no climatologists, no statisticians, other than the ones that come from right here. No one left to predict the weather, and no one left to interpret data that are used to solve complex agricultural and business problems. In other words, no one left to save us. I have a personal perspective on this as well. As a grassland systems and data science double major, I look forward to finding ways to improve family ranches like my late uncle's and our management of natural resources. Data is essential to this. Our rural areas are already known as data deserts, which leads to poorer decisions being made both by businesses and by governments. In short, it hurts our state, our rural communities, and our family agricultural operations. The crux of the case for these cuts rests on a statistical analysis carried out by the Chancellor's office, which showed that the departments, allegedly, are not meeting metrics. However, not all the data or analysis underlying it has been released. We have no ability to, in truth, confirm or refute this analysis. The reliability of this data cannot be proven with what's publicly available, which is painful to see. The good part, Regents, is that you have the choice. The APC and departments have said that if you just give them a little more time, a chance, they can find alternative proposals that don't have cuts, that don't lose students, that don't lose research that is heading us on our odyssey to the extraordinary. This is the part where my religious study minor comes out. In the Gospel of Luke, the narrator records Jesus as saying, with just a mustard seed of faith, mountains will move, and nothing will be impossible to you. I ask you, can you muster just a mustard seed of faith in us? And let us prove that we can do this. I pray that you have enough faith in us to choose hope over fear, to choose hope in our rural futures. I pray that you will find the hope not to vote for these cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Bertie, you're up, and Kimberly Stanke will be following.
Stop these cuts. This situation is so embarrassing. I moved here 2 years ago. I came from a larger research-intensive land-grant university, and I came here because of the quality of the faculty and that they're just nice, good people, good colleagues. You've heard everything. You have seen the data. I think you all realize how foolish it would be to approve these cuts. I'll just hit 3 main points just to reiterate and summarize what's been covered. This is a careless and rushed decision, and these decisions were made without adequate shared decision-making in partnership with the key important stakeholders. You've heard all of them here expressing how concerned they are and their opposition to these cuts. They're the ones who are going to be impacted by all of this. 2 is the lack of transparency regarding the process, metrics, and analyses. These attacks on the programs that they're unproductive are just false. I serve on the Tenure and Promotion Committee for the College of Education and Human Sciences, which is being targeted with 2 departments. So I am in the position of seeing how the high quality of the faculty who we promote and give tenure. It's a careful and thorough process. Their peers look at their materials and give their recommendations. It goes through multiple committees. You all see them and give it your nod when people are promoted here. And so you're acknowledging their quality. This lack of transparency is problematic for the taxpayers of Nebraska, who deserve the ability to hold people accountable for the $700 million in state appropriated funds that we receive. Do you want your legacy to be dismantling of over 100 years of investment in this university? And then 3, these department cuts will have a negative ripple effect on the state, on the economy. Our colleagues are facing unemployment and financial insecurity. They will leave, as will many other faculty and staff who have now lost trust that the university will support them, regardless of them having consistently exceeded their requirements. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Kimberly. Dominic?
Good afternoon, Board of Regents. My name is Dr. Kimberly Stanke, and I serve the people of Nebraska. I serve Nebraska as an Extension Assistant Professor and statewide specialist in numerical literacy and data science with Nebraska 4-H and an academic appointment in the Department of Statistics. I'm speaking today because the proposed elimination of the Department of Statistics is not simply an academic restructuring. It represents a profound loss for Extension, for the university, and for the people of Nebraska. Statistics is the backbone of modern decision-making, from agriculture to public health to engineering to policy to education. Beyond this, statistics and data science are gateways through which Nebraska youth and young adults enter STEM fields, develop data literacy, and build the skills Nebraska's workforce urgently needs. In my role, I design statewide programs that bring data science and statistics to communities that might otherwise never encounter them. For example, my data-driven statistics and data science field day brought high school students from across the state, as far as Scotts Bluff, right here to campus to learn statistical reasoning through hands-on challenges. Many of those students had never met a statistician before that day. The strength of that experience, the expertise behind it, the mentorship, the rigor, rests on the foundation of having a statistics department. Without a statistics department, Extension loses a key partner that helps us ensure our programming is research-based, relevant, and aligned with current scientific standards. This cut would disproportionately harm rural youth, first-generation students, and under-resourced schools. Students who rely on Extension and outreach to see themselves in statistics, to see themselves as data scientists and in STEM for the very first time in their lives. Nebraska's industries, agriculture, healthcare, manufacturing, natural resources, are all becoming increasingly data-driven. Eliminating statistics reduces our capacity to train the next generation of analysts, data scientists, and STEM leaders. The proposed elimination of all academic programs directly contradicts the land-grant mission to serve the people of Nebraska through education, innovation, and opportunity. I urge you to consider the long-term cost of eliminating statistics, not just to the university, but to every community and to every Nebraskan across all 93 counties that we serve through Nebraska Extension. As the state's flagship land-grant university, Nebraska deserves to grow its capacity in data science and statistics, not dismantle it. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to the future of Nebraska.
Dominic, you're up, and Judy will be number 2 spot.
Hello, Regents. My name is Dominic Sander. I am a senior statistics major here at UNL, a Regents scholar, and a lifelong Nebraskan. Growing up just outside of Lincoln, it was pretty much a given that I would be a Husker someday. Both my parents are Nebraska born and raised, have been Husker fans all their lives. My mom even graduated from UNL with a master's in speech-language pathology. Obviously, I'm here to voice my opinion on why the university should not cut statistics. First and foremost, I would not be standing here if it weren't for the UNL Department of Statistics. My final college decision was between Nebraska and Iowa State. When it came down to it, though, I knew I could get just as good of an education at UNL, if not better, while also staying close to home and getting the opportunity to be a Cornhusker. Like me, many people choose where to go to college based on the strength of their degree program. Even though it was new, I could tell a lot of time and effort was put into the program to give students every opportunity to succeed. I also know that overall academic standing is another deciding factor in college decisions. As a university, shouldn't we strive to be recognized for our academic excellence? After all, that is, or at least should be, the main goal of any higher learning institution. Unfortunately, it appears as though Nebraska is failing, colossally. According to the U.S. News and World Report, the University of Nebraska-Lincoln is ranked 159th nationally in academics. The next worst Big Ten school, Oregon, at 98th. We're not just in last place, we're being obliterated. Not only that, but as many before me have pointed out, Nebraska is the only Big Ten school that is not a member of the AAU. Do you truly believe that cutting these programs will help our standing with the AAU? We all know the answer was a resounding no. As a statistics student, I can't even begin to imagine the loss this university and state will face if the department is cut. I may be biased, but the quality of staff in this department is unmatched. I have had incredible support from everyone I've had the pleasure of learning from. I've been challenged academically more than I had ever been before, and I'm a better statistician because of it. I've developed skills well beyond the scope of any statistics degree that will help me be more marketable to future employers. And I couldn't have done it without the incredible faculty like Dr. Blankenship, Vanderplas, Howard, Hoffman, Ghosh, Builder, Eskridge, and so many more. Retaining these faculty in any way possible is the best thing the university can do for itself. I am so incredibly proud to be a part of the Department of Statistics, but I am not proud to be a Husker. The lack of transparency and outright refusal to work with those directly impacted by the cuts is despicable. You can be sure the university is burning bridges with hundreds of future donors with these cuts. To all the members of the Board of Regents, I thank you for your time, and I ask you to please make the right decision. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Judy, you're up. And the last one on my list is Kay Siebler, will be number 2.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Judy Wismart. I'm a faculty within the Department of Entomology. I run the Bee Lab, a small program in a small department that serves thousands of beekeepers across the region. Small programs like mine already face challenges with fewer collaborators and chronic support gaps, so I know firsthand how vulnerable these programs can be. Many speakers have already highlighted the flawed process behind these cuts. What's worth repeating is the evaluation failed to consider the need for specialized degrees and the public service contributions and connections that promote ecotourism in our state. Excluding these undermines our land-grant mission and disregards the very populations that we are meant to serve. These decisions also impact the people who keep these programs running, not just faculty, but the staff and technicians that we depend on. When teams see their work and their colleagues' work devalued and the success judged by biased metrics, morale drops sharply across the university, not just in the impacted programs. Many, myself included honestly, have begun considering positions elsewhere because the consequences extend far beyond the individuals that are directly affected. They ripple into programs like mine that rely on them, from statistical consulting for our students to collaborative research potential. My own experience reflects the underlying problem and disconnect. Over the past few years, I've worked with legislators to explore funding opportunities for my program, yet these opportunities were met with objections from university liaisons without any dialogue with me or my department, with no explanation for concerns, no guidance on how to revise or better align these asks. Repeated requests to meet with leadership have been ignored. At times, when the deficit is a stated reason for cuts, Turning away viable options for support is not only puzzling, not only disappointing, disheartening, and deeply frustrating and devaluing to me, my team, and the legislators who engage in this good faith process, is that it's a message to us that small specialty programs like mine don't matter either. Not allotting time or effort to support specialty programs, but rather eliminating them, using complete opaque, non-transparent criteria hurts our reputation, our competitiveness, and our long-term viability. These programs are what make UNL unique. We offer things that larger universities cannot replicate. So these cuts are taking away the very things that make us stand out, that attract students to our state, because we're offering something more meaningful. So I have to ask, who's next? How do we protect the future of our programs? This flawed approach is a mistake, especially when there have been alternative solutions proposed, many of which you've heard today. Please start correcting this mistake by listening, really listening, and then do more. Vote no, start over, and start incorporating these faculty-proposed solutions for a better approach that doesn't risk us losing your trust and doesn't make us question our own futures at UNL. Thank you.
Thanks, Judy. Kay Sibler.
Greetings. My name is Dr. Kay Siebler. I am an associate professor of English at University of Nebraska, Omaha. Go Mavericks. And I don't have a pony in this race, but I've been sitting and listening to the testimony of my colleagues, and I must say I am very chagrined at what seems like just haphazard way that this is approached, and that they're coming up with such creative, interesting solutions to this budget shortfall. Dr. Gold, sir, it seems like we're on the odyssey to chaos with this. I am an avid reader of the local newspaper. Chris Dunker may be in the room today, but what I know from reading the Lincoln Journal-Star every day is administrative costs at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln have gone up 57%. In the same time, faculty salaries have gone up 20-some%. What is the problem? Is the problem the people who are delivering the programs, the people who are in the classroom with the students? You have heard over and over and over again that this is going to mean fewer Nebraskans are educated at this fine university system in Nebraska. When people leave, they don't come back. We need to proceed with caution and care and make sure that we are looking at innovative solutions that have been offered by the faculty in this building today, whose livelihoods are on the line, certainly. But they have come up with creative, innovative solutions as opposed to just lopping off programs. Sure, the path of least resistance would be to vote to eliminate these programs because that is what the chancellor has told you needs to be done. However, I challenge you. The path of least resistance is what makes the river crooked. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Kay. Are there any additional individuals who have not had the opportunity to address the board on the things that are on the agenda? If so, please come forward and identify yourself and complete the sign-in. I believe there are any. See no other persons I wish to comment. I declare the opportunity for public comment closed. And we need a motion to suspend the rules to take up an agenda item out of order, not to move them, and it would go to item 10 until item 12 in closed session. Is there a motion?
Wait a second, would you, excuse me, let me get my papers up here.
I'll make the motion.
Is there a second?
Would you repeat the motion?
The motion is to suspend the rules, to skip our next agenda item, to move to item number 10, which is closed session. When we come back from closed session, we'll pick up the agenda item again and start from the top.
We have a motion, we need a second?
I'll second it.
Second. Roll.
Regent Wilkins?
Yes.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Lysy?
Yes.
Regent Calamari? Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Claire?
Yes.
Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Motion passes. We're in closed session.
No.
Oh, no, sorry, we're not.
We are
Jim's
not.
right. We need a motion for a closed session. Thank you.
I thought you might.
I got ahead of myself.
There you go.
Need a motion for closed session.
I move that the Board of Regents go into closed session as authorized by Section 84-1410 of the revised statutes of Nebraska for the protection of the public interest, to prevent needless injury to the reputation of persons who have not requested a public hearing, and for the purposes of holding discussion will be limited to the following subject, and that is matters revolving a real estate transaction.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Roll.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Lysy?
Yes.
Regent Calamari?
Yes.
Regent Wilkins?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Claire?
Yep.
Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Motion passes. Now we're in closed session.
So we had a motion and a second to reconvening the meeting. Roll call, please.
Regent Lysy?
Yes.
Regent Calamari?
Yes.
Regent Wilkins?
Yes.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Shear?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Claire? Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. It is now time to consider the consent agenda. The consent agenda is indicated by its name. It is moved and voted on as a group of action items as opposed to the administrative agenda, which are considered and discussed individually. That being said, unless one of my colleagues on the board wishes to consider any of these administrative items separately, I will invite a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Roll call, please.
Regent Calamari?
Yes.
Regent Wilkins?
Yes.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Lysy?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Claire?
Yes.
Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Now I'd like to ask President Gold to walk us through the items on today's administrative agenda.
Thank you, Chair Kenny. All of the 6 academic affairs items about to be presented, discussed, and acted upon today all result in impact on the Lincoln campus and are the results of many months of wide, multidimensional, metric-based review.
He's coming in the door.
Smack your gavel next time that happens, Paul.
I would like to request your permission to ask UNL Chancellor Rodney Bennett to review the timeline, the metrics, the process, as well as the opportunities for constructive stakeholder input and how this input framed the final recommendations. Chancellor Bennett.
Thank you, President Gold.
No.
Not on yet. Okay, thank you, President Gold. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Board of Regents. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that none of us want to be in this space where the decisions that we make will impact the lives of individuals and change how we do certain things on campus. As you know, our expenses have been greater than the revenue coming into the campus for many years. I strongly believe we cannot continue to spend beyond our means because of an unwillingness or inability to make hard budgetary decisions. And it would be irresponsible to continue delaying necessary changes while spending through our cash reserves. I have great confidence in the body of work that produced the plan to address our structural deficit. It is important for you to know that the process we followed is prescribed in UNL's formal procedures to be invoked for significant budget reallocations and reductions, which was most recently revised and approved in 2022 by the University of Nebraska-Lincoln's Faculty Senate, the Association of Students of the University of Nebraska, and the UNL Academic Planning Committee, which is a representative group of faculty, staff, students, and university leaders. The executive leadership team and I worked hard to adhere to this comprehensive process, both in letter and in spirit, and to complete all steps within the provided timeline. Based on input from members of the university community, after previous rounds of budget reductions, it was critically important to us to avoid implementing across-the-board approach, which would have been detrimental to some of our most productive units and areas with growing enrollment. To this end, we utilized performance metrics for instruction and research that were shaped through extensive consultation in the spring with academic deans, college leadership teams, department executive officers, and the Academic Planning Committee. I'll also note that Dr. Button made available an opportunity for any department who had concerns about the metrics to visit with them and to try to get that resolved. Contributions to mission.
You're out of order.
Contributions to mission, workforce needs of the state, and public service and extension were also considered. Each of the academic programs recommended for elimination fell below expectations. In accordance with our shared governance process, the initial plan for budget reductions was released for public review and comment through a framework managed by the Academic Planning Committee. I am deeply grateful to each individual, group, and unit who was engaged throughout this process. And I want those individuals to know that their input mattered and resulted in the initial budget reduction plan being modified in areas where feasible alternatives to achieve cost savings were proposed. I do not take any of these decisions lightly. Each reduction carries with it the weight of personal impact on individual students, faculty, and staff, whose contributions to the University of Nebraska-Lincoln matter, regardless of how their unit's productivity is measured. Despite the challenges of addressing the structural budget deficit, we have momentum in several key areas. Our students have achieved record graduation rates. Our enrollment and retention rates have stabilized. Our sponsored research awards have reached an all-time high. Our economic impact for the state of Nebraska continues to grow. Our support from alumni and donors has reached unprecedented levels, and we continue to invest in programs that meet the evolving needs of our state, including our new bachelor's degree in robotics engineering and our world-renowned entrepreneurship program. Positioning ourselves in a place of financial sustainability will ensure we can continue delivering excellence in student success, research, and service to communities throughout our state. The path ahead will not be easy as we work to implement approved reductions with empathy and sensitivity for affected students and individual employees. I have a strong conviction that even though what we are doing is very difficult, it is in the best interest of the University of Nebraska-Lincoln's long-term future. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, I recommend approval of the plan to eliminate our structural deficit as presented in your board materials.
Thank you. Is there any questions?
I have a question. One of the things I noticed was the difference in proposals between the Academic Planning Committee and your proposal to the board. That some of the eliminated units they recommended not eliminating. And I kind of want to understand after if that planning process was thorough enough to cover some of the issues that were raised, we heard just about today, and why some departments got their proposals in and were able to avoid some of the cuts for them, but the proposals that came in just like today and recently were part of the group that was part of the departments being cut. And I think that we've known this was a debt for a long, I've been on the board 6 years and it was growing when I started my first term. And so I totally agree that we must address and we must stop borrowing from our rainy day fund or whatever you want to call that. But my concern is really, to what extent were things like workforce, future jobs considered as you were looking at the kinds of things the Department of
Region-wise,
Urban
we
Science.
considered every alternative that we could think of. And we worked very closely with the academic units, with the deans and the department chairs and the executive officers and the like to try to come up with alternatives and solutions. And we worked very closely with the academic planning committee.
Mm-hmm.
And as the academic planning committee heard the original proposal and then conducted the open hearings, as alternatives that were feasible were presented, those were recommended back to me, and I accepted a good number of those. But we had to get the numbers. We had to make our budget reduction numbers. And so in the absence of any alternative plan that was feasible, I came forward with a final recommendation that's been presented in your board material.
Right. But it varies from the one that came from the originally
Yes,
from the
in
academic.
some instances.
And timeline-wise, the question has come up: could we pause this till February? And is that timeline and a real hard stop? We've got to do it today, or do we have time to, as a board, all of us who are
My
now-
recommendation is that we take immediate action.
Okay.
We are burning through our cash reserves at a really, significant clip. And the longer we delay, the problem is not going to go away. And I think that it presents at the end of the line a more complicated issue for us if we don't take action.
I see. I'm just concerned that if something new has come up today that wasn't considered, that waiting one more meeting might help us understand why the difference between the proposals and what came up today that wasn't heard before today.
Sure.
I have another
That
question.
clear?
Did you have anything else? Okay.
Let it, Barb.
The question I have is, one of the assumptions, as I understand it, that went into the calculations is that many of the students in the affected departments will be retained at UNL, whether they be in a different major or a minor. And I would ask the chancellor what specific routes they are taking to try to retain students at UNL, given that we have heard testimony today that many of them are not considering, or at least, well, not considering staying at UNL, or very strongly considering leaving.
Right. Well, we certainly want to retain all of our students and enroll more students. I think we have to accept the fact that we are in a budget cutting sort of posture right now, and things are going to look different. And so the majors that remain are not going to be the majors that a student, that we had traditionally offered. So the pathways are going to look slightly different, and a student will work with the student to try to fit them into an acceptable pathway. And we think that for the majority of our students, that will be, something that they are agreeable to and something that works for them.
Is there a process in place for that pathway? I read the material about pathways for students that may be transitioning or moving their major to another major, but finishing what they started. I'm just wondering, are we going to need to be hiring more advisors to be working with them, or are you administratively prepared to do that work with all the students that are impacted by this?
Well, one of the things that region-wise that we've talked a lot about is, trying to get every student who's currently enrolled through to completion.
Right.
And one of the ways that we may do that is to limit the number of courses that they can choose from to get to completion. So the implementation process will be really important. So for instance, instead of having 5 classes to choose from, we may limit that to 3 classes to choose from in a hypothetical situation. So the degree completion pathway will be really important. But we are, Dr. Button, Tiffany, our entire leadership team is really committed to seeing each student through to completing the degree that they're in. But that pathway may look slightly different based on number of faculty that are here, number of students who want to stay, whether or not they want to stay. There are a lot of variables that go into it. But we'd hope to get every student across the finish line.
I think one of Barb's questions was, can you put it off for a month or whatever, and Ann or Jeff, is there an answer to that would finish that?
Just to reinforce what Chancellor Bennett said, it's all about the current burn rate. I mean, we're burning through reserve dollars. We have been burning through reserve dollars for the better part of the last decade. It just gets amplified every year, and don't see how much is going to change. Frankly, as I sat here today and listened to all of the public testimony, I learned a great deal, and I think there will be opportunities for the future, because I would be really surprised if we were not in a continuous mode of having to rethink the future of the university. And again, anything we can do to prevent future limitations of academic programs would be greatly appreciated.
Anything to offer?
Only that the budget savings that we've been talking about are still anticipated to be realized over a number of fiscal years. So the delay in making a decision just draws out that realization over a longer period of time. So again, that's the question about the burn rate.
And the thing I didn't really hear today is that system-wide, we're talking about 42 million, all campuses. That's a big number.
I guess I have a question, but it's not directed at Chancellor Bennett. It's more directed towards Dr. Gold. There was a lot of talk today that included you in the conversation, but I'd love to hear firsthand on your involvement in this and how it came to the board, and that from Chancellor Bennett, how did it get to the board in that process?
Sure. Well, the history really goes back to the fall of 2024 when, or even the summer, when shortly after I accepted the responsibility to be the president of your university, and got a very clear message from the Board of Regents, from the governor, from members of the legislature, that we needed to get our act together and balance the budget and eliminate the structural recurring deficits and, quote, live within our means, unquote. That prompted a series of conversations that resulted in a plan that Chancellor Bennett, at that time Executive Vice Chancellor Ankerson, put together to implement a year ago, more than a year ago. This almost exactly at this time, December of 24. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, Executive Vice Chancellor Ankerson retired, and then Chancellor Button was appointed, who wanted to buy some time to relook at the plan, and which seemed to be a very reasonable thing to do in his new role. And so the agreement was that the campus would reduce as much of the recurring operating budget as it could. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ann, but I think that number was about $5 million last year, all in.
Sorry, no, the structural deficit last year was 14 million.
But how much was reduced last year?
Oh, they took 5 million, correct, yes,
Right.
sorry.
With a commitment that there would be at least a $20+ million recurring structural deficit this year as a result of not taking a substantial bite out of the deficit last year. There was agreement to move forward in that way, and starting late spring, early summer, Chancellor Bennett and his team began the work on this. The timeline is publicly known as to how that happened. Early fall, Chancellor Bennett, I think very appropriately said, these are the areas that I'm considering taking action on. I think I should share this with the regents, and he and his team brought those guidelines, those suggestions, in the broadest possible sense to the regents' committees, I believe early fall, both academic affairs and business and finance. That way all of the student regents and all of the elected regents would have an opportunity to look at it and respond. They did. They made suggestions. They asked questions. And then based on that, they went forward through the appropriate shared governance process in the fall, and then came back in preparation for this meeting, again, through academic affairs and through business and finance, particularly and most intensely through academic affairs, to review the proposals, any further discussion, any honing, any further input, et cetera. And then and as I will read in just a few minutes for each of these items, based upon the recommendations of our committees, my job is to bring that recommendation forward to the full board for discussion and action.
I have an additional question. Based upon the idea that all of the students will be taught out in these programs, presuming they are cut, and the fact that over those years there will be less invested in their education as some of their faculty will be cut and the paths to completion will be relatively narrow compared to what they are now. Will those students still be paying the full rate for their tuition, given that there is less money going towards their education?
True.
But
Well, I mean, they're still going to take the same number of hours to earn the degree, and they'll still be taught by qualified professors, and they'll still be taught by, so the tuition rate will be whatever the tuition rate has been set at for that academic year.
Anyone else?
Thank you. Item 11A1 seeks your approval to eliminate the Department of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences and the associated academic programs in the College of Arts and Sciences at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. Proposal to eliminate is part of a budget reduction plan and is designed to achieve a savings of $1,850,000. Students will be assigned a transition coordinator to navigate completing their degrees, and the university is committed to providing a pathway for them to complete their degrees in their current major or other major of their choice. Upon the recommendation of the Chancellor and based upon previously established campus metrics, the faculty governance process set by UNL and the NU Graduate College were completed. Students currently enrolled in programs in this department will have the opportunity to complete their degrees. Following the closure, there will still remain a path for the University of Nebraska-Lincoln students to obtain the courses and degrees that are necessary to obtain the certifications to pursue a career in broadcast meteorology and/or federal position. This proposal was extensively reviewed and recommended by Academic Affairs Committee, and I recommend it to you today for your consideration.
Is there a motion to approve 11A1?
Yes.
Motion's been made and second. Any discussion?
I guess just as I sat here and listened today, and of all the ones that had asked for maybe some additional time or reconsideration, it would be this one. If I were to pick one to say maybe we ought to give it a little further consideration and a deeper dive and a look at. So I would move to table this one at this point in time. And it's the only one I'm going to ask that for.
So we need to act upon the first motion first?
No. Get a second for his table.
Need a second for Rob's?
Second.
Roll call. Roll call for that one.
Any discussion?
Any discussion on that?
Roll call.
Regent Wilkins? Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Lacey?
Yes.
Regent Calamari?
Yes.
Regent Whites? And just for clarification, this is to table item 11A1.
Yes.
Regent Wilmot?
No.
Regent Clare?
No.
Regent Kenny? Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear? Regent Stark?
Yes.
Motion fails.
So we're now back to the primary motion, which is to eliminate this department.
More on discussion, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and start, I guess. I will be voting a no for the elimination on this. I believe when I first...
Can we have a gavel for order, please?
When I was reading through the agenda and saw the final list of the proposal of... sorry, I'm shaking and this is a lot of pressure. So, when I saw the proposals for the eliminations and consolidations, this was one of the two that stuck out for me that I was like, if we take this away from the state of Nebraska, I can really see the hurt that this will do. And that's why I'll be voting no. I'm not willing to do this to the state of Nebraska. And I realize that I'm the UNO student regent. This isn't my constituency, but I still have a want to help Nebraskans across the state, from Scottsbluff to Omaha and anywhere in between. That's what I'm going to do, and so I will be voting no for this program elimination.
Okay, we didn't interrupt any of the speakers today, and I expect the same gratitude from the gallery. And it remains quiet, and he's had the ability to speak, and we want everyone to have that personal time on their own. Any other comments?
I'd like to make a comment on that. I apologize. I probably should have said this before we got into A1 when we were talking about the budget process generally. So I've got some thoughts that I'd like to share. I want to begin by thanking everyone who sent emails and letters and made phone calls and came and testified today. I met with some of you. I replied to a lot of emails, although I acknowledge I was not able to get all the emails replied to, so I do apologize for that. We're entering a discussion today that we've been looking at for more than a year. And quite frankly, I've been on this board for now 17 years, and we have proverbially kick the can down the road for a long, long time. And so this is difficult for everyone involved. Personally, I'm not just a member of the Board of Regents. My family, we've invested over 90 years of employment or volunteer service at this university. My family, we've got 26 degrees from this institution. So to say that this decision comes lightly is as far from the truth as can be. So let me assure you that it is difficult for everyone, myself included, involved. The potential elimination of the 4 academic programs affecting students, faculty, alumni, and the broader community, it's extreme, and I'll assure you again, it's very, very difficult, and these decisions are not going to be made lightly. When I started running for the board 18 years ago, I ran with the purpose of 2 things. One, I wanted to help students. I wanted to help students find their passion, because I believe the trajectory of an individual, a young person, if you have the ability to change that or help them find their passion and figure out where they're going to be and changing the trajectory of their life, that's a pretty awesome responsibility and pretty awesome opportunity. So that was one of the purposes. And the other purpose that I ran for was to help faculty educate those students. I wanted to have the faculty have an input in helping those students find their passion. And then I also wanted to help faculty find world-changing research that was going to change the world. I did not run for the Board of Regents to cut programs. I did not run for the Board of Regents to impact students' lives, faculty lives, the trajectory of the University of Nebraska, our own state and nation. I don't like to cost anyone their job, as the impact of losing a job or losing a program or changing the trajectory of your life has real ripple effect. And so these are hard decisions. Many of my colleagues also sought service on the board because they believe deeply in the transformative power of higher education and to help students discover their passions, to support faculty in their teaching and research, and to strengthen the university's reputation for excellence. So we remain committed to that mission, I assure you. But at the end of the day, we have 2 key duties as regents. 2. One is to select the president, and we've done that. We've selected an amazing leader for our institution. And the second purpose, our second major purpose, is to set the budget for the University of Nebraska. So fulfilling the second of these 2 essential functions require us sometimes to make hard, difficult, tough decisions when the circumstances demand it. So we're confronting a serious budget challenge that threatens the long-term stability of our university system. And I want to thank Dr. Gold and Chancellor Bennett, Dr. Button, VP Hang Moss, and their teams for their work. I appreciate the efforts, and I trust the work that they put out and put together. And while people may dispute the data, that team of people did what we asked them to do, and that was figure out how we can solve this potential budget shortfall. Our situation is not unique. Our situation with the budget issue is not unique to higher education. I mean, consider, we heard how bad it is at the University of Nebraska. Well, let's look around the country. Ohio State just voted last month to shut down 8 majors, and they cut 260 courses. Penn State is in the process of closing 7 campuses. Closing 7 campuses. So this situation is not unique to just the University of Nebraska. Higher education has taken a huge hit, and it's our job to make sure that we can continue to provide a top quality education for our students. So here in Nebraska, our state aided budget relies almost entirely on 2 sources of revenue: state appropriations and tuition. These are the funds that sustain our day-to-day academic operations and in effect keep the lights on. Other revenue sources such as the philanthropic gifts or athletics are generally restricted and cannot be used to address our operating deficit. So the simple truth is that our current revenues are not sufficient to cover our costs, and we cannot assume additional state support. We've heard testimony today, and I read lots of emails that says you can't do this, you can't do this. We've heard testimony and other communications to vote no. Don't do this. Well, how do we keep the lights on? That's the dilemma. And yeah, you've said, well, we've got other plans and we've got other plans. Well, I've been on the board for 17 years and we've talked about other plans, and when are we going to address those issues? So we cannot continue to kick the can. Until we're able to grow revenue streams or identify new ones, we must steward our limited resources carefully and responsibly. Why are these decisions before us? Eliminating academic programs is one of the most difficult, if not the most difficult decision a governing board can face. Again, I've met with many members of our UNL community who are concerned about the future of the university should the reductions on today's agenda be approved. And I understand how important these programs are, and I do not minimize the impact that these recommendations have on students and on faculty and on staff. But again, we must balance the budget without reductions of this scale. So these decisions affect real people, and they weigh heavily on all of us. We are not making these choices because the programs lack value. We are making them because we must ensure that the University of Nebraska can remain strong, sustainable, and competitive for future generations. Our responsibility as regents is to safeguard the long-term health of the entire university system while pursuing new ways to build the strongest possible future for our institution and our state. And we are taking the steps to do that now. The joint accreditation between UNL and UNMC, which this board unanimously approved last month, is a major milestone for the University of Nebraska, which will tell a complete story about the incredible work happening across our institution. And the momentum across our system is incredible, with new facilities and groundbreaking research taking place across all of our campuses. But with the limited revenue and no immediate path to expansion of that revenue, we must take action now. And so for those reasons, I'll vote yes on the budget cutting proposals before the board today. I remain committed to working with President Gold and our chancellors and our entire university community to continue growing new opportunities, pursuing new partnerships, and positioning Nebraska for future success. These are hard decisions, but they are guided by a commitment to our students, our faculty, and the long-term strength of our institution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Chair?
Chair.
These are not easy decisions for any of us. And I will tell you that I will have to vote to support these. But I want to bring something into clarification. You all were talking about taking a pause or just stay with what we've got. But you know, I'm going to tell you, I will guess we have 100 people in here, give or take, probably, maybe a little more. The legislature funds the university. Over the last 10 years, our dollars from the state have equaled to about $100 and some million loss a year with keeping up with inflation and others. That's not chump change. That's a lot of money, especially when we're talking about less than $10 million here. $100 million overly solves that problem. Now, my question to you, of the 100 people here, how many of you went to the legislature when they were having a hearing on the university's budget? Okay? Less than 10. Probably 5. No, don't shake your head. I counted them over here. There were very few hands. And there certainly wasn't 20% of you, for sure. My point is, they're the ones, and I'm going to tell you, I think probably everyone's shocked up here that I'm saying this. The legislature is a large part of what we're doing right now. If they had kept pace, and they have kept pace with a lot of other institutions and other departments in the state of Nebraska, a lot of them have increased immensely. And the university this last year, and that's why I asked how many of you went, this last year their initial budget for the university was to drop 2.5% of our funds. So, we've got to the game late. The game started back in last February when they were having committee hearings. Without those extra dollars, we run into the problem where we're just like everybody else. The university's got a checking account, and it's got a balance. And for the last 7, 8 years, we've been going to the savings account and covering it, and at some point, that's not going to work. I know these people. I've worked with them for now 3 years. There's not one of us that are looking forward to this vote or looking forward to today. We all sat here, and I'm empathetic with every one of you folks that spoke. Every one of you. If I were you, I would be doing the same thing. These are your jobs. These are your livelihoods at stake. But from my perspective, I've got to make sure that there is a university for people to go to, not just next year, but 10 years from now. You can shake your heads, but it's true. That's where I'm coming from. I want to make sure that we have a university in 10 years. And by God's good graces, perhaps things come around, and as Tim normally says, if we had $10 grain, it wouldn't make any difference. We'd be floating in cash. But we don't. But maybe things change around. And a lot of these things, yeah, you're right, they're hard to put back together. It's Humpty Dumpty. But you still might be able to do that. And I don't want to give false hopes that let's wait 2 months and something miraculously could happen, because we've been waiting for something miraculously to happen for quite a number of years, and it hasn't. So, I don't think I have an alternative other than not to. But there's always, I don't want you to give up. There's other opportunities. There's nothing that says that it can't be revisited. I mean, but again, that's false. I don't want you to think that just because you come up with something, it solves the problem. But there might be another avenue out there that has legs to it. I don't know. But I feel like we're taking the brunt as a board, a brunt for the decisions. They are our decisions, but we're not the ones that are forcing it. The dollars are forcing it, and the lack thereof. And our lack of dollars are not because we've spent tons of money other places, because we have less money. It's just that simple.
Kathy?
Yes. Well, first of all, I don't have the historical picture that Tim has on the board. And I want to thank Dr. Gold for going through the step-by-step outline of the actions and the timelines that have got us to this point Hopefully, hearing some of that and the effort that's been being put into this for quite some time, hopefully that gives a more complete picture to everybody involved, the public, the families, just everyone, rather than the message a lot, it seemed through the open public comments, was as though no thought went in, and it was all done so quick and behind closed doors. And having sat here, I know that's not the case. Regrettably, and I asked questions because I wondered how we got into this point. How did we get here? And regrettably, it's because of the practice of dipping into reserves for over a decade. That's a long time. It's been done to cover deficits that existed. And I'm sure you know, if you keep dipping into your savings account, it runs out if you can't find something to replace that. And that's kind of where we're at. I think people evidently thought maybe that we could just continue to do that. But again, the legislative allocations, the state revenues, it all comes together to put us in the position that we're at right now. Now, some, I know from my own being out around people, some people continue to live on credit even though they know they can't make the payments. And the university doesn't have that kind of a credit card. We can't continue to do that. We're faced with tough, painful decisions. And like Regent Scheer, I do know the people. I haven't served as long on here as Regent Claire, but I do know the people do care. We've agonized over this in many conversations as, what can be done and how can we lessen the pain, the impact of everything that's happening. I know it's impacting individuals, it's impacting their families, their lives, and we do pain for that. The reality is, though, the buck stops here, and we have to make decisions. And in closing, I also want to commend Chancellor Bennett for the work and his staff for the work that they have done to help us know what to do. I know specifically for most of the board, he was given a difficult task, and I'm sure then he passed that task on to other individuals. And I feel like all of them, through this time, they have maintained their professional and caring demeanor, and that has to have been hard in the face of all the accusations and the negativity that was directed to these people. And I personally want to thank you for all that you've gone through, for all that you've tried to do, and I wish you and everyone affected well in the future.
Jack. Mine's a little bit different, but I have a big ask. It's appropriate maybe I talk about this area. I started out at a very early age department chairman at the Med Center. I had 2 people that were state funded. I grew it to 32 people. I had a contract with the state. They ran out of money abruptly. I was told that we would not carry those 30 people for 2 months. I thought that was inappropriate. I became very angry, bitter. And I tell you, talking to those people, I can still see their faces. I can still see hear those words. It was very difficult. It traumatized a lot of people. It affected me pretty majorly. I decided to go into the private sector, and as a result of that, I saw a different model. My mentor helped me to understand better. I was angry because I'd worked hard. I did everything right. I worked hard and proud to be a tenured faculty member. After a while, I was able to come back to the university, donate 20 years or so, because my kids and I graduated from here, have a lot of degrees, 34 semesters, etc. My ask of you is stick with us. Stick with us. We'll get through this somehow. We've got 11,000 students that we're educating here every year. They're the lifeblood of the state. We're going to overcome this some way, somehow. but you stick with this because I've been through it. I decided to leave, and the next day I got a letter saying all the tenured faculty in my discipline were laid off. I was a tenured faculty member. We all got laid off. I could have been bitter and angry, and I was for a while, but I came back to it. So that's my big ask of you. That's what I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank members of the UNL administration for doing the difficult work of presenting a plan to balance their budget. And I'd also like to thank everyone who submitted comments on this plan and came for public comment, opposed or supportive, for participating in the democratic process, especially the students. I think it is worth considering how we got into this current position. As I see it, it was born out of three causes: a consistent overestimation of future student recruitment and tuition figures, and carried forward deficits at UNL being a minor but real contributor. But the bulk of the current situation that UNL finds itself in is caused by the two other factors: state and federal government underinvestment. And that underinvestment was deliberate. The state government has chosen to year after year place our funding allotments under the pace of inflation, and that inevitably leads us into red ink. Without the diligent work of our system administration, and in particular government relations employees working to secure the support for the 0.6% increase in the biennial budget, the initial 2% decrease, or 2.5, I couldn't remember, proposed by the governor would have made the cuts to UNL and other campuses this year an order of magnitude more devastating. The university is a driver of the state economy, is a source of migration into the state, and is integral to the future development of Nebraska. To critically deprioritize higher education is to stop investing in a better future for your citizens. The federal government has now added upon this by implementing draconian cuts to research funding and constricting the use of federal research dollars. This means hundreds of millions of dollars of research grants frozen, delayed, or completely lost for the University of Nebraska system. To say that this is devastating for the research community is a vast understatement. It has salted the earth of research in Nebraska and the U.S. as a whole for years to come. And the students of my generation are turning away or being turned away from areas of research that need dedicated long-term stability of funding. On top of this, it has put significant further pressure on the budgets of research universities such as UNL and UNMC across the country. This, too, was a decision that did not need to be taken. Any money that was saved by doing this was shifted to other areas, and our country still has a significant and growing deficit. This budget assault was handed down to us, and as a board, we only have two ways to, in quick order, fix that deficit: raise costs for students and order cuts to be made. This year, we had to do both in large fashion, with cuts across all campuses and a 5% tuition hike for students across the board. The cuts at UNL, totaling nearly $28 million, are necessary and will, in my opinion, likely be followed by more cuts of potentially similar magnitude in future years as the governmental neglect continues. There is little fat on the bone to be cut across the university system, and we are now contemplating cuts to the muscle and sinew themselves, the educational department and the units. This is a situation of a system on the verge of steep challenges, or taken another way, on an odyssey of unknown length, looking for a safe destination. In this situation, we have to look to our values and our purpose to guide us through. The purpose of this university is to educate the people of Nebraska, providing the knowledge that a modern society needs to function and thrive. And what could be more necessary to a state such as Nebraska than its earth and atmospheric sciences? When I lived in Lincoln in 2021, Nebraska had a record high 40 degrees above average, an outbreak of 28 tornadoes, a dust storm, a 90-plus mile per hour non-thunderstorm winds, wildfires, and a snowstorm, all on the same day in mid-December. Naturally, this state would want the best possible meteorologists trained with their tax dollars. And that is what is at stake here. Some of the research, the agricultural outreach, and the base ability to receive accreditation as a meteorologist will be retained through CASNR and other areas if these cuts go through. but the depth of training, the field work, and the overall quality of education in geology and meteorology will suffer greatly. A minor in meteorology or geology is not competitive in the job market alone. Upper-level coursework and extra credit hours of learning are critical. This is a cut that will have decades of impact on weather and climate forecasting, mineral extraction, and water conservation efforts, all things that Nebraska needs moving forward. And Nebraskans know this. The APC received hundreds of comments in support of the EAS, and between members of the UNL administration, the Office of President Gold, state legislators, and us regents, the number of messages sent supporting EAS is likely hundreds more. Our constituents, students, staff, faculty, alumni, employers, and the general public have all expressed greatest concern with this elimination. I suggest we take that into consideration as a system that relies heavily on the goodwill of the public. I also want to bring attention to the EAS students that are here today, as well as some high school students that also were in attendance. Students are not here to save their jobs. Many have no financial gain to be had, and many of them obviously have no ulterior motives. And they showed up in force because they want to fulfill their dreams here in Nebraska. They want it so much that they waited for hours to give 3 minutes of commentary that many of their peers probably told them would not have an impact or would be redundant. They did not create any of the issues of the department that have been identified, but with this cut, they will face the consequences of them. These students express that they will strongly consider going elsewhere for education. The future of this state will be outsourced to Kansas, or God forbid, to Iowa. 1.8 million in cuts will have to be found elsewhere, I am aware. Our university cannot carry forward debt like the federal government can. But when we make cuts, we have to make sure that they are in line with our values and future goals. The department has real issues to work through, as evidenced by some of the data presented, but as stated earlier, we are a university system on the odyssey to the extraordinary. There are real difficulties, but I believe that the EAS has shown an incredible amount of will to continue serving the state of Nebraska. I ask that the other regents vote no on the cuts to EAS and allow them to continue with us on that odyssey.
Anyone else?
I want to start with addressing the students who came, and I sincerely want to say thank you. Thank you for your comments, and thank you for spending your Friday here. I'm sure that there are plenty of other places that you would rather be right now. I have an incredibly interesting seat in all of this. I'm an affected student in the Agricultural Leadership, Education, and Communications Department. I know that's not the same as the programs that are proposed for elimination. But I also sit on the Academic Planning Committee, and I sat through hours upon hours upon hours of justifications for why each one of these programs should stay. And I read hundreds of letters and comments. I also sit on the Board of Regents. And I attempt to do what's necessary to protect our university system for generations to come. But the thing that I keep coming back to over and over again is that I represent every student at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. I represent students in every single program proposed for elimination or realignment. I also represent every student whose program is thriving and is growing. I represent students in the Business Honors Academy, our impressive IANR programs, the College of Law, and numerous other incredibly high-performing programs. And if I vote no on all of these proposed program eliminations, other students, and arguably more students, would suffer from this. The entire student experience would be different for every student. And I know that there are no alternative options that will address the budget shortfall without impacting thousands of Nebraskans. Nobody thinks this is good for our university. This hurts. This hurts every single one of us. But I cannot vote no when I understand that this would impact more of our students, our enrollment, and the entire student experience at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln.
Regent Kenny. I don't think I can break down this issue any better than our student regents have. All I can do is echo the thank you that all of you have received from us today. I know it's been a long and heartbreaking day for everybody, and I know that you love higher education. And as regents, we fundraise and we coordinate campaigns to be elected. We put hundreds and hundreds of hours into committees, meetings, and reviewing materials, and none of us do that with the hope to have to be in the seat and cut programs or eliminate tenured faculty or devastate students. We've had budget cuts ongoing since I was elected to the board in 2019. We've had budget reduction task force. We've combined back offices. We've looked at ways to make everything more efficient, and we've been warning for years and years that we're starting to get to the point where we're going to be cutting at the heart of the university. And we know that's what we're being asked to do today, and none of us want to do it. And I think that we're past the time now of the university warning people, and I think this is a full-out 5-alarm fire as to the state of higher education in Nebraska. I mean, I'm sitting on this board, and I'm telling you, we're scared. I mean, we don't, I know, but we don't know what to do either. So if you would like to continue meeting and talk about the programs and the things that have been submitted today, I mean, I'm willing to do that, but we have the unicameral and the governor that have been elected in this state.
Anyone else?
Please not again.
Roll call, please.
Regent Schroeder.
No.
Regent Lysy.
No.
Regent Calamari.
No.
Regent Wilkins.
Yes.
Regent Wilmot.
Yes.
Regent Clare.
Yes.
Regent Kenny.
Yes.
Regent O'Connor.
Yes.
Regent Schaefer.
Yes.
Regent Shear. Regent Stark.
Yes.
Regent Whites.
No.
Motion passes.
Item 11A2 seeks your approval today to eliminate the Department of Educational Administration and the associated academic programs in the College of Education and Human Sciences at the University of Nebraska at Lincoln. Proposed elimination includes the Department of Educational Administration, better known as EDAD or EDAD, Master of Education in Educational Administration, Doctor of Education in Educational Administration, and Graduate Certificate in Community College Leadership. The EDD and the PhD specializations in educational leadership and higher education will also be eliminated along with the graduate minor. The proposal is part of the total budget reduction plan that we've been discussing and is designed to achieve savings of $1,690,000. Students will be assigned a transition coordinator to navigate completing their degrees, and the university is committed to providing a pathway for them to complete these degrees in their current major or other majors of their choice. Upon the recommendation of the chancellor and based upon previously established campus metrics, the faculty governance process set by UNL were completed. The proposal was reviewed and recommended by the Academic Affairs Committee, and I recommend it today to you for your consideration.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve 11A2?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? If I see any, roll call vote, please.
Regent Lysy.
Abstain.
Regent Calamari?
Yes.
Regent Wilkins?
Yes.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Clare?
Yes.
Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Item 11A3 seeks your approval today to eliminate the Department of Statistics and the associated academic programs in the College of Agricultural Sciences and Natural Resources at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. The proposal is part of a budget reduction plan and is designed to achieve a savings of $1,750,000. As previously, students will be assigned a transition coordinator to navigate completing their degrees, and the university is committed to providing a pathway for them to complete their degrees either in their current major or another major of their choice. The university will move to a distributed model for statistical training and expertise to leverage existing resources embedded across UNL. Upon the recommendation of the Chancellor and based upon previously established campus metrics, the faculty governance process set by UNL, and the NU Graduate College processes were all completed. The proposal was reviewed and recommended by the Academic Affairs Committee, and I recommend it today to you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is there a is there a motion to approve 11A3?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Motion been made and second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll please.
Regent Calamari?
Yes.
Regent Wilkins?
Yes.
Regent Schroeder?
Abstain.
Regent Lacey?
Abstain.
Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear? Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
No.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Clare?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Item 11A4 seeks your approval today to eliminate the Department of Textiles, Merchandising, and Fashion Design and the associated academic programs in the College of Education and Human Services at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. The proposal is part of a budget reduction plan and is designed to achieve a savings of $1,450,000. As previously, students will be assigned to a transition coordinator to navigate completing their degrees, and the university is committed to providing a pathway for them to complete their degrees in their current major or another major of their choice. Upon the recommendation of the Chancellor and based upon previously established campus metrics, consistent with the faculty governance process set by UNL and the NU Graduate College, were all completed. This proposal as well was reviewed and recommended by the Academic Affairs Committee, and I recommend it to you today for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is there a motion to approve 11A4?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any comments?
I'd just like to remind people that none of this was technically necessary to begin with. The cuts themselves that we have to take are necessary because we cannot tolerate the deficit moving forward in the way that it is. But this state did not invest in us. And I recommend that, I know a lot of you are devastated by this. Contact your state senators. I know. It is what it is. But if there's anything that they need, they need to hear about this, or they will keep under-investing in the university, and then it will be the next department. So please contact your state legislators.
Anyone else? Roll, please.
Regent Wilkins?
Yes.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Lacey?
Abstain.
Regent Calamari?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear? Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
No.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Clare?
Yes.
Regent Kenny. Motion passes.
Item 11A5 seeks your approval to combine the Department of Entomology and the Department of Plant Pathology, creating a new multidisciplinary academic school within the Institute of Agriculture and Natural Resources at the University of Nebraska at Lincoln. The proposal is part of a budget reduction plan as recommended by Chancellor Bennett that would result in a savings of $1 million by realigning two existing departments into an interdisciplinary school. If approved, the framework for the new school, including its name, will be developed in the spring of 2026, that would be next spring, and that all currently enrolled students will have the resources to complete their degrees as planned. Upon the recommendation of the Chancellor and based upon previously established campus metrics, the faculty governance process, and the NU Graduate College, this proposal was also reviewed and recommended by Academic Affairs Committee, and I recommend it to you today for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is there a motion to approve 11A5? Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Regent Schroeder.
Yes.
Regent Lacey.
Yes.
Regent Calamari.
Yes.
Regent Wilkins.
Yes.
Regent Schaefer.
Yes.
Regent Shear.
Yes.
Regent Stark.
Yes.
Regent Whites.
Yes.
Regent Wilmot.
Yes.
Regent Clare.
Yes.
Regent Kenny.
Yes.
Regent O'Connor.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Lastly, in academic affairs, item 11A6 seeks your approval to combine the Department of Agricultural Leadership, Education, and Communication and the Department of Ag Economics, creating a new multidisciplinary academic school in the Institute of Agriculture and Natural Resources at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. This proposal is part of the budget reduction plan as recommended by Chancellor Bennett and would also result in the savings of approximately $1 million by realigning the two existing departments into an interdisciplinary school. If approved, the framework for the new school, including its name, will be developed in the spring of 2026. All currently enrolled students will have the resources to complete their degrees as planned. Upon the recommendation of the Chancellor and based upon the previously established campus metrics, the faculty governance process, and the NU Graduate College, the proposal was reviewed and recommended by the Academic Affairs Committee, and I recommend it to you today for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is there a motion to approve 11A6?
So move.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Roll call, please. Oh, did you
Yeah,
say-
I'll be really quick. I think that it's just important to, I mean, this is the program that I'm in, and I think that it's really important to look forward to how we're going to merge these and align them in a way that's going to better both of the programs. And I look forward to seeing how, if approved, that would go forward.
Thank you, Libby. We'll need your input. Anyone else? Roll call, please.
Regent Lacey.
Yes.
Regent Calamari.
Yes.
Regent Wilkins.
Abstain.
Regent Schroeder.
Yes.
Regent Shear.
Yes.
Regent Stark.
Yes.
Regent Whites.
Yes.
Regent Wilmot.
Yes.
Regent Clare.
Yes.
Regent Kenny.
Yes.
Regent O'Connor.
Yes.
Regent Schaefer.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We'll now move to the Business and Finance section of the agenda for today. As we have done previously, we will outline each of the items, 11B1, 11B2, 11B3, and 11B4, which are respectively the housing rates for NCTA, UNK, UNL, and UNO, and we will ask the board to vote on them together. However, if any regent wishes to extract any matter herein and have that considered and voted on separately, they may certainly make a request and a motion to do so. Item 11B1 seeks your approval for residence hall room and board rates for academic years 2027 through 2029 at the Nebraska College of Technical Agriculture. The proposed rates will generate the income required to cover obligations while managing the cost of to students. The rates reflected is a 4.38% increase in year one and a 3% annual increase in years 2 to 3. The rates noted in the materials are in the basic room and board charges for traditional residence halls, to which all other housing rates are then related, break housing, suites, etc.
President Gold, is it perhaps something we had talked about earlier, perhaps postponing 1 through 4 and putting them on the next meeting?
So a motion to table, sir?
Yes, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
I would second.
Vote on that motion or any discussion?
What, I guess I'd like to know what effect that would have on if we didn't approve this now.
I think Anne can, yeah.
We need the rates in order to make sure that we have the cost of attendance planned for the fall of '26. So I think it's one where we typically bring the 3-year housing rates. Again, I think we've noted that, this is a 3-year perspective, so what we are guaranteeing is what the rate increase would be for FY '26-27. We just try to project out the second and third year so that students have that information for planning purposes. But again, this is a typical action that we take every 3 years.
So would it really mess you up bad if we just didn't decide that today?
I don't think that would be a significant problem, no.
Okay.
No, that, I don't perceive it to be a problem.
Well, it all has to, it's the critical timing of when the financial aid packaging is being done for the fall semester. And so we need just some affirmation that we're not, because if we can't package the financial aid for the incoming students for the fall semester, that could...
If need comes to play, we can always have a special meeting later this month in order to address it.
Pretty happy? Need to vote. Roll.
And for clarity, this is to table item 11B 1, 2, 3, and 4. Regent Calamari?
Yes.
Regent Wilkins?
Yes.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Lacey?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Clare?
Yes.
Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear?
Yes.
Motion passes. 11B 1, 2, 3, and 4 are tabled.
Thank you. We will now address items 11B5, B6, B7 together. We will outline each of the items from the University of Nebraska Husker Athletics separately, and the board will be asked to vote on them together. If any regent wishes to extract the matter herein, or for that matter, table any part of it herein, and have that considered and voted on separately, they may surely make a motion to do so. Item 11B5 seeks approval of the contract between Husker Athletics and Anthony Travel, LLC. In January 2016, Nebraska Athletics issued a request for proposals to identify a full-service on-site travel provider to provide full travel services. Anthony Travel was selected and has been the Nebraska Athletics full-service travel provider since February 1st, 2016. Husker Athletics now wishes to enter into a new agreement with Anthony Travel pursuant to a master agreement which was established based on an RFP conducted by Educational and Institutional Cooperative Services. This new agreement would begin February 1st, 2026 and expire June 30th, 2029 with 2 one-year optional renewals. The next item in this package is item 11B6, which seeks your approval on the execution of an amendment to the multimedia rights agreement between Husker Athletics and Playfly. In the multimedia rights agreement between the university and Playfly Sports Properties, the university agreed to license to Playfly certain media rights related to Husker Athletics. At the time of entering into the original agreement, the parties recognize that the rules, regulations, and policies of the University, of the Big Ten Conference, and of the NCAA, as well as state and federal law with respect to student-athlete name, image, and likeness was uncertain and rapidly evolving. Considering the continued evolutions of intercollegiate athletics and matters related to student NIL, the parties wish to amend the agreement to increase Playfly's investment in name, image, and likeness initiatives and correspondingly and reciprocally reduce the annual rights fee. The parties also desire to amend the agreement to permit Playfly to invest in its discretion some or all of any royalty payments due under the agreement to support the name, image, and likeness activities at Husker Athletics during the agreement term. Lastly, the parties desire to amend the provision describing the process for amendment of the agreement to align with changes to Regents Policy 6.3.1. Final item in this group is item 11B7 that seeks your approval of the disposition of personal property pursuant to Regents Policy 6.2.2 by the resale of a fractional share interest in a Cessna Citation aircraft to Silverhawk Aviation. An approval of an agreement with Silverhawk Aviation to repurchase this fractional share interest previously purchased by the University of Nebraska Lincoln Athletics back from Silverhawk. Husker Athletics entered this agreement with Silverhawk with an effective date of January 1st, 2020 to purchase a limited-term fractional share in a Cessna Citation Ultra aircraft. This limited-term fractional agreement expires this December 31st, 2025. Pursuant to the items of the fractional share agreement, the university may elect for Silverhawk to repurchase the fractional share it acquired, and Silverhawk has agreed to repurchase the university share for $1,043,102.00. The sale of this fractional interest requires Board of Regents approval for this disposition of personal property pursuant to Regents Policy 6.2.2 and approval of the repurchase agreement pursuant to Regents Policy 6.3.1 because of the fact that the sale of the fractional interest exceeds $500,000. These items were extensively all reviewed at the Business and Finance Committee meeting and is now formally recommended by the Business and Finance Committee to you today, and I recommend it to you for your consideration.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve 11B5, 11B6, and 11B7?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion?
Just in light of our discussion today on budget matters, I just want to remind our colleagues and those in the audience that aren't aware that athletics pays for all these things. It's private money. They get no state money, so the issue is not apples to apples.
But because of the amount of dollars, we have to act upon it.
Correct.
Anybody else? Roll call, please.
Regent Wilkins?
Yes.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Lacey?
Yes.
Regent Calamari?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Clare?
Yes.
Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We will now deal with items 11B8 and 11B9, which are business and finance items from the University of Nebraska Lincoln. We will outline each of the two items from the UNL proposal separately, and the board will be asked to vote on them together. Again, if any regent wishes to extract either of these items herein and have it considered and voted separately, they may certainly make a motion to do so. Item 11B8 seeks your approval of the intermediate design review information for the Lead Center for Performing Arts renovation and addition at the University of Nebraska Lincoln. Approval of the total project cost, increase, and execution of the standard form GMP that would be guaranteed maximum price contract, and approval of the use of the university personnel in construction. The program statement for the Lead Center for Performing Arts renovation and addition was approved by the Board of Regents on December 3rd, 2021. During initial schematic design, it became clear that the approved budget was insufficient to achieve the full program scope. Combined with the lingering market impacts of the global pandemic on construction costs, this led to pause the project. In March of 2023, the campus executive leadership team approved resuming design, reaffirming the building addition, and establishing a budget of $35 million for consideration by the board. Additional time was required for fundraising and consequent significant redesign needed to retain the addition, extended the project schedule. As a result, the redesign combined with 4 years of inflation has driven the overall costs upward. Accordingly, a $9.5 million budget increase is now requested, bringing the total project budget to $35 million. The project is entirely privately funded. I want to repeat that. This project is entirely privately funded by our generous contributors that have been eagerly anticipating to break ground and start. The second item in this package consists of 11B9 that seeks your approval for the Second Amendment and restated declaration of covenants and conditions and restrictions for a Nebraska Innovation Campus. In keeping with the Board of Regents pillar of extraordinary partnerships and engagement, we aim to distinguish the University of Nebraska system and its partners through exceptional quality and impact, delivering extraordinary outcomes in both rural and urban communities. This second amended and restated declaration of covenants, conditions, and restrictions, better known as the CCRs, for Nebraska Innovation Campus, was approved by the Nebraska Innovation Campus Development Corporation by its board on June 24, 2025. The Board of Regents approved the original CCR in 2010 and the first amended restated CCR in 2012. This updates, modernizes, and clarifies the governance and operational structure of Nebraska Innovation Campus. In addition, the document refreshes language related to permitted and prohibited uses, campus maintenance and management, assessment procedures, and enforcement provisions. Both of these items were extensively reviewed and discussed at the Business and Finance Committee meeting and are now formally recommended by that committee to you today, and I recommend it to you for your consideration.
Thank you, President Gold. Is there a motion to approve 11B8?
So moved.
And 9? Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Well, we got a real.
Can't have any.
Can't
Go
have it.
ahead.
I just want to say that it's exciting that the Lead Center is getting a renovation and addition. As a UNL student, I got to see very many low-cost to no-cost shows in the Lead Center, and I got to see orchestras from all over the country and all over the world, and that's an opportunity that isn't afforded at every university. So I do appreciate that this is moving forward. Well,
Thank
hopefully.
you. Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I was just going to say we got a real jewel down there, and so this is a nice facelift.
Yep, remake.
Remake. This is mine.
Anyone else?
I'm sorry.
Roll call, please.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Lacey?
Yes.
Regent Calamari?
Yes.
Regent Wilkins?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Clare?
Yes.
Regent Kenny? Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We will now address the two business and finance items that are on the UNO agenda. And again, we will outline each of the items from the University of Nebraska at Omaha separately, and the board will be asked to vote on them together. If any regent wishes to extract any one of these resolutions herein and have that considered and voted separately, they certainly are fully free to make a motion to do so. Item 11B10 seeks your approval for the program statement for the Omaha Athletics Training Facility at the University of Nebraska at Omaha. The purpose of the Athletics Training Facility project is to position UNO as a leader in student-athlete development while strengthening its connection to campus and the broader community. This facility will directly address current outdated infrastructure, enhance the student-athlete experience, and align with best practices at NCAA Division I levels. The Omaha Athletic Training Facility will provide appropriately sized training areas, strength and conditioning performance spaces, wellness and nutrition zones, academic support rooms, and flexible community/event spaces. Item 11B11 seeks your approval for the program statement for Omaha Athletics Baseball and Softball Clubhouse, again at the University of Nebraska at Omaha. The clubhouse will consolidate essential team spaces, including locker rooms, training and recovery areas, meeting rooms, player lounges, into a single efficient hub adjacent to practice and competition venues. The Omaha Athletics Baseball and Softball Clubhouse will address the current deficiencies at Maverick Park by providing modern on-site facilities that support training, recovery, and team culture. This project directly supports UNO's goal of building a comprehensive athletics corridor and ensuring all Maverick teams have access to the resources necessary for success on and off the field. Again, I underscore that both of these projects are completely donor-funded and donor-driven and will not use any taxpayer or tuition dollar in the construction of the facilities. These items were also extensively reviewed and discussed at the Business and Finance Committee and are now formally recommended by that committee to you today, and I recommend them to you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been a motion. How about a second? Is there any discussion?
Yes, go ahead.
You go first.
I'd like to congratulate Chancellor Lee and Athletic Director Adrian Dow for this significant contribution, one of the biggest you've had in the history of UNO. I think that Rhonda and Howard Hawks have done probably more for this university than just about any other couple. Howard served for 18 years on this board and became our ethical mentor. Whenever we had difficulty, we would go to him and he would come up with a solution. We miss him dearly, and I congratulate you for this because it takes you to a whole nother level. Congratulations.
Chancellor?
Maybe there's a
Sorry.
message there.
It's working. It's working. Thank you, Chair. Regents, President Gold, and members of the university community, thank you for the opportunity to speak today about what we believe is a defining moment for Omaha athletics and for our community and university as a whole. The projects before you are not simply about athletics infrastructure. They're about vision, momentum, and a belief that what's possible when the public metropolitan university commits to excellence on every level. Our greatest point of pride is the fact that these projects are funded, just like what Dr. Goh said, entirely through private philanthropic support. There are no student fees, tuition increases, or taxpayer dollars supporting this effort. In fact, I'm pleased to inform you that as of last night, these two projects already received $55 million in commitments. Proportionally, it represents more than 80% of the total cost, or in other words, the entire sports training facility. The donors behind this investment also have a very long history of generosity to UNO's academic mission, and their commitment to Omaha athletics is only outshined by their love for what UNO represents to our city, our students, and our state. I understand that for some, this level of investment in athletics may raise questions about theme or timing and optics amid this budget environment. But I would offer this. This is exactly the right time. We have built a sustainable financial model for these new facilities with ongoing operating costs offset by existing and future revenue streams, including ticketing, sponsorships, rentals, and private support. Omaha Athletic is in a position of rare, historic momentum that we must capitalize on. Over the past 3 years, we have appeared in 17 conference championship games, won 11 titles, and made 8 NCAA tournament appearances. This past year, our men's basketball team made history with its first ever Division I conference title and March Madness appearance. And our softball team made its third consecutive NCAA tournament appearance. At the same time, our student athletes continue to lead the way in the classroom and community with a 3.45 plus cumulative GPA and a 95% graduation success rate, and more than 4,500 hours of community service completed just last year. We have achieved all this while living within our means and maximizing each dollar more effectively than many of our regional and national peers. These facilities are not flashy. They are functional, foundational, and designed to adapt to a rapidly changing college athletics landscape. This is the first step to recruiting and retaining talent, building programs that compete nationally and reflecting the pride and aspiration of your community. This is equally true for athletics and academics. So at this point, if you may indulge me, I'd like to invite our athletic director and vice chancellor, Adrian Dowd, to the podium.
Thank you, Chancellor Lee. To the members of the board, Dr. Jeffrey Gold, thank you for your time today. Just to reiterate, our goal is simple. It's to position this athletics program as one of the nation's leading metropolitan programs in the country, and to do so with purpose, transparency, and competitive excellence. Dr. Stark, Regent Stark, thank you for your comments. We see these projects certainly as a powerful way to honor the legacy of Howard Hawks, a beloved leader who believed deeply in the power of public institutions and its ability to lift our communities. Howard's impact on this university, the city, and the state is woven into everything we do. These facilities will carry on his legacy in the most fitting way possible by investing in young people, building community pride, and ensuring Omaha athletics continues to take a leadership role. We are ready for this moment. We have the privilege to stand on the shoulders of giants like the Hawks family, like the Scott families, like the Sokol family, and many others, and generations of Maverick student athletes to build something truly great and fitting for a leading Division I institution. The next phase is about as much of where we are today of where we are going. And per Board of Regents policies today, we are here to seek approval of the program statements of both of these projects. Again, as Dr. Gold mentioned, one is a training facility, which is a 75,000 square foot facility, which will be located right next to and connected to Baxter Arena. The second is a 19,000 square foot clubhouse facility, which will be located at Maverick Park, right on the edge of Connie Clausen Field. With that, thank you for your time, and we are certainly here and willing to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Adrian. Any questions right there?
No questions. Just wanted to congratulate Adrian and Joe. Marvelous work, and I'd like to thank Rhonda and her family without question, as well as all Howard's friends, because this was a group project, and it just shows the dedication of the Hawks family and others to the University of Nebraska, Omaha, and to your work. Kudos to you. Maybe you should have got the award today. So
it's not because of me, but thank you very much, Regent Chair.
Yeah, I would agree. Howard was special, having the opportunity and privilege to work with him for the years that he was on the board and the years that I was on the board. We got to work together for a number of those years, and it's not the same as it was when he was here. He was really a beacon, and this facility will be a beacon in Omaha, and it will be a small token of what he's done for Nebraska. To cover Nebraska, you're going to have to get out to Oshkosh too, because he went hunting out there. I went hunting with him a number of times out there, and so he covered the whole state. So congratulations to Howard, and thanks to Rhonda and the family.
Thank you, Regent Claire.
Anyone else?
Let's vote.
Gotta call it.
Regent Lacey?
Yes.
Regent Calamari?
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Regent Wilkins?
Yes.
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Claire?
Yes.
Regent Kenny? Regent O'Connor?
Yes.
Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
Yes.
Regent Whites?
Yes.
Regent Wilmot.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Yeah, it's up to you now.
Motion to approve that one. Okay. Regent Kenny, item 11C1 seeks approval of certain changes to chapters 1 to 3 of policies, University of Nebraska Board of Regents. These changes have been reviewed previously at committees and circulated for feedback among the board, as well as interested internal parties. The item has been reviewed and recommended by the Academic Affairs Committee, Academic Affairs, Business and Finance Committee, and Executive Committee. I recommended this for your approval. Is there a motion to approve 11C1?
I would like to make a motion to table the item until February, if we may. I have quite a few questions, and probably no one has the patience for the discussion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Want to vote on that? Any discussion?
Voting on a motion to table item 11C1. Regent Calamari.
That was really kind of fun.
Regent Wilkins.
We're voting to table?
Yes.
Yes.
Regent Schroeder.
Yeah.
Regent Lacey.
Yes.
Regent Kenny.
Yes.
Regent O'Connor.
Yes.
Regent Schaefer.
Yes.
Regent Shear.
Yes.
Regent Stark.
Yes.
Regent Whites.
Yes.
Regent Wilmot.
Yes.
Regent Claire.
Yes.
Motion passes.
I was just afraid y'all wouldn't get my Christmas present. I engage in conversation.
Keep us here.
Item 11C2 seeks approval of certain changes to Section 1.3 of the bylaws of the Board of Regents of the University of Nebraska and Section 1.2 of the Standing Rules of the Board of Regents of the University of Nebraska. These changes have been reviewed by committee and published for information October 3rd, 2025 at the board meeting. This has been reviewed and recommended by the Academic Affairs Committee, Business Finance Committee, and Executive Committee. I recommend for your approval. Is there a motion to approve 11C2?
Chair Kenny, I would actually like to motion to table this item, and I have an explanation if that would be helpful.
Sure.
Okay.
Someone want to make a second?
Second.
Roll call.
No discussion.
Discussion.
So let me pull it up. Basically, here, I'll read the short version. I've got two versions. I'm making this motion to table so that we can consider this item in tandem with a companion proposal, which is the geographical representation proposal that's on this agenda as a for information only item to be discussed in February. And considering these motions together is what was agreed upon by the executive committee, of which I'm a member, at the request of at least 3 regents. And these are 2 different proposals, but the 3 regents that made the request feel as though, because both of these items deal with the mechanics of leadership selection, that it will be helpful for them to know how the February vote goes before they consider this item. And these 2 agenda items will help address 8 years of disagreement among the board regarding board leadership. And the February item represents a compromise that would allow the board to move past internal disagreements about the leadership and focus on the real issues, as we saw today, that the University of Nebraska must face in a united front. If this motion to table fails, I can get into the merits of this proposal, but I do ask that the fellow regents respect this request made by 3 regents and the perspective of these regents, and they table this item, which is not time sensitive, for consideration in February. Both proposals affect the mechanics of leadership selection, and the outcome of the February vote will impact several regents' vote on this item.
Any discussion?
Second.
Seconded.
No discussion? All in favor?
Call roll.
Oh, roll.
Regent Wilkins.
Yes.
Regent Schroeder.
Yes.
Regent Lacey.
Yes.
Regent Calamari.
Yes.
Regent O'Connor.
Yes.
Regent Schaefer.
No.
Regent Shear.
No.
Regent Stark.
Yes.
Regent Whites.
Yes.
Regent Wilmot.
No.
Regent Claire.
Is this?
Motion to table.
Table.
2 items.
The 2 items
No,
to
just the-
change the term of the chair.
Yeah.
One item.
It's
determined to change the
by
term.
law and standing rule.
So the,
It would just table it till February. Regent Kenny.
No.
Motion to table fails.
Do we have a motion for this?
Yeah, there's a motion
And
and a second on the
Any
table.
discussion?
No, we didn't have a motion in a second.
Oh,
I
yes.
jumped ahead as a point of order. Sorry, President Gold.
Okay, we need a motion for that, for whichever one, 11C2.
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion?
Yes, we have, there's been a number of questions about, when I started my first term, I was told that the leadership of the board, chair and vice chair, would rotate regularly, and that each person was going to be honored in a way that made us representative of our district and gave a face to our district. And we have a list, I believe you've seen it, of the past chairs and vice chairs the last almost 12 years. And there are regents who are now, I'm for one, have run twice, plan to run again. But there has not been a female chair. There has not been an Omaha area chair. And we feel as though that representation eliminates almost a third, if not more than that, of the state. And that kind of leadership is important to let everyone know that everyone across all the districts have opportunities to lead this board and to bring new ideas and new leadership to our executive committee, to the board itself. And so we've been talking for a while about how could we accomplish that. And one way was to, if we want to do 2-year terms for the chair and the vice chair, that means there would only be 2 possibilities. For someone who serves 6 terms, that leaves out a lot of regents' opportunity for leadership. And because the chair appoints all the committees, it always affects the leadership of our committees and who's on the executive committee. So we believe this needs conversation. We need to talk about what it means to be representatives of our districts. And are we giving up on the idea that should be geographically rotated so that people in western Nebraska, middle Nebraska, and eastern Nebraska all have their opportunities to chair this board and provide leadership for the university? So that's our proposal to add to the idea of a 2-year rotation of a chair and a vice chair.
I doubt this is going to change any votes, but that's what my constituents ask me. How could this happen? It's 8-10 years. Eastern Nebraska is 600,000 people. How does this continue to happen? Many years. This would be the first time in the history of the board that we've gone to a 2-year thing. We've had 2 votes before. There's a lot of discussion I think needs to take place. That's why we're suggesting it be tabled.
Any other comments? Liz?
Chair Kenny, I think that the idea of moving chair from 1 year to 2 years inherently misunderstands the purpose of chair. If you go through the bylaws and the standing rules, there are basically 5 different roles that the chair has. But the primary purpose is to, 1, run the full board meetings, and 2, act as a liaison between the president and the rest of the board when the full board is not in session. And any ideas that the chair has so many duties that they need 2 years to figure out how to do the position of chair, or any idea that only the chair can build continuity with the unicameral to receive a larger state allocated budget, it misunderstands the role of chair. And what we've seen in particularly the last 8 years, I have the numbers here. Through 2001 to 2017, if you look at the state divided into geographical regions and put either 2 or 3 regions in every region, then 2 regions of the state had representation for leadership 5 times, and 1 region was represented 6 times. From 2018 to 2026, 2 regions of the state had representation and leadership 4 times, and 1 region of the state had 0 representation. And the region of the state that has had 0 representation has had regents from within that region run for leadership several times and step back for the integrity of the board and so that we can continue as a unified body. And there have been several promises for compromise and promises that leadership will be spread out among regents and that regents will all get a chance to be involved in leadership. And that hasn't come to fruition. And my fear is that it's a fundamental misunderstanding of the role of chair and an overreach of chair continue putting this much power in the position. And I think that you can see that too through actions that the chair, not you as an individual chair, but chairs in the past historically have taken, and decisions that have been made by one person instead of acting as a unified board with 8 members that all have the same amount of power. And now I know I'm rambling and we're at 5:30, so I'm going to stop, but I'm available for more comments afterwards if anyone has more comments that they would like from me. And I'm a strong no vote on this, not just because it cuts in half the opportunity for leadership for members of the board, but just a fundamental philosophy that we should be operating as a Board of Regents. We're not a congressional body. We're not a private corporation. We are a Board of Regents, and we are supposed to be working to represent all of Nebraska, not just our own region.
And I would just add that there were a number of ideas that were brought up, and this isn't the only way to create that kind of rotational. We could talk about limiting the number of times any individual regent could serve in a leadership role in one term. There are different ways to do it, but we really want to see more of that happen. So there's so much talent around this table, and a lot of it sits on the sideline a lot of the time. I'm speaking for myself.
I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Vote on the calling the question or just
No.
vote?
Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
You do?
The motion to call the question needs a second and a vote.
Second.
Okay.
Yes, we're voting.
So the motion at this point is
To call the question.
But to accept
Or
the
we
wording
could just
that it's
withdraw
submitted.
the call the question and we could just go through roll call.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
That's fine, I withdraw.
Okay.
But we are talking about the language that was submitted.
Yes. At this point, what is on the table is the change to the bylaw and the standing rule that have to deal with the term of the chair and vice chair.
We can go forward.
Okay. Regent Schroeder?
Yes.
Regent Lysy?
No.
Regent Calamari?
No.
Regent Wilkins? Regent Schaefer?
Yes.
Regent Shear?
Yes.
Regent Stark?
No.
Regent Whites?
No.
Regent Wilmot?
Yes.
Regent Clare?
Yes.
Regent Kenny?
Yes.
Regent O'Connor?
No.
Motion passes.
Regent Kinney, there are also numerous reports for the board to review. More than pleased to take any questions on any of them and request your acceptance.
Any questions on any of the reports? I accept the reports on behalf of the board. I also would like to throw out quick too, as informally as we take care of the lady that takes care of us at the football suite, that we usually put Candy, put a tip together for her for how many seats you have or whatever.
I took care of her myself. So
You've done it, so anyone else that,
I know some of you didn't come, but I took care of her very well.
Tell me what we're.
I don't remember what.
I gave her 100.
Yeah, can we close the meeting?
Yep.
and
Well,
then talk about
before we adjourn, can I make one final comment, and I'll make it
Yes.
very quick? Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Before we adjourn today, I'd like to take a second to acknowledge the amount of lives that were changed today, from faculty to staff to students. I want to say that the students do not have to go through these changes alone, nor should you. There are remarkable services on and off campus, and I want students to be able to find peace and happiness in these decisions that were made today. If I or anyone on my team at UNO can help, please reach out to me. You don't have to go through this alone, and students are in this boat together, and I am here for you. Thank you.
Anyone else? See no further business, there's no objection. We stand adjourned at 5:30. Thank you.